good morning and welcome to day 2 of action here at Lago Los Moros, the home of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we get the events of day 2 underway. We're going to have a full slate of skiing, much like we did yesterday, and our schedule is going to pop up on your screen any moment to suggest that the under-14 girls will be our first event out, the trick-in final there, followed by the under-14 boys trick final. Then we've got the U17 girls trick final, U17 boys trick final, so on and so forth. So it's going to start off with tricks and then move on to the remainder of the events left over after yesterday. We've got the jump elimination rounds for some of our categories for today. So our first event is going to be the U17 girls trick final. It will start in the shade under 11 minutes, as you see there on the timer on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Right there, 11 minutes away from starting the U14 girls trick final. We have 5 competitors there, and we'll have the running order for that out in due course. But we're going to cut over to a commercial, few commercials before we go on to the action. And also what we'll have is the full results from yesterday's under-17 boys tricks elimination round. We had 3 scores remaining after the end of the action to publish to you, and once we get that situated, then we'll let them go towards you. But one piece of information you do need to bear in mind is that the leader in the under-17 boys tricking competition is Martin Labra with 11,130 points provisionally, and that keeps him on pace for a potential for a new junior world overall record. He's certainly going to have to jump better than he did with the previous ascending of the junior world overall record, but it's certainly by no means impossible. All right, then we're going to step aside. Enough time for you to grab yourself your favorite drink and your favorite chair and get ready for today's second day of action here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Lagos, Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. We will return in a few minutes.
Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome once again. This is Tony Leifert, and back here with day two of coverage for the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. A quick look at the schedule once again. The U14 girls will get to the water first with their trick final, followed by the boys, then the U17 girls, U17 boys, and those are the first few events of the schedule. Now, let's pop up on the screen the U17 boys trick leaderboard. These are the 6 that will make it through to the final, which will take place later on today. We've got Eric Gisler in 6th place, Lucas Panett there with 56.30 in 5th place, George Bananovsky with 57.20, Jacob Chambers with 57.40, only marginally higher, and then the same gap exists between Jacob Chambers and Gage Gabrovic. With 57.60, but way out in the lead with 11,130 is Martin Labra. So those are the 6 skiers that will be going into the U17 boys tricking final. Those were the outstanding results left after last night's action. Now, that point score from Martin Labra is significant, not only for making him the top skier going into the U17 boys tricking final, but also so far as his chase for another crack at the world boys U17 world overall record. Because combined with the 3 at 11.25 meters that he produced yesterday, it means that he is still on track for a possible new world overall boys record, provided that he can jump 55.5 meters with the 3 attempts that he has in the elimination round in the U17 boys jumping competition, which will take place a little bit later on in the competition. And because of the rules so far as the overall world record is concerned, it has to be done in the elimination round and not in the final. To keep all the scores actually completed within the same round. So 3 at 11.25 meters for 45 buoys gives him 818 overall points for that event. The 11,130 gave him 923.65 points. Combine those together, and you're left with him needing 907.93 points, which can be achieved as long as he jumps 55.5 meters in the elimination round of the competition. So that's what's going on in that aspect of the event, as we we continue right along. We've got the Vanderpass going up and down. We're not going to have any delay this morning with the U17 girls trick and final. Not as much as we did yesterday by any stretch of the imagination, because yesterday it was quite foggy. It was terribly misty, and that delayed our event, our first event, by a good few minutes. But as you can see, the skies are clear. It's still a little cloudy out there. The sun's will probably poke through a little bit within about the next hour or two, I would say. But at least it's not as cold or as foggy as it was yesterday. So we should have a clear view of the action as it takes place with our first competitor, who will be Luciana Rodriguez, who will come to us out of Colombia. But making its way back towards the dock, and then once it is at the dock, we'll take our first competitor, our first finalist of the Pan American Water Ski Championships for 2022, Luciana Rodriguez. All right, so our first competitor out, and having scored 1,650 points in the previous round, the elimination round yesterday, it'll be Luciana Rodriguez out of Colombia. We'll see what she's capable of this time around. Okay, she's in the water and now getting ready for the first of 2 20-second runs. Her best so far this season, 2022, has been 1,510 points, and obviously far exceeding that with the previous round of tricks and tricking 1,650 to make it through to this round of the competition. So she's already on a pretty good high right now so far as her tricking scoring is concerned. Probably getting a personal best in the elimination round to make her way here. 1,650 points in the opening stanza for her, and here comes Luciana Rodriguez in the under 14 girls tricking final. Let's see what she's got. Couple of side slides, one on each side. There's the back and the front, the reverse back and reverse front. There we go, a surface O reverse, surface 5 back. Now to the front, a surface 5 back reverse. What does she have to continue on with? A back-to-back. Looking good, looking very, very strong there with the wake back and wake front. The reverses. Oh, and again, just a little bit of happy feet there with the reverse wake front for Luciana Rodriguez. Coming to us out of Colombia, and be eager to see what caused her fall on the first of 2 20-second passes. Each skier gets 2 20-second passes to produce as many tricks as possible. The trick points are pre-allocated for each trick, and they're based upon their degree of difficulty. So obviously the harder the trick, the more the points. And You only get 20 seconds to put all of these tricks together, so you're working against the clock to try and spin them not only correctly, but also rapidly enough to where you can add more and more and get more points as a consequence. A little bit back on her balance towards the end there, but managing to keep enough knee bend there with the wake front, and then coming in with the wake front reverse, just letting the boat's pull dictate where she went, and unfortunately it dictated that she went into the water as a result of that effort. Looking at Paulina Torres on the starting dock, she's getting ready to go, just trying to mentally prepare herself for the performance to come, as she'll look over and see her compatriot Luciano Rodriguez make the turn at the opposite end, and will come back in for pass number 2. Normally the trend is to go with hand tricks on one pass and toe tricks on the other, and maybe switch one with the other. But looks like it's going to be toe tricks there for Luciano Rodriguez in the U14 girls tricking final. There we go. Turn to the back and to the front. About 15 seconds remains at this point here. Toe wake back. Now when she goes for the wake tricks, there has to be discernible air between the water and the ski. She has about 2 seconds left. Can she spin this one out? Yeah, she gets it done. That was the one trick that was remaining after yesterday's competition, so she barely got that in time, according to our 2U run time timer on the bottom right-hand corner during that performance. So I think she started that move at about 19.5 seconds, and as long as she starts it before the 20 seconds expires, she should be able to get that trick accounted within time. Obviously, the coaches and herself will look at the trick sheets afterwards to see whether that was the case or not. But I tell you what, a very, very sprightly performance there from Luciana Rodriguez to get the U14 girls tricking final underway in the best possible fashion. Good elevation, and then just pulls in with the toe line now. Certainly with a lot more practice and some good coaching along the way, she can start to spin into that wrap rather than wrap in like that, which exhausts a lot of time. It took about 4 seconds to get that rope behind her head and behind her leg, and then spin out. But decent effort nonetheless. She should be getting very close to about 2,000 points with that effort if everything all goes to plan. As we ponder on that thought, we've got Paulina Torres, who tricked 1,700 points yesterday, just marginally higher than Luciana Rodriguez, both from Colombia. So obviously just trying to draw energy off each other as they work their way up through the trick rankings. There's the trick timer right there. That's 20 seconds, starting with that first turning motion off the top of the wake for the wake back. Does wake backs and wake fronts in each direction. There we go, 360 spins, front to front. Does she go for the 5 back? A little bit of a delay as she gets the last third of that motion in one direction, and I think she bulked out on the other. But decent effort there from Paulina Torres of Colombia, our second competitor out in the U14 girls tricking final. Just going from one trick to the next. Beautifully executed wake back and wake front in fronts in each direction, and just the face of intensity out there is very, very visible there from Paulina Torres as she works away from one surface move to the next, just piling in the tricks as fast as she can do them, both in reducing the amount of pause time between each trick and the actual physical spin of each one as well, to try and fit in more and more within 20 seconds. All right, Sen, so there isn't much delay at that bottom end of the lake as we hear the boat making its way back towards the course. We see Sophia Pelkey getting ready for her turn out there. She represents Canada. Here we go, coming in on pass number 2, Paulina Torres. Let's see what she's got. With pass number 2, it's going to be toe tricks. She's going to start off with the wrap, toe 360 out of the wrap here. Let's see what she's got. Is this going to be a toe O? Yes, indeed. Not going with the toe 5 back, but the toe back and toe fronts looking very, very stable indeed. The side slide and the reverse toe wake back, working towards the front, keeping the toe leg close to a standing leg to stabilize her trick. She's got about 3 seconds left. Does she go for the reverse toe back? I think she gets that in time, and 2 Colombian skiers back to back, standing up their runs virtually. So good skiing there for Paulina Torres. So Paulina Torres getting through on pass number 2, and combine that with the tricks on pass number 1. She should see a very, very visible improvement upon the result of yesterday, where she scored 1,700 points. We'll try and get some trick scores out to you as quickly as we can possibly manage. But the 2 Colombian skiers right off the bat certainly conjuring up some magic there in the second day of these championships, the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships of 2022. All right, here we go. Our next competitor up, and tricking 2170 to make it into this section of the competition, the U14 girls tricking final. It is Sophia Pelkey. Here we go, representing Canada and getting the boat speed set. This is Sophia Pelkey. And now we'll start with the wake line back. Yes, remember from yesterday how high she was stepping, but still able to maintain a lot of her balance despite all of that. Wake back to back and wake back to back reverse. Now surface back to backs, winding it on. There we go, wake back and wake fronts. There's another one, there's a surface 3. Oh, and drops the handle on the first surface 360 spin. And she probably had 1 or 2 tricks remaining at the end of that 20-second opening pass. Yeah. But got the majority of the moves that she wanted right at the beginning, and just simply drop the handle. And just a reminder that it's certainly a lot safer to pass the handle rather than throw it, as she did there with the Surface 360. We'll have a look at that towards the end of the instant replay. But just looking at these moves, including that wake back to back, very solid as you like there. She edged through the top of the wake, looking to try and maintain her place at the very least on the podium, at least by her endeavor, and not rely too much upon what occurs afterwards. But there, wake backs and wake fronts, and getting plenty of air, and another wake back to round things off, and just just didn't get a clean enough grip with the second hand on the second half of that 360-degree spin outside the wake to really secure that. As we continue on and monitor things as they go on the dock side, we see Ella Gay getting ready to trick herself, who tricked 32.20 in the elimination round. And not too far away is Cameron Davis, who tricked 36.50 to take the lead after the elimination round. All right then, here we go, coming in. Sophia Pelkey, toe 3, turns that into a toe 5 back, toe back-to-backs, a little bit off balance there, but managing to take a split second out to recompose herself, but unfortunately did the toe wake back and just let that toe foot get away from her and falling in as a result. But decent tricks up to that point there for Sophia Pelkey, including this opening trick, which was the toe 5 back as she continued to spin. That was a clean 540-degree spin. Of that, I had no doubt. Toe back-to-backs, and just losing her upper body, and you know, she tried to get her confidence back, and as soon as she landed, she started to overextend with her knee, and visibly annoyed there with herself for falling on that toe wake back. But I'm very, very sure that we're going to hear and see the name of Sophia Pelkey and a lot over the next few seasons. So she'll be a little bit disheartened with that, but no doubt she'll have better days to come. All right then, so next competitor to take to the water will be Ella Gay from the United States. Okay, we're pushing out the first score, and the first score coming through, Luciana Rodriguez. It is 1,390 points, a shade lower than what she did yesterday, 1,390 points. We're going to get the score for Paulina Torres in just a moment, but in the meantime, we have Ella Gay from the United States of America, our penultimate skier in the U14 girls tricking event. So here we go. We have got on the water right now Ella Gay from the United States of America. Who's tricked quite extensively during the course of this season. Her best score from the Nationals this season was 4,800 points, and now she elects to go with toe tricks, including that toe wake back-to-back reverse in good speed, good rhythm here. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake-o. Good spin there, toe wake back and to the front, turns to the back, reverse, couple of toe sides. There you go, dancing on top of the water. Wonderful stuff there from Ella Gay, who, as I mentioned before, tricked 4,800 points at the Good Water Ski National Championships over at Mystic Lakes in Kansas not too long ago in August, and backed that up with a 43.90 that she produced in the Southern Regionals and 35.30, which she produced in the Florida States earlier on this season. And Ella Gay looking very, very composed there with the toe 5 back, just a little off balance there, I would have to say, which is a little unusual for Ella Gay, but she was still able to keep the toe foot into a standing leg, and just watching her just wind it on through. Toe 5 front to conclude that move. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, and then just grabs onto the line, edges to the top of the weight, getting beautiful elevation, and then And around about this time, everything starts to settle down. She just needs to go through some basic moves towards the end to tot up a few more points. 130-point side slides, 2 of those towards the end. 260 points for the remaining 2 tricks, but it is those 2 tricks and the others that count towards her total. And yes, our camera person in the boat just nodding his head and saying, yeah, that looks pretty good. I would be inclined to agree with him. So we continue right along. We've got Cameron Davis getting ready to go. I have a good friend of mine sitting here in the announcing point who will be announcing in Spanish for a few of our competitors. His name is Christian Leon, and good morning to you, sir.
Hola Tony, un saludo para todos los amigos de habla hispana. Un placer saludarlos desde el lago Los Morros en esta hermosa transmisión que estamos realizando desde el lago Los Morros en San Bernardo. Segunda jornada ya con finales de la especialidad de figuras. Estamos muy atentos a lo que está pasando con todos los esquiadores mientras vemos los primeros movimientos de Ella Gay, otra esquiadora representante de Estados Unidos. El relato le pertenece a Tony Lightfoot.
All right, coming in with about 15 seconds remaining, keeping the handle very, very close with the wake back-to-backs. Good, solid effort here. Wake line back, going through a step sequence towards the end, slowing everything down to make sure that those tricks are in. There's a surface O towards the end, a couple of side slides, and that should be well within time there. Let's give it up for Ella Gay. Wonderful stuff in the U14 girls trick in the final. And Russell Gay in the towboat there should be very, very pleased with that effort indeed. It's 2 stand-up runs, and certainly if that performance is anything like she produced at the Good Water Ski National Championships in Kansas earlier on this season, we could be seeing a brilliant performance there by way of these tricks that she produces right here. She tricked 4,800 points, as I mentioned, at the Nationals. She tricked 33.20 out of the elimination round. So something between those 2-point scores will definitely keep her in the hunt for a spot on the podium in the U14 girls tricking final here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. And you know, I mean, she just has this rhythm, she has that poise, and it certainly doesn't come without an awful lot of practice and an awful lot of time on the water, and some above average coaching as well. And certainly she can call upon the experience of her father Russell Gay and also her mom Jane Gay, who both of them competed at the highest level, and no doubt seek counsel and advice also from a world tricking champion in the form of Anna Gay as well. So we'll get to see her a little bit later on in the competition as we work our way towards the open divisions. And our next competitor, our last competitor in the U14 girls tricking final, is going to be Cameron Davis. And Christian, what have you got to say here?
Estamos viendo la presentación en este momento, primeros movimientos de Cameron Davis, una final que se ve incierta de acuerdo a los antecedentes, a los resultados en la fase preliminar. En español se dice de pronóstico reservado, no se sabe quién se puede quedar con el primer lugar, con las medallas, y ya están en disputa. Son las primeras finales de este campeonato panamericano. Estamos en la categoría sub-14 en la especialidad de figuras. Recordemos que Chile tuvo presentación en esta categoría. Vamos a aprovechar de saludar, de felicitar a nuestra compatriota Andrea Anday, que con 1.170 puntos se ubicó en el 6º lugar de esta eliminatoria.
All right then, working our way through, we've got Cameron Davis with about 50 seconds remaining on the clock there, just trying to work away with the toe line. A little bit of slippage there with the toe O into the toe wake O to continue on, but I'll highlight that with the instant replay. But more or less surviving on that of that first trick run. She'll probably tell you that herself as we look inside the boat and to see Ronnie Barton Bischoff there just overseeing the action, courtesy of Cameron Davis, and just looking at her going from one trick to the next with the toe 5 back and toe back to backs. There's the toe 5 front, beautifully executed here. Now just trying to slow some stuff down and allow her to regain her balance towards the end. There we go with the toe wake out, toe wake back, and a slide to the front. A slide towards the back for the toe wake back to back, and towards the end just trying to just keep everything on an even keel as she works with the toe side slides right to the end, and should have everything credited within time. So that is Cameron Davis, our last skier out in the U14 girls, and we anticipate her coming into the course for the second and final 20-second pass. Christian.
Perfecto, Tony. Efectivamente, ya estamos viendo imágenes de lo que va a ser la presentación de los esquiadores en la finalísima de varones en la serie sub-14. Y atención Chile, atención la barra nacional. Nos aprontamos a ver a un chileno en esta final, ni nada más ni nada menos que quien ganó la eliminatoria. En el séptimo lugar de esta grilla largará Matías González, quien ayer marcó 9.070 puntos. Una gran presentación de Matías. La tendrá difícil en todo caso. Hay otros 6 esquiadores comprometidos en esta final. Linden Pinet de Canadá, Samuel Jaramillo de Colombia, de Estados Unidos, Freddy Davis, Pablo Alvibra de Colombia, de Estados Unidos, Beck Mickley y Francisco Giorgis de la Argentina. Son todos integrantes de esta final que nos aprontamos a ver. Seguimos viendo las finales femeninas sub-14 en figuras.
All right then, as we get ready for the U14 boys trick-in final, we'll continue right along with Cameron Davis, our final competitor in the U14 girls trick-in final. And it looks like she's going to do something along the lines of a wake line-o, which she does to perfection. There's about 15 seconds starting from now remaining on this run. Step sequence under her belt as she works her way through wake back-to-back and wake back-to-back reverse. Tricks are looking good, but she can't afford to waste too much time here as she goes in for the backflip. Yeah, she nails that one, and good, solid effort there. 500 points there for the backflip. A little bit of a low altitude a backflip, but she was rushing towards the end. She knew she didn't have an awful lot of time to put that towards the end, and that could well be the difference between herself and Ella Gay as they chase down the U14 girls trick-in title here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. Try and get the remaining scores out to you as quickly as we can. The only score that we have available right now is 1,390 points, courtesy of Luciana Rodriguez. And so we got four scores outstanding right now as we conclude the first of our trick-in events of the day, the U14 girls trick-in final. U14 boys coming up next momentarily. But we're looking at the instant replay from Cameron Davis, who comes to us out of Milford in Virginia, and a part of a large skiing family. I remember very, very fondly a few of the younger members of that family needing the assistance of the coach in the boat to hold the ski on the back platform as one of the younger skiers had trouble keeping the ski underneath him on a deep water start. It was quite difficult there, but once he got on top of the water, he started tricking, and man alive, he absolutely lit up boys one. But Cameron Davis, for her part, tricking splendidly as well, and getting through both her 20-second runs impeccably, and we should see a good point total there, maybe a little bit higher than 36.50, the point score that she produced in the elimination round. So we're going to go into the U14 boys trick-in final in a few minutes, so stick around. All right then, so we're going to return in a few minutes, going to step aside, so grab yourself your favorite beverage and your favorite seat. The U14 boys trick-in final of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships will be coming right at you after these.
fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right then, excellent stuff, and we've got the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships continuing into day two. We've got we should be getting the scores coming up for the U14 girls trekking championship, but we're just getting ready now for the U14 boys. We see a few of them on dockside. Lyndon Panette from out of Canada will be first out. Then Samuel Jaramillo from Colombia will be second off the dock. Very, very close so far as the scoring is concerned with a lot of these competitors, especially the first three. There is basically 60 points separating the first three competitors out of the elimination round. There you see the starting order with Lyndon Panette, followed by Samuel Jaramillo, then Freddie Davis, then we got Pablo Alviva. And then we've got B.G. Bickley, Francisco Georges, and Matias Gonzalez from Chile. And know that Christian, a lot of attention is going to be focused, especially with a lot of people here, upon Matias Gonzalez. And he's certainly shown over the last few seasons that he's a very, very capable performer, especially in these situations.
Sí, hay una gran expectación en Chile porque puede caer la primera medalla para nuestro país en este campeonato panamericano con la actuación de Matías González, a quien lo hemos visto crecer en este desarrollo de su carrera. Ha tenido un excelente año, viene de consagrarse campeón en los Juegos Sudamericanos desarrollados en Paraguay, en la ciudad de Encarnación. Ha tenido una temporada increíble y lo está ratificando con una excelente presentación en la ronda eliminatoria, con un total de 9.070 puntos en las figuras, que es su prueba favorita, que es su prueba estelar. Matías González será el último esquiador en tomar parte de esta competencia. Hay otros 6 esquiadores inscritos en esta final, todos de cuidado, todos esquiadores de grandes pergaminos, pero ayer Matías en la fase eliminatoria fue quien más puntos acumuló. Quien le secunda en la tabla con 4.890 es el argentino Francisco Georges, otro esquiador que hemos visto crecer, otro esquiador que lo hemos visto progresar y que también tiene un futuro increíble. Es un protagonista garantizado para los campeonatos futuros en el torneo latinoamericano. Francisco Georges, argentino, que ha venido a esquiar un montón de veces a nuestro país. Tenemos 7 esquiadores en esta final. Ya vamos a estar con los resultados oficiales de damas en la categoría sub-14. Vamos a tener ya el podio definitivo, oro, plata y bronce en esta categoría. Así es que seguimos atentos a lo que está pasando en este campeonato panamericano en Los Morros, San Bernardo, Chile.
All right then, so we've got our boys, under 14 boys, are getting ready to take to the water, and good time to mention our sponsors. We've got Pefe, the Productos Fernandez, who provide cured meats. That's what they do, and certainly they have a wide range of cured meats, and also ready to heat meals in the microwave and that kind of stuff. So they're very well known here in Chile, and we certainly appreciate their support. Good water ski company. We've also got support from the Chilean Ministry of Sport, and also the Chilean Sports Institute as well, alongside the Chilean Federation for water ski and wakeboard, and also Miranda's water ski school right here at Lago Los Morros. So we thank those entities as well moving forward, as well as our official tow line of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. That is Masterline. And we've got our boys under 14s about to take to the water, Christian.
Saludar a todas las organizaciones e instituciones que nos están acompañando, nos están auspiciando, apoyando para desarrollar este campeonato. Saludar a nuestro auspiciador principal, PF Alimentos, un socio del esquí náutico desde hace muchos años y que obviamente está presente en este campeonato panamericano. Al Ministerio del Deporte, al Instituto Nacional de Deporte, al Comité Olímpico de Chile, son entidades que están comprometidas ayudando para sacar adelante este evento. Y por cierto, saludar a la Corporación Santiago 2023, que está presente en este certamen, puesto que tenemos el próximo año el máximo desafío en la historia del deporte chileno, como son los Juegos Panamericanos de Santiago 2023, que en esquí náutico se van a disputar en este mismo lago, el lago Los Morros de San Bernardo.
All right, then we got some scores from our previous event. Anna Gay currently in the lead with 37.60. Paulina Torres currently in second place with 23.30. A good improvement there from her. We got Sophia Pelkey with 17.80, and the original score from Rodriguez, from Luciana Rodriguez of 13.90. She's currently in fourth place with one competitor scores yet to come, and that's from Cameron Davis. With that in mind, let's have a look at our first competitor from Canada. This is Lyndon Panett, start of 2:22 runs. Let's see what he's got. He's scored a 29.50 to make it this far in the competition. There we go. Oh no, and he goes down on a Waco for his first move, and taking a huge shot there with that first move. He appears to be okay, taking that vicious a fall would certainly hurt a lot of people. Oh, ouch. Yeah, that hurt from here. And Christian, obviously not the best of starts for Lyndon Panett.
Estamos viendo la actuación de Lyndon Panett, que no pudo cumplir su cometido en los primeros 20 segundos. Cuando iniciaba sus piruetas, tuvo algún inconveniente que lo hace perder muchos puntos claramente en esa planificación que él tenía para sumar su primera pasada. Lyndon Panett de Canadá, primer esquiador en esta final de las figuras, se prepara en el muelle Samuel Jaramillo, pero le queda la segunda pasada, otros 20 segundos para sumar puntos, para meter figuras.
All right, then looks like we got a final score. The last score from the U14. Oh my word, 42.20, 4,220 for Cameron Davis, which means that the podium is set. Your winner is Cameron Davis in the U14 girls. Congratulations to her with that score of 42.20. And a great skiing there from her. And the podium is Cameron Davis, your winner, ahead of Ella Gay in second, and Paulina Torres of Colombia in third. That is your first podium secured of the competition. So, and Cameron Davis, brilliant tricking, and actually I believe that's very close to a personal best, maybe about 130 or so points away from that, or maybe a little bit more, maybe about 300. But I tell you what, over 4,000 points with 2:22 passes at this level, certainly very credit worthy, Christian.
Saludamos entonces, felicitamos a Cameron Davis de los Estados Unidos, flamante campeona panamericana con 4.220 puntos, recientemente entregado el score oficial por los jueces que están presentes en este campeonato. Medalla de plata para su compatriota Ella Gay con 3.760 y el bronce cae en las manos de la colombiana Paulina Torres con 2.330 puntos.
All right then, here we go. Let's see if Lyndon Panett can provide himself with a dose of redemption at the very least with his second and final pass. Had the option to redo his handle pass, but decided not to take that option. Toe back to back, and almost losing it out on the second toe back to back. Now he's really got to suck this up and just continue on with tricking with the toe wake back and toe wake front. A couple of toe sides back and front. Toe reverse to the back. He fell on this toe wake back to back in the original opening round, but managing to get it done now. Toe wake front, toe O into wrap and toe O out. Oh, and falls out the back on the toe O out. So did more of his toe tricks in this round, but ultimately he'll be disappointed by the fact that he fell on the very first trick on the very first pass, Christian.
Mientras vemos la repetición y escuchamos el gran relato de Tony Lightfoot, la segunda pasada, la pasada complementaria de Lyndon Panett, que nos regaló las primeras figuras de esta finalísima en la serie sub-14. Lyndon Panett, primer competidor, ya tendremos información sobre el score de este competidor mientras se prepara Samuel Jaramillo de Colombia. Son 7 esquiadores. El último turno, el séptimo turno, le pertenece al chileno Matías González, líder de la eliminatoria. Todavía no escucho algún CHI de la barra chilena. A ver cómo está la barra chilena para que Matías en el muelle no se escuche y escuche el apoyo de la barra local en esta finalísima. Final sub-14 de figuras, campeonato panamericano, segunda jornada en San Bernardo. Una fría mañana. Cielo nublado por ahora, no sabemos si se va a despejar durante el día, pero por ahora está fría la temperatura, en un clima inusual en estos días porque veníamos precedidos de días de calor, de mucha intensidad y el sol desde muy temprano. Señoras y señores, segundo esquiador en la final, Samuel Jaramillo de Colombia.
All right then, Samuel Jaramillo from Colombia coming into this final, having tricked 29.70 in the elimination round, and let's see what he's got with his second round performance. First pass coming right up. There's the wake back, and here's the wake front, and reverse wake back, reverse wake front. It's setting a very, very high clip with the boat speed there, crisping the wakes up very, very steeply indeed as a result. And unfortunately, as a result of that, it means his ski doesn't get to settle too deep into the water, especially when it comes to edging for a wake back-to-back. And no doubt he'll be a little bit disappointed there, but he's just got to be like Taylor Swift. He's just got to just shake it off and continue on.
Cuando ya había cumplido más del 50% de su rutina aquí frente a la caseta de transmisión, Samuel Jaramillo, mientras vemos reiterada en cámara lenta donde se ve toda la belleza de su rutina, figura tras figura lamentablemente no pudo cumplir con los 20 segundos que tenía en mente. De todas formas suma sus primeros puntos en esta presentación en la final. Samuel Jaramillo está siendo tomado en este momento por la lancha para llevarlo hasta la isla sur, donde se ajustará la tabla y vendrá de vuelta para complementar su pasada. Mientras vemos en el muelle un juego ahí con Freddy Davis y su entrenador calentando motores, su entrenadora calentando motores para ya salir a la pista a desafiar a los esquiadores en esta gran final sub-14 en figuras.
All right, then we see Mario Pagozzi coming to us out of the Dominican Republic, one of our boat drivers, the chief boat driver in this event, and getting ready for the second and final pass for Samuel Jaramillo. We've yet to get the score for Lyndon Panett. I'm sure that a few more of those scores will be forthcoming very, very soon. As we see on dockside there, Freddie Davis, and just limbering up and just trying to get into a good frame of mind before he takes to the water. Freddie Davis out of Milford in Virginia in the United States, and we'll look to see him in just a moment or so. And Samuel Jaramillo is on the opposite end of the lake getting ready for his second pass of toe tricks, and we should be able to see him momentarily as he settles in. And there we go. It's going to be something along the lines of either a toe 360 or a toe O. Yes, it is a toe O, straight out, toe wake back and toe wake front. Now keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg as he works his way to the toe back and reverse toe back. There we go, to the reverse toe front. Oh, no! Well, losing complete control there on the toe surface tricks and just edging towards the wake unintentionally and just going down really, really hard there. So that is Samuel Jaramillo. He will lose a bunch of points as a result of the falls in the first and second 20-second passes. So no doubt he'll be losing points in comparison to 29.70 that he used to make it this far, Christian.
Pasada de pie de Samuel Jaramillo, venía muy bien la verdad, pero ahí en ese momento se produce el descontrol que lo termina por perder, ¿no es cierto? Su pasada, y ahí la vemos lentamente caer a Samuel Jaramillo. De todas formas, se le ve contento, se le ve satisfecho de su actuación. Felicitaciones para Colombia en esta gran presentación hasta el momento de sus esquiadores. Sigue en competencia la final de sub-14 y ahora en el agua con un estilo increíble, con una colita fantástica. Freddie Davis de los Estados Unidos, otro esquiador presente en esta finalísima en la eliminatoria. Marcó 3.010 puntos Freddie, irá por más en la pelea por las medallas.
All right, so let's continue on. Our next competitor to take to the water is Freddie Davis out of the United States of America, and a member of that large water skiing family that competes at national championship level in the United States, making his first international competition appearance right here at the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. A skier to look for in the future, no doubt, and we'll see what he's got with the two 20-second passes at his disposal. Just seen an indication during the review process for the under 14 girls trick final is that the score of Anna Gay is currently under a video review at this time, so things could potentially change in that respect. But keeping that in mind, let's have a look at Freddie Davis working his way through the tricks which constitute the opening pass of toes. Good stability here. There's the surface toe back to back as he winds on through, tries to toe 5 front, and just losing a little bit of his bearing there and falling out the back. But a decent opening run there for Freddie Davis, who made it through to these finals, having scored 3,010 points. And Christian looking for some more points coming out of the handle pass on pass number 2.
Está difícil esta finalísima. No han podido cumplir su pronóstico, sus rutinas, lo que tenían preestablecido. Ninguno de los esquiadores que hemos presenciado hasta ahora les ha jugado una mala pasada en el momento el lago Los Morros. Esperamos que para el resto de los competidores sí se pueda dar, sí puedan establecer sus pasadas completas, sumar esos 40 segundos de oro que les pueden dar la opción de estar en la pelea por las medallas. En el caso de Freddie Davis, también ahí lo vemos sucumbir en la pasada de figuras, en la parte de pie. Así es que lo seguimos viendo. Vendrá por su pasada complementaria, mientras ya vemos en el muelle al cuarto competidor. Se trata del también colombiano Pablo Alvira con el número 66 en la espalda. Será el cuarto competidor, pero nos resta todavía el 50% de la presentación de Freddie Davis de los Estados Unidos. El llamado también para estar atento, atención chilenos presentes en el lago Los Morros. Quedan todavía 3 turnos para ver la presentación de Matías González, el último esquiador en esta finalísima.
All right then, so we've got on the water at the moment, we've got Freddie Davis getting ready for his second and final 22nd pass. So just waiting on our first score to come through in the under 14 boys tricking final. We'll get that punched up on the screen, and it is pushing through. And the score from Lyndon Panett is 1690, 1,690 points for Lyndon Panett, and all of those points coming courtesy of pass number 2, having fallen on the first trick on pass number 1. We'll try and get the score for Samuel Jaramillo, which I would anticipate being a little bit bigger than that score. But here comes Freddie Davis coming in on pass number 2, handle pass. Let's see what he's got. Here he goes, getting the boat speed set. Positional turn to the back. There's the wake front and wake back. Here he comes, reverse wake back and reverse wake front. Keeping everything moving forward. Wake back to backs. And here he goes, he's going to try the backflip. Boom, yes, there we go. Good, solid effort there. Side slides at the end. There we go, an inverted wake-o. There's a wake 5 front. Good, solid effort there. Freddie Davis standing up all the way through that run. And great skiing all the way through there for him. Good stability there, and especially that backflip as well. I mean, he just absolutely stomped the landing. And I tell you what, looking at this instant replay here, we're pushing out another score, Samuel Jaramillo, with 1,740 points, so only 50 points higher than Lyndon Panett, who received the bulk of his total totally from pass number 2, and Samuel Jaramillo coming through with a score marginally higher. But here is Freddie Davis looking at him at the instant replay, Christian, and looking very, very stable here.
Por lo que vimos desde acá, se retiró muy satisfecho. Tenía inscrita en su pasada un flip en la vuelta y lo hizo a la perfección, así que seguramente va a sumar esos puntos Freddie Davis, el representante de los Estados Unidos, tercer competidor presente en esta finalísima, donde ya están entregando los puntajes que nos acaba de dar lectura Tony Lightfoot con Lyndon Panett de Canadá, con Samuel Jaramillo de Colombia y Freddy Davis, a quien acabamos de ver. Ahí están los puntajes: Jaramillo con 1.740 puntos y Pinet con 1.690. Por ahora, lo reiteramos, el líder es Samuel Jaramillo en esta final. Pero tienen algo que decir Freddy Davis con su pasada. También Paulo Alvira, que está en el agua, está pasando por la isla norte, listo para escuchar el relato de esta pasada de Tony Lifehold.
All right then, so here we go. This right here and now is our next competitor, Pablo Alviva from Colombia. So coming in, setting up for pass number 1. It should be something along the lines of a toe 5 back. Let's have a look and see. Keeping the toe foot close to standing leg and making sure that as he does that, he gets good, full and unimpeded rotation. There we go. A few tricks down the line here with toe wake front. A couple of toe sides. Does he go for the toe wrapping? Yes, he does. Beautifully executed. He goes toe in and toe out, toe wake back and toe front, reverse toe wake back, and there you go. Just knew exactly what he was doing and does a fantastic pass from start to finish, Christian, and a very, very confident performance there on pass number 1 in these final rounds, and certainly oozing a great performance out there that could put him on the podium if things go his way.
Tarea completa para Pablo Alvira. Vimos la satisfacción en la imagen desde la lancha, exclusiva cámara que tenemos ahí, viendo la conducción de Mario Pigozzi. La empuñadura de su mano de Santi Correa, el entrenador de la selección de Colombia. Lo vemos muy contento porque ha sacado la primera parte de la tarea. Tenía eso programado y lo ha hecho de forma fantástica Pablo Alvira, quien es el primer esquiador que cumple hasta ahora con lo que tenía programado en el primer segmento. Los primeros 20 segundos, como decimos en Chile, se los ha echado al bolsillo. Tiene 20 puntos de ahorro, 20 segundos sacados de manera correcta. Ahora vendrá tomado de mano en la pasada complementaria para meter más puntos y comenzar a pensar, ¿por qué no?, en una medalla en esta finalísima.
All right, so we continue right along, and for those of you keeping an eye on the possible revised score for Ella Gay, it doesn't change very much her position on the podium with 37.60. The score has been revised to, but we're in the U14 boys tricking final, and the skier on the water at this time is Pablo Alviva from Colombia. And an impressive opening pass of toe tricks. Let's see what he's got by way of an encore so far as hands are concerned. And, looking for stability rather than going full throttle out and trying to put in as many tricks as possible. There's the backflip, there's the reverse. Does he go for a flip twist? Yes, he does. Back to front, nails that one shot too. Does he have anything more? Wake back and to the front. Goes for the Waco towards the end there, but I think he did the majority of the tricks that he wanted to, so Colombia has cause for celebration there, courtesy of Pablo Alviva, getting the majority of the tricks that he wanted to. He scored 33.90 in the first round to make it here, and Christian looking very, very impressive, not only with the toe pass, but also with this handle pass as well.
Muy, muy linda la pasada de Pablo Alvira. Buenas flip nos regaló. Fueron 3 en la pasada. En el último segmento, en los últimos segundos, ahí vamos a ver la imagen reiterada. Pierde el manillar, pero le quedaban muy poquitos segundos. Aquí de todas maneras me parece que se va a retirar satisfecho, porque yo diría que en un 90% está cumplido su rutina, lo que tenía preestablecido, lo que tenía en mente en esta gran final de la serie Sub-14 de las figuras. Levanta la mano, dice, bueno, ¿qué más? Se fueron los últimos segundos, pero de todas formas, aplausos, felicitaciones para Pablo Alvira de Colombia, cuarto esquiador en esta definición. Mientras vemos imágenes del siguiente competidor de los Estados Unidos, no sé cómo se dice, porque un nombre con dos consonantes para los que hablamos en español se complica. Una B y una G. Bickley, representante de los Estados Unidos. Vamos a escuchar a Tony Lightfoot cómo lo pronuncia para decir bien su nombre.
All right. Yes, and the pronunciation is B.G. Bickley.
B.G. Bickley.
There you go, absolutely. And looking at the scores from Pablo Alviva on the run-up to this competition, it tricks over 4,000 points in each of the last two instances. So we're looking for something close to that total. And if he comes through with that point total, then it could be game on so far as the podium positions are concerned. In the meantime, from the United States of America, this is B.G. Bickley. And let's see what he's got for his opening salvo here. First the 2:22 passes, just trying to maintain his balance. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs on the surface. Here he goes, working his way with the surface tricks. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front. Does he go with a couple of side slides? Yes. Now he goes in towards his more of his optional tricks, which is the toe wrapping and just a little bit of slack line coming out. But there we go. The toe in was good. The toe out, not so much. But B.G. Bickley now getting ready for his second and final 22nd pass of tricks, and looking very impressive, as do many of our skiers at this time in the U14 boys stricken final.
No está para nada contento B.G. Bickley con su presentación. Quería sumar estos primeros 20 segundos en la pasada de pie. Lo venía haciendo fantástico. Ustedes pueden ver la reiteración, pero en la parte final lamentablemente no pudo mantener el control y terminó sucumbiendo en las aguas de San Bernardo. Vamos a mandarle un saludo a todos los amigos de América que nos están viendo. En distintos países recibimos saludos desde Perú, desde Colombia, saludos también para nuestros amigos de Argentina que están viendo su presentación, mucho fan de Colombia observando la actuación de Jaramillo y Alvira, que son los representantes. Y nos aprontamos ahora para ver también al representante de nuestro país vecino, amigos de toda la vida, los argentinos, Francisco Giorgis. Saludos para todos los esquiadores argentinos, para los amigos del esquí argentino. Francisco Giorgis, próximo competidor, el sexto ya en esta final. Saludar también a los amigos mexicanos que nos están viendo, de Canadá, de los Estados Unidos, todos presentes, de República Dominicana, todos presentes en este campeonato panamericano y están siguiendo a sus competidores a través de esta transmisión que estamos realizando para toda América. Giorgis en imágenes, siempre con esa sonrisa y siempre dispuesto a pasarla bien en el agua. Seguimos con esta gran final. La lancha está llevando hasta la zona de salto que está ubicada en el sector sur del lago de los Morros de San Bernardo. El competidor B.G. Bickley, que está tomando parte, que es el dueño del lago en este momento, es el quinto esquiador en esta final. Se apronta también Chile. Matías González será el séptimo y último competidor en esta gran final. Hoy tendremos medallas en figuras sub-14.
All right, then, working away with B.G. Bickley on pass number 2, just looking at some of his previous scores in the United States. His best score, his personal best, is 51.60. He's been averaging a little over 3,000 points, and our native out of Macon in Georgia coming through right now with pass number 2. He's going to go with hand tricks. He's setting up the boat speed. The line is a little shorter as well, so changing out equipment to make things a little bit more conducive to hands. Here he comes, keeping the handle nice and low. There's the wake front, and there's the reverse wake back coming in. There's the back flip, nicely done. Shoulder charge in for that one. And there's the second one as well. Does he have another one? Flip twist back, and unfortunately spotting the landing a little bit too late there with the flip twist back. And B.G. Bickley will lose out on some points there going forward. But I tell you what, some dramatic stuff, some highly spectacular stuff towards the end there, Christian. And we look forward to seeing the score from B.G. Bickley. It may not be as much as he would have liked, but it'll be no less interesting to find out.
Seguramente lo va a complicar en sus aspiraciones de estar en el podio a Bickley esta caída, esta segunda pasada. Vamos a ver qué es lo que dicen los jueces, cuál es el puntaje que ya estamos entregando, información preliminar de esta final de figuras. Vimos entonces la actuación de B.G. Bickley de los Estados Unidos. Es el quinto esquiador en esta finalísima. Bickley en la serie eliminatoria marcó 3.810 puntos y remató tercero en la fase. Llegó con aspiraciones de medallas a esta gran final. Quien hizo 4.890 fue el argentino Francisco Giorgis, quien vemos en este momento en pantalla y está ya saliendo desde el muelle para realizar sus primeras figuras en la final. En el agua Argentina, en el agua Giorgis y en el relato Tony Lightfoot.
All right, then, coming in, our next competitor, our penultimate competitor in the U14 boys tricking final from Argentina. This is Francisco Giorgis. And coming into this final with 4,890 points. Our second best performer going into the finals. Let's see what he can produce with pass number one. He's going to go with hands. He could have went in with toes, but he went with hands instead. There's the weight back to back, and it's reversed now, trying to wind it on the ski line back and to the front. Here he goes with his flip sequence. There's one. Here's the second flip. 500 points apiece there for each one. There we go with the flip twist back. Does he... Oh, no, and he succumbs to the wake as he edges towards it. He was thinking more about the flip and less about the edge, and unfortunately going down as a result. So that is Giorgis, that is Francisco Giorgis. A momentary lapse there for him, and we'll see what he can do with his second and final 22nd pass of toe tricks, but losing a whole bunch of points as a result of that fall, Christian.
Venía muy sólido Fran Giorgis regalándonos piruetas de alto vuelo. Tuvo algún inconveniente con la estela que le impidió seguir en competencia. Ahí vemos un hermoso ski line que nos regala en esta pasada de ensueño, su tomada de mano. Ahí lo vemos realizando un flip perfecto. Pero en la parte final, justo aquí al frente, donde está ubicada nuestra sector de transmisión, al frente de la torre, para los que conocen el lago Los Morros, ahí lo vemos, realmente muy lucida, muy pura, muy pulcra la pasada de Fran, pero ahí en esa jugada, cuando se deslizaba hasta el sector poniente del lago Los Morros, tuvo algún inconveniente y no pudo realizar completamente su pasada. Fran Giorgis en el agua. Tenemos el score de Freddy Davis, recién está entregado. Y cuando vemos ejercicios precompetitivos calentando motores, la pulga atómica, Matías González de Chile.
All right, then. So we just got scores that have come through for a couple of competitors. We got Freddie Davis's score of 3,090. 3,009. All right, then. So looking at the leaderboard, we're seeing Pablo Alviva with 37.90 currently in the lead. We've got Samuel Jaramillo with his score of 17.40. We've got Lyndon Panett with 16.90, and yes, we see a score revision there. We had the score for one of his passes and not both of them, and so Freddie Davis jumps up to second with a 3,010-point effort. All right, then. So we're all also waiting on the score for B.G. Bickley. But in the meantime, let's have a look at Francisco Giorgis, falling about two-thirds the way through his opening pass. Let's see what he's got with pass number two. Toe wake back-to-backs in quick succession from one to the other. Toe 5 front. There he goes. And now spins with the toe O out. Toe O back in. Toe wake O. Toe wake line back, and letting the rope go towards the boat as he started to rotate. He was thinking about one or two tricks ahead of where he was, and as a consequence, He takes an early fall in both passes with basically the same thought process, Christian, and unfortunately it doesn't bode well for the total score for Francisco Georges.
Una pasada muy dinámica con una transición de ensueño para Georges de Argentina. Proyecta esta pasada a ser muy buena. Fran es muy joven todavía, le quedan muchos campeonatos todavía por seguir creciendo como esquiador, pero lo vemos que proyecta. Es muy importante la transición, terminar una figura y comenzar la otra rápidamente para aprovechar los 20 segundos. Lo venía haciendo también muy bien y ahí vemos justamente la imagen cuando pierde el control y termina por acabar su presentación en la gran final. Señoras y señores, por ahora el líder de la clasificación es el colombiano Alvira con 3.790 puntos. Ese puntaje lo tiene en la cabeza el próximo esquiador que buscará tomar el primer lugar de esta gran final y con eso asegurar una medalla, la primera para Chile en este campeonato. Señoras y señores, lancha en movimiento, esquiador aferrado al manillar. Se trata del señor Matías González, la pulga atómica de Chile.
All right, last competitor out in the U14 boys tricking final. It's Chile's own Matias Gonzalez, and working his way into the course. He's elected to go with toe tricks to get things up and running. And this is going to be some high-tempo stuff, ladies and gentlemen. He typically goes with a toe 5 back as his opening move, as opposed to a toe 7, which a skier is level should have a real simple time in achieving. But he goes with the toe 7 this time around. He's going to change this up a little bit. Toe 7 front, beautifully executed. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back-to-back, toe 8 back-to-back reverse. Toe back-to-backs in the middle of the wake. There he goes, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, toe wake-o. He gets good elevation and spins to the back, recovers well. Toe wake line-o, toe wake line back, spins to the front, toe wake line 5 back. Does he have the toe wake line 5? No, brilliantly executed tricks towards the end. I was anticipating something along the lines of a toe wake line 5 front, but goes with the toe wake line back, toe wake line 5 back reverse right at the very end. So good skiing there from Matias Gonzalez, who came into this final having tricked over 9,070 points. But with that score yesterday, less than perfect yesterday, but still able to get over 9,000 points. But today, he is on fire right from the get-go.
Demostrando toda su experiencia internacional, Matías González, en una pista complicada. Ha estado el lago Los Morros difícil esta mañana para los figuristas, y a Matías, que la conoce desde chico, no le jugó una mala pasada, fue cauto en su presentación y realizó una pasada perfecta que lo va a tener ahí sumando importantes puntos. Pasada de pie en el bolsillo, ya tiene 20 segundos ganados. Vamos a ver qué es lo que hará en la vuelta. Viene tomado de mano la pulga atómica.
And brilliant tricking towards the end here, looking at some of these other moves and going in. That was actually a toe wake line back-to-back towards the end, and he spun to the front, a couple of side slides at the end. So he definitely had a more thorough plan as to what he was going to do with the toe pass in this final. Was looking to throw in a toe wake line 5 front towards the end of his run yesterday. Unfortunately, he came up short on that one. But I tell you what, he's tricking at a very high rate, a very high clip indeed. Just goes from one trick to the next and not stopping very long between each one. So it looks like we got some score revisions, and the leaderboard that just popped up, Pablo Alviva with 43.90. Freddie Davis, his score has been reduced from 3,010 to 2,990, a 20-point difference there. Samuel Jaramillo still stays stuck with 1740, and Lyndon Panett with 1690. Those are the current scores that we have available. Next score that will come up will be belonging to B.G. Bigley. And then we'll have Francisco Georges, and then finally the score for Matias Gonzalez, who is on an absolute roll right now. So Matias Gonzalez coming into the course. His best score this season has been over 11,000 points. 11,250 specifically in one of the tournaments that was that was hosted here at Lago Los Moros, and here he comes to the back. There's the mode back-to-back. Here comes Matias Gonzalez with the mode back-to-back reverse. Beautifully executed with flips on either side. There we go, flip, twist, back, reverse. He has one more that he can do. There's the front flip, nails that one shot. Ski line O to the back, wake 5 back, wake 5 back, wake 5 back reverse. Fantastic effort there, yeah! And I think we're not even bothering with the score to come through. We'll just call him the winner right away there, Christian.
Una gran demostración de solidez, de control, de experiencia pura, de clase internacional. Matías González hace una pasada perfecta que pone de pie a la gente de Los Morros. Tenemos a un chileno en el podio. Vamos a esperar, obviamente, el resultado de los jueces, pero su presentación es muy superior al resto de los competidores y seguramente va a tener un score altísimo que lo va a dejar en el primer lugar. Ahí vemos la imagen de su entrenador, de Santi Correa, que lo felicita, le hace algunos comentarios de esta pasada que vemos reiterada en imágenes. Una pasada llena de figuras de alto vuelo. Miren ustedes, por favor, cómo aprovecha el tiempo para realizar estas piruetas que son de altísimo puntaje. Flips en todas las direcciones. Hasta nos regala este tan hermoso y difícil, según los esquiadores, de realizar el llamado front flip, que ahí lo vemos justamente en imagen, el front flip, que es una pasada de alto vuelo de esquiadores de categoría internacional, y es justamente la categoría internacional en la que distingue a Matías González, el seguramente campeón panamericano en la figura. Chile suma medalla, eso es seguro, y estamos también prácticamente seguros que es de oro. Felicitaciones para Matías González, la pulga atómica.
Oh, fantastic effort once again from Matias Gonzalez, and I think the actual title, having him win this title, is pretty much a foregone conclusion. The question is, by how much did he win that title by? It looks like we're getting scores coming through. We just saw the score for BG Bickley of 38.10, Francisco Georgis of 49.80. That puts him in second place, we anticipate, and we're just looking for the score of Matias Gonzalez. Now, for those of you that like watching over records, especially in the tricks event, well, the current world record stands with Patricio Font, and his score is 12,050. But could we be looking at something very, very close to that mark with Matias Gonzalez? So we're waiting on the U17 girls to go onto the water for the trick, their trick final, the U17 girls tricking final. So we're just waiting on this score for Matias Gonzalez, and keep an eye on that potential score. 12,050 points. That is the current world record, the current world junior tricking record as posted by the IWWF, World Tournament Council. I'm looking at their website right now, and Patricio Font for the last 5 attempts of that world record. You know, I mean, he's gone about 11,500. Going close to 11,740, and then breaking 12,000 points in 2019. So a good few years ago since that world junior boys tricking record has been reset. Maybe a bit of a tall order for Matias Gonzalez to be close to that, but I tell you what, those two runs have certainly certainly pack a punch, Christian.
Nos pone muy contentos a todos en Chile la actuación de Matías González. Yo les decía, en la fase previa de este campeonato ha tenido una temporada 2022 de ensueño. Se coronó campeón en los Juegos Bolivarianos disputados en Colombia. Luego repitió el oro en los Juegos Suramericanos o de Sur, que se disputaron en Encarnación, en Paraguay. Una de las figuras del Team Chile en sus presentaciones regionales, y consagra una temporada increíble ahora con esta medalla de oro en el Campeonato Panamericano. Sin duda, todos esos antecedentes lo hacen llegar de excelente pie al Campeonato Mundial Junior que se va a disputar aquí mismo en enero próximo. Matías González ratificando en el agua todo su crecimiento, todo su potencial, es un esquiador de gran proyección, viene sonando hace mucho rato y este año dio un salto importante en su carrera, pues fue capaz de adjudicarse las competencias donde llegaba como favorito. Eso es muy importante cuando un esquiador comienza a ratificar en la competencia su favoritismo y eso lo tiene hoy como campeón panamericano.
All right, then we're about to push the score through, and Matias Gonzalez, 10,080 points. He's definitely done enough to win. 10,080 points. A rather surprising score there for Matias Gonzalez. And here is the podium. Matias Gonzalez, your winner of the Pan-American Under-17 Boys Tricking title. He's your winner ahead of Francisco Georges. And in third place, Pablo Alviva, and there you see the remaining trick skiers. BG Bickley in fourth with 38.10, Freddie Davis with 29.90, Samuel Jaramillo with 17.40, and Lyndon Pinette right there with 16.90. So there are your trickers there, and Matias Gonzalez with 10,080 points. Now, with the results being published, those are your provisional results. Half an hour now. The timer has been set from our officials for our coaches and the skiers to examine their trick sheets to see if there's any anomalies or any mistakes or anything that's been left out. 30 minutes. What time is it right now? It is 21 minutes past 9. So give it until about 10 minutes to 10 this morning, and we should have the confirmed results for the U17 boys tricking event. All right, then, for actually the U14 boys tricking final, I beg your pardon. We're going to go with the U17 girls, and Elizabeth Hall should be our first competitor out.
10.080 puntos, 10.080 puntos, 10 puntos más que en la eliminatoria. Matías González lo consagra entonces por lejos como campeón panamericano en esta gran final que se ha disputado hace minutos en el Lago Los Morros. Sabíamos que era una presentación de alto vuelo, metió todo lo que tenía, regaló todas las figuras Matías González y le resultó el plan con 10.080 puntos. Se queda con la medalla de oro. Chile campeón panamericano en la serie masculina sub-14 en figuras.
All right, the U17 girls starts off. 5 competitors in the U17 girls final. Starts off with Elizabeth Hall. Waiting for the green light from our officials before we take our first competitor out.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, so looks like we're taking a little bit of a pause, and we will continue on with the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships in just a few moments, so sit tight. More action to come right after this.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all-encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to like keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
All right, returning to action, our first competitor out in the U17 girls tricking final. This is Elizabeth Hall. Elizabeth Hall, who comes to us out of Newman in Georgia. Her best score this season, I believe, is 42.10. She produced that in the Holy Cow Cup not too long ago. As she works her way through the tricks that constitute a handle pass. There's the 5 front, spins to the back, there's the 5 front and reverse. Works her way through. Here she goes with the first of her backflips. Nicely done there, smoothly done as a matter of fact. Not as smoothly done with the second one, but it still scores and puts in a 180 or 2 towards the end. That is Elizabeth Hall on her effort with the first two passes, the first of 2 passes in this U17 girls tricking final. Quick reminder there, just click at the top of the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel, and you'll be able to subscribe and be informed as to the latest live events that come from that channel. Nicely done, and with those initial wake tricks and just working her way through. There's the backflip and the reverse. She nails that one as well. Good rotation there off the wake. Her handle up a little bit high, which kind of restricted her balance there on the landing, but for all intents and purposes, a good, solid opening pass of tricks. Toe tricks come up next, and we'll see our next competitor come out very, very soon. We've got Emma Davis in the U17 girls tricking event. Then after her, we'll have Christina de Osma, then Megan Pelkey, and Hannah Stupnicki. Good to have the pleasure of your company once again. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and this is the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. And the weather here a little bit chilly to say the least, but the weather does warm up here does warm up very, very quickly here in this part of the world, and we anticipate that. We anticipate that being the case today as well. Here we go. Elizabeth Hall. 20 seconds to play with here with the second and final 20-second run. Holding that reverse toe back. Good elevation there for the toe wake back to back, and then the toe wake front. Has about 4 seconds left here. Toe wake back, and decent effort there, and yeah, she's a little bit of a wry smile at the end there for Elizabeth Hall as she takes the trip back to the dock, standing up both runs. No worries there. More points for the United States team. Doing a grand job there with that effort. So that is Elizabeth Hall. Good, solid effort there with the 2 20-second runs. And the toe tricks looked extraordinarily stable from start to finish. Good solid skiing there as we look at the instant replay, especially with that toe wake back-to-back. And then the remainder of the tricks look pretty solid as well. So that was Elizabeth Hall. Our next skier to take to the water is going to be Emma Davis.
a good idea.
All right, here we go, Emma Davis. Tricking 3,380 points to make it this far out of Milford in Virginia. Best performance this season, 55.80 out of the Sparta Tricking Championships in her home state of Virginia. Keeping everything going in the right direction there with the with good line control. Oh no, and pulls up on the line too high, and that throws her weight distribution all out of whack towards the back of the ski. It's Emma Davis on pass number 1. As we take a look and see on dockside, Christina De Osmar getting ready to compete herself, and we'll take a look at Emma Davis's performance there on pass number 1. Everything looked pretty good. Everything looked really, really peachy with the toe 5 back and the toe back to backs, and then she winds onto the toe 5 front and she gets that one as well. And then as she goes in for the toe O wrap in, weight distribution started to go back, and she pulled up on the line, and that threw her weight back even more. And she just couldn't rescue herself out of that soup in rapid fashion. So she's getting a line change, switching out skis, and will no doubt have a boat to speed change as well. That being communicated to our driver. So, Emma Davis, our second skier out, having to make up for that fall with the first of 2 20-second runs. We'll see how far she can get down past number 2. Obviously, she's not in the place where she wants to be right now. In terms of her relation to the fall on pass number 1. But let's see what she can do on pass number 2. It's going to be a handle pass, and looks like she's going to start off with something along the lines of a wake 5 back, when indeed it was. Keeping everything flowing and going from one trick to the next. Here she goes with the backflip. I hear the beep on the boat a couple of times. That gives her a little bit more power from the boat to do the first backflip, and also keep enough of that speed to do the second one. But unfortunately, falling on the second backflip, and probably not one of her better trick performances. But we'll see what her point score is in the fullness of time. Emma Davis just Just trying to keep a good balance on her ski, which she did for the first half of the run. No doubt about that. There was the wake back according to our instant replay, and then goes in for the backflip. Getting good elevation. And then up again and just casing the top of the wake, and down she went. All right, then, that was Emma Davis, and now we'll switch out to our next competitor, our sole competitor in this section of the competition out of Peru. It is Cristina de Osma. All right, coming to us out of Lima in Peru, this is Cristina de Osma. We only have a tournament this season aside from this one, for which I have a score for, is 4,690 from the Bolivarian Games a little bit earlier on this season. Out of Valledupar, which is a little ways outside of Bogota in Colombia. Let's see what she can do. This is Cristina de Osma. Oh, a 5 front there, and just losing her composure there towards the end of that trick. So a third of the pass under a belt, but no more than that, unfortunately, for Cristina de Osma, who came into this final round having scored 4,150 points. It'll be highly doubtful whether she gets to that kind of total as a result of this performance, but we'll see if she can redeem herself with the tricks on a second and final pass of toes. Good, solid effort there with the wake back-to-backs, and as she worked her way into the wake 5 front, she just didn't pass the handle towards the end there. Or she might have been in two minds as to what she was going to do, whether she was just going to do a stand-up wake 5 front without wrapping in, or wrap in as a result of that trick and go for a wake 5 back. But in either instance, it resulted in a fall, and that was Cristina de Osma. So still got a couple of skiers to go before we round off U17 girls tricks. We got Megan Pelkey, and after Megan, we've got Hannah Stupnicki. All right, Cristina de Osma getting set up for pass number 2.
Hey, Anna.
Hey, how are
good
you?
to see you. I'm well. Was that your cousin?
Little sister.
Little sister. Awesome.
Yeah.
How's this score? Did it come out well? Or?
Yeah, she got caught on a few things.
All right, working our way through towards the end of the U17 our girls tricking final. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company right here at Lago Los Moros. Certainly a good few of you out there watching will have one eye on this and one eye on what's going on in Doha, Qatar, and I'll give you a few more details of that in just a moment or so. In the meantime, Cristina de Osma setting herself up for pass number 2 with toes. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and toe wake back to back reverse. Trying to go through these tricks quickly here and She doesn't have an awful lot of time to work with here. There is 7 seconds and goes for the toe 5 front. And unfortunately coming up a little bit short on riding that trick out. Christina de Osma. We'll try and get some point scores from our first few competitors in just a few moments. In this U17 girls trick in final. And there we see Christina de Osma going down and looking visibly annoyed with that fall, as one would imagine. We got some point scores coming through. They should push up on the screen right now. Elizabeth Hall with 35.60, 35.60 for Elizabeth Hall, which is actually improving upon yesterday, 35.60. So a 2 stand-up runs certainly helped in that respect. And Emma Davis with 25.60, and Emma Davis with 25.60. Those are the 2 scores that we have at our disposal in this 5-skier final. 25.60 for Emma Davis, and in the lead Elizabeth Hall with 35.60. Right then, just waiting on the score for Christina de Osma, the only outstanding score that we have thus far. But now we've got on the water from Canada, Megan Pelkey. Right there on top of the water. As she works her way into the course, certainly as I mentioned. Stuff going on in Doha right now. Certain matches in Group C and Group D. Group C is certainly the one that has the attention, with Saudi Arabia versus Mexico a little bit later on this evening, as well as Poland versus Argentina. And I'm sure that there are going to be a few fans from Mexico and Argentina spurring on their team towards victory in those Group C games. But here we go, Megan Pelkey right there behind the boat, working away from one trick to the next, going very, very deliberately. There we go, there's a flip, there's the flip reverse, goes through a 540-degree spin and tries the same in the other direction. But I think that was going to be out of time anyway, so good skiing there, courtesy of Megan Pelkey from Canada. So good effort there from Megan, and has a good deal of support from some fans along the shoreline, no doubt. They know how to huddle themselves up for warmth. And it's a little bit chilly here though in Chile, here in Santiago. And hopefully it will start to get a little warmer. Hopefully that sunshine will poke up through the clouds. But I'll tell you what, Megan Pelkey certainly heating up the action on top of the water. There's the surface vibe back, and just a little bit of a delay with the handle pass. And 34.70, 3,470 for Christina de Osma, which currently puts her in second spot right now, 34.70. So Megan Pelkey out there on the water, and Hannah Stopnicki getting ready to go herself on the starting dock. On top of the water, Megan from Canada. See if I can conjure up a little bit of information so far as her form going into this event. Megan Pelkey, who had scored over 5,000 points, has been over 6,000 points, as a matter of fact. Personal best is 61.60. And we'll be looking to try and put some great tricks so far as a toe pass to come, and push her up towards that total. And if she can get into the 4,000 point mark, then she would definitely put herself on the podium. But she knows the quality of the skier to come last off the dock, and that would be Hannah Stopnicki. Looking to try and keep her, trying to put her nose in front there. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and here's its reverse, beautifully executed. Just winding it on through, toe 5 front, keeping her balance centered over the top of the ski. Toe O into wrap, toe wake O, good elevation, toe wake line, and letting the skier get away from her axis on the toe wake line O, but a great effort there, and that should put her on the podium. I've no doubt about that. With the tricks that she produced on pass number 1 and the tricks that she put on pass number 2, I would safely say that that would be enough to put her in the top 3 in this U17 girls tricking competition. The question is, how high up on the podium will she end up? We're waiting on her score naturally, and no doubt we'll keep an eye on the performance from Hannah, who will be up next, also from Canada. Last competitor in the U17 girls tricks final. So here we go. This is Hannah Stopnicki from Canada, tricking 53.20 to make it this far in the competition, and best of scores have ranged from about 5,000 points all the way up to 6,140, which she did in the Eastern Region Championships. Coming to us out of Ontario, this is Hannah Stopnicki. Looks like she's going to get set up for toe tricks. The opening one is going to be a toe 7 front. Beautifully performed there. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Just trying to up the tempo a little bit here as she works in for the toe O wrap in. Grabs the line, toe wake O. Does she go for the toe wake line? Oh, yes, she does. Stomps that one. Toe wake line back. Does she go for anything more? A simple turn to the front, and 20 seconds will expire around about that point for Hannah Stopnicki. Great effort there, and Hannah, who came into this final round tricking 53.20, which was only 20 points more than Megan Pelkey, who we're waiting on the score for to determine what kind of total that Hannah would need to exceed in order to take the PanAmerican U17 girls tricking title. All right then, so working our way through the events. We got Hannah Stopnicki with a second and final 20-second pass. So looking through her totals, I see also a score of 64.80 that she produced over at Okehele Park a little while ago in October. So she's definitely capable of producing some high echelon stuff, and we saw that with the first of 2 20-second runs, standing up all the way through with toes. Let's see if she can replicate that feat with hands. Our last skier to go in the U17 girls tricking final, and then we go into the U17 tricking final for boys. There we see the first of our competitors ready to go from Argentina with 54.30, Eric Gisler. Let's see what can be conjured up right now for Hannah Stopnicki. Some tricks, some warm-up tricks out of course, and looks like she's going to go in for something along the lines of either a wake line O or a wake line 5 front, just waiting for the opportune moment. Wake line 5 front gets a good sprightly start. There we go, wake line back and wake line front, foot in the back. There we go, wake back-to-backs. Now just accelerating, just winding it on. There we go, there's the wake 5 front to the back, wake 5 front reverse, wake 5 back. Now edging out, here she goes, there's the first backflip, which she does well and beautifully executed 2 stand-up runs. Good, solid effort. Not a foot wrong there from Hannah Stopnicki. Skis back to the dock, no worries from her. Hardly got her hair wet in all of that effort. Good, solid tricking from one to the next. Certainly impressed with her effort out there, and this should be really close to being over 6,000 points, I would imagine. She was just absolutely on fire from one trick to the next. We're waiting on the score from Megan Pelkey, of course, to see how close the scores were towards the top, and just looking at her getting that good elevation. As soon as she landed, she was just absolutely relieved beyond belief. She just skied in, and just look at the smile on her face. Absolutely wonderful to see there from Hannah Stopnicki. And we're going to try and get the two remaining totals from Megan Pelkey and Hannah Stopnicki. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, and we'll return with more action courtesy of the U17 Boys Tricking Final right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right, then, returning to action, we've got the U17 boys tricking final coming up in just a few moments. In the meantime, we've got some scores to publish. We've got the final two scores. We've got 45-50 for Megan Pelkey, 45-50 for Megan Pelkey, and the top score should be coming through any moment. It's 50-30. So Hannah Stopnicki is your champion in the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships in the U17 girls. So congratulations to her. Hannah Stopnicki with her score of over 5,000 points. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard before we go into the final, and there you see the podium are Stopnicki, Pelkey, and Hole 1, 2, and 3. So good effort there from all three of those competitors. Hannah Stopnicki with 52-30, Megan Pelkey with 45-50, Elizabeth Hall with 35-60, Christina Dosma with 27-20, and Emma Davis with 25-60. And our next final is the 6 competitors that will be in the U17 boys tricking final. Our first competitor about to take to the water from Argentina, it is Eric Gisler. Here's our running order in the U17 boys. Eric Gisler will be out first. Then we've got a trio of Canadians, starting off with Lucas Panett, then carrying on with George Malinowski, and rounding off with Jacob Chambers, followed by United States' Cage Gabrovic. And our final competitor in the U17 boys tricking final is Chile's Martin Labra. All right, first competitor out. It's Eric Gisler, who has had some pretty good form coming into these championships. He's tricked over 5,000 points on at least 4 occasions this season. Let's see if he can conjure up something along a similar vein. Out of Argentina, this is Eric Gisler. There we go. Wake back-to-back, so wake back-to-back. Surface back-to-back. Wind it on with the 5 front. Ski line back to the front. Look at him go. There's the Waco and coming in towards the end. There we go. There's the backflip. Here's the reverse. He's got about 2 seconds remaining. He's got a couple of side slides at the end. And a superb effort there for Eric Gisler of Argentina. So just looking at this effort from Eric Gisler, just really pitching that ski up very, very high off the top of the wake and just putting in a good effort with those 2 backflips at the end and not too much twisting of the ski directly behind the skier, mind you, but he makes it work for him and gets each of those 2 backflips well under his belt. All right, then looking at the starting dock, we see Cole Grant there, Canadian coach, and behind him, Lucas Panette getting set for their effort out there on the water in just a few moments. And we see our boat driver there, Diego Hernandez, one of our 4 drivers that are present here in the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. And we're going to see what occurs here with our first competitor out, looking to set a good total for the remaining skiers to follow. It's Eric Gisler, who came into this final round as having tricked 54.30, which is actually one of his better scores all season. His personal best is 59.20, which he performed in Argentina a little earlier on in the season. Actually in October, so some pretty good recent form as a consequence. So let's see what he's got. Eric Gisler. All right then, here we go. Eric Gisler, there we go. Toe 7 front, trying to keep some good tempo going out. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, grabs the line, toe wake 0. Does he go with the toe wake back and toe front? Yes, he does. Toe wake back to back, toe wake back. Oh no, and he catches the edge on the toe wake back to back reverse, and I'm sure he'll be thankful for the fact that Larry Gisler, his father, is in the boat. He released the toe line at the right moment to prevent a potentially devastating injury to occur as a result of him falling that quickly and with that kind of edge. But on the flip side, of course, he would have liked to have ridden out that toe wake back-to-back reverse and gotten more points afterwards. But unfortunately, in this instance, Christian, it wasn't to be.
Estamos viendo la actuación de Eric Gisler de la Argentina, representante del vecino país en esta gran final, donde también tenemos 3 canadienses, un estadounidense y un chileno. Finalísima de figuras en la serie sub-17 varones. Nos perdimos un ratito de la transmisión porque estuvimos en la zona mixta conversando con Matías González y nos contó de su enorme satisfacción, alegría por ganar la medalla de oro y entregarle a Chile la primera presea en este campeonato. Ahora el público local se apronta para ver a Martín Labra. Martín Labra, que también, al igual que Matías González, ganó la eliminatoria con 11.130 puntos. Esto está por definirse Hay 6 esquiadores en esta final. Recién vimos nada más la actuación de Eric Hisler de Argentina, quien en la eliminatoria marcó 5.430. Y ahora nos aprontamos a ver al canadiense Lucas Pinet en el relato. Tony Lightfoot.
Okay, thank you very much. And Lucas Pinet out of Canada, the first of a trio of Canadians, one after the other. Lucas Pinet in this tricking final, having tricked a decent performance in the elimination round with 56.30. Let's see how that compares to some of his other scores. We'll give you more details of that in a moment. And let's have a look and see. This is going to be something along the lines of a toe 5 back, which indeed it is. That's his opening trick. Now he starts to ratchet up the tempo there with the toe wake back to back and the toe wake front. Couple of toe sides as he go with the toe wrapping. Not quite. He goes for the 180s, but he goes for the toe wrapping at that point, and unfortunately shifting his weight too far back and unable to ride that one out. So Lucas Pinet,
I hope so.
A decent effort there, and I tell you what, George Malinowski, he certainly cuts a figure of intensity there before he gets out onto the water, and yeah, those shades, just magnificent. So Christian, you can't fail to be impressed by that.
Claramente hay ahí un look muy particular, muy propio, así que felicitamos a los esquiadores que ponen lo mejor de sí en cada una de las pruebas, en cada una de las finales. Estamos viendo la actuación de Lucas Pinet, que en la eliminatoria marcó 5.630 puntos, 5.630 puntos, buscará aumentar su score. Claro que esta caída le puede perjudicar. Entremos ahora la pasada complementaria, sus otros 20 segundos para cerrar su actuación en esta final sub-17. Recordarle al público que nos está siguiendo que estamos durante esta mañana en las finales de figuras. Ya se hicieron las finales sub-14 de damas y varones y ahora estamos en el desarrollo de las categorías sub-17. Ya se hizo la final, vamos a estar pronto con los puntajes de la serie femenina y ahora estamos con la final masculina, sub-17 de figuras.
All right, we get ready for Lucas Pinet to come back in with his second and final pass. That is going to consist of hand tricks. Dockside, we got George Malinowski, and looking out and seeing what Lucas can conjure up. Lucas, for his part, has conjured up performances in the 5,000 point range in every single instance that he's taken to the water this season. He's tricked as high as 58 to 50. That was in the Junior Canadian Open over in Edmonton. And is tricked consistently around 56.30. As a matter of fact, 56.30 was the same amount of points that he came into this final with, and he replicated that 56.30 with his performance in the Canadian National Water Ski Championships over at the same site, Slalom Park in Edmonton, in Alberta. All right, here we go, coming in. Pass number 2, let's see what he's got. Lucas Pinet. Front flip to start things off. Look at this. Flips from either side. He's got 3 more that he can do. There's the flip twister back to front. There's the flip twister front to back. And he bulks out of doing a 6-1 no, he goes for the half jack. And he comes away with the landing on that one better than he did yesterday. Some surface turns. Yeah, there you go. Fist pump at the end. Great skiing there from Lucas Pinet. He'll certainly be delighted with that effort on pass number 2, and great skiing, and skied away from the half jack towards the end, which is where he struggled with yesterday. despite scoring over 5,000 points to make it through to this tricking final. But some spectacular stuff out there, Christian.
Gran presentación la de Lucas Pinet y ese puño, ¿cierto? Firme al final. Da cuenta de la plena satisfacción del esquiador por esta pasada hermosa de mano. Ahí lo vemos reiterada la imagen en su relación de figuras, una tras otra, todas de alto vuelo, todas de alto puntaje. Seguramente lo vamos a estar viendo que va a estar en la pelea. Últimas pasadas, últimas figuras y todas seguramente van a estar también bien calificadas por los jueces. Una rotunda, una sólida actuación la de Lucas Pinet de Canadá. Se prepara ahora su compatriota, a quien veíamos hace muy poquito, viendo unas gafas maravillosas, George Malinowski. Canadá en el agua con el peto número 55, gran final de figuras sub-17.
Okay, skier on the water right now. This is George Malinowski of Canada. Try and get a little bit of the tail of the tape here from him, George Malinowski. And he tricked 57.20 to make it to this portion of the competition, setting up the boat speed for hand tricks. Let's see what he's got. Certainly tricked the best that he's done all season by tricking over 5,000 points. His only other performance that I've seen here in front of me has been a shade over 4,500 points. But here he goes. There's the backflip. Here comes the reverse. Does he get both of them? Yes, he does. Twist to the back. Flip twist back to the front. Not as much elevation as he got yesterday, and that contributed a bit to his fall this time around. But George Malinowski will see what he can do with toe tricks with his second and final 20-second run. Good sprightly effort here with the ski line back to get things up and running here for George Malinowski. Looking at this instant replay, keeping the handle down, fixed very, very low, and goes with the 5 front. And actually goes with the Waco, which he did yesterday prior to the 2 backflips. The first of them right there, solid as you like landing. Instant replay showing us here's tricks out there and just working that radar graviton Joel Poland special. And unfortunately sinking into the water and unable to get any more tricks beyond that flip twist. So impressive stuff there, Christian.
En la medida que nos vamos acercando a los esquiadores finales de esta definición, vale decir a Martín Labra, a Geich Krapkovic o a Jacob Chambers, se va elevando obviamente el nivel de presentación. Recordemos que Labra, el chileno, ganó la eliminatoria con 11.130 puntos, una marca de nivel mundial. Esquiadores que son de la categoría sub-17, pero que ya están para incluso meterse en una final en un campeonato mundial de la serie Open. Gran nivel el que estamos viendo en esta final panamericana en la categoría sub-17. Estos van a ser los animadores, los esquiadores animadores de los próximos campeonatos mundiales. El esquí, sobre todo en figuras, siempre deslumbra con esquiadores muy jóvenes, y este es el caso de esta final sub-17 con estos esquiadores. A recordar estos nombres: Martín Labra, Geich Krapkovic, de Jacob Chambers, de George Malinowski, de Lucas Pinet, de Eric Hisler, porque seguramente van a estar siempre peleando la opción de clasificar a las finales. Estamos viendo, ya se realizaron los primeros 20 segundos de George Malinowski en una primera pasada, y ahora lo vemos tomado de pie para la pasada complementaria. Tiene otros 20 segundos para meter figuras, para meter puntajes y comenzar a presionar para estar en el podio. Aquí conoceremos a los campeones, a los mejores de figuras en la serie sub-17 de este campeonato panamericano.
All right, here we go. Canada's George Malinowski trying to recover from the toe 7 front, and he does so. And he continues on with the toe tricks, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Good solid effort there with the toe wake-o, reverse toe wake, toe back, and toe wake back to back, just spinning like there's no tomorrow. There we go with the toe wake line back. He gets a little further down his toe pass, but is that enough to get him a little bit further ahead points-wise compared to his effort yesterday? Decent skiing there from George Malinowski, and we'll find out his point total in a few minutes. Will it be enough to be on the podium? We won't know for the next few, until we get the scores for the next few competitors. But certainly impressive stuff here from George Malinowski. Certainly one of our bigger competitors in the U17 competition. That would, in most cases, that would mean that that they probably have a difficulty in producing some of these tricks. But not George. He seems to be very, very adept out there, especially with the toe tricks. We see Lucas Panett score with 59.30. 59.30 for Lucas Panett. That is 300 points better than what he did yesterday. 59.30 for Lucas Panett. And some impressive stuff so far, Christian, with that total coming through with Lucas Panett.
Ya están apareciendo los primeros puntajes que hacía alusión recién Tony Lightfoot. Entonces, apareciendo puntajes que a priori están siendo mejores que la eliminatoria. Es decir, los esquiadores se están esforzando por elevar sus niveles y así llevar esta final a un resultado incierto. Señoras y señores, seguimos en la gran final. Y nos preparamos para ver a Jacob Chambers, también representante de Canadá.
All right, out of Canada now. This is Jacob Chambers, who has performed wonders out there on the tricks event, scoring in excess of 6,000 points on a number of occasions this season. Just look at him go. Toe wake line back, toe wake front. And just going really, really steady with that toe pass and not making too much in the way of errors with that one. So good, solid effort there for Jacob Chambers, the last of our Canadian skiers in this section of the competition, the U17 boys tricking final. Just looking at some of his performances, at least in this calendar year, he's started off a little under the radar with 45.80, and then just really wound it on with trick scores in excess of 6,000 points, 62.60 in one instance, 63.50 in another. His personal best, I would say, is probably around that range. So we'll see if he can replicate that kind of performance going forwards. Just good elevation there with the toe wake line back. And then towards the front, and he got the majority of what he needed to on pass number 1. So let's see what he's got on pass number 2. So we're certainly grateful to the sponsors and supporters of this event, the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, brought to you by Pefe. They are cured meat manufacturers, and they have a whole variety of foodstuffs. I actually sampled some of their stuff yesterday, Christian. They had good Italian style with salami, which I ate on last night, and it was very good with some cheese and some rice and everything like that. And they do a whole variety of ready-to-eat meals as well as other cured meats. So check that out at your local grocery store here in Santiago. Look for the sign. Look for Pefe, and I don't think you'll go far wrong that way.
Sí, saludar a nuestros auspiciadores. Mira, mientras vemos en pantalla a Dieguito Hernández haciendo sus primeras armas como conductor oficial del campeonato. Un tremendo esquiador. Un abrazo fraterno para él, para toda su familia, que debe estar muy orgullosa de verlo en estas competencias. Chofer oficial del campeonato panamericano, el gran Dieguito Hernández. En el agua, esquiador, la gran finalísima Jacob Chambers.
Here he goes. That's Mo back to back, and there he goes for the flick twist back to front. There's the front to back. There he goes with regular backflips towards the end. Oh, there he goes with the front flip. Stops the landing there. Ski line back to the front. He goes wake back to backs, and now is really ratcheting up there. Beautifully executed there, and going a little further with that handle pass than what he did yesterday. Is that going to be over 6,000 points here today? Not too sure on that, but he certainly came through very, very well towards the end, especially with that front flip. And you know, Christian, I mean, he really piled everything into this run with the flips that he front loaded onto this one. But you know, some of these were very, very low level and very, very low altitude. Especially that one, the flip twist back to front, but then he went straight in for the front flip. Lots of height, great landing, and a good effort there as we push another score through it from George Malinowski. 48.20, 4,820 for George Malinowski, but I think that Jacob Chambers is probably tricked better than that.
Plena satisfacción, ¿cierto? Después de su actuación, Chambers. Quedan 2 esquiadores para conocer ya quién es el nuevo campeón panamericano. Gage Krapkovich de Estados Unidos y Martín Labra de Chile. Ahí está, los últimos 2 esquiadores cuando vemos lancha en movimiento, esquiador aferrado al manillar. Tenemos esquiador en el agua, Gage Krapkovich de los Estados Unidos. Penúltimo, vamos a conocer pronto quién es el nuevo monarca en las figuras en la serie Sub-17.
All right, here we go, folks. Skier on the water, our penultimate skier from the United States of America, and coming into this final round, having tricked 57.60. It is Gage Gaprovic. Let's see what he's got. Gage Gaprovic, U17 boys tricking final. Good solid effort there with the toe weight back-to-back, and it's reverse. Just trying to spend a little bit of time to recover from that one. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe straight back in. Losing a little bit of time. There we go, toe wake line back. He's got about 2 or 3 seconds here, and throws in a couple of toe side slides to constitute a great looking opening pass there for Gage Gaprovic. As he gets ready for pass number 2, we're going to take a look at the instant replay here. And he starts off with a high tempo toe 5 back and works his way through the remaining tricks on this run, and just making sure that he keeps everything going on a good level here, because he knows the quality of the skier to come, and that's Martin Labra, who will be our last skier out from Chile. And Gage doing everything that he can to keep his nose at least in the hunt for one of those podium positions, Christian.
Ahí vemos reiterada la imagen de la sólida presentación en la tomada de pie del estadounidense Krapkovich. Cuando ya vamos a tener imagen del muelle, seguramente está realizando ejercicios precompetitivos, los últimos ajustes. El chileno Martín Labra, que será el último, es que ahora ahí lo vemos, justamente recibiendo instrucciones de su entrenador Rodrigo Totti Miranda. Martín Labra será el último esquiador en competencia. Antes queda el complemento. Los siguientes 20 segundos le pertenecen a Gage Krapkovich de los Estados Unidos. Finalísima de las figuras. Ahí está el candidato al oro Martín Labra, que en la serie eliminatoria marcó 11.130 puntos. Pronto se van a escuchar los CHI aquí en el sector de la torre con toda la barra nacional para alentar al local Martín Labra. Tenemos imagen también ahí, es una muy buena cámara la que hay desde la lancha mostrando lo que está pasando ahí en el sector de la isla sur. Tenemos lancha en movimiento, pasada complementaria para Gage Krapkovich.
So Gage Gaprovic coming into the course, and here's a total of 57.60. If not mistaken, was good enough for a personal best in the round previous to this one, coming out of San Antonio in the United States, meaning that he skis in the South Central region from the Lone Star State of Texas. This is Gage Gaprovic. who scored a 52.40 in the Good National Water Ski Championships in Mays, Kansas this past August as well. So he's got some good form coming in. Let's see if he's able to follow up with a good performance right here with some wake back-to-backs. There's the wake 5 front. Does he spin to the back for the wake 5 front? No, he bulks out of that one. Instead, he does an O before he goes in for the back flip. There's one direction. There's the second one. Turns to the back. Good elevation there with the flip twist back to front. Flip twist front to back. He has 2 more flips that he can do, but he runs out of time. He's got some good tricks towards the end. Piling on the points. Some enthusiastic support in the towboat. Yeah, absolutely. You go, girl. Fantastic effort there from Kate Gaprovic. And a lot of excited folks along the shore side for the United States of America as we see another point score come through. 6,020. 6,020 for Jacob Chambers.
Llegamos al rango de los 6.000 puntos con Chambers. Está elevándose el nivel en la final de figuras y una muestra de ello es la gran actuación de Krapkovic, que también va a elevar seguramente su puntaje. Él en la eliminatoria marcó 5.760. Va a estar, por supuesto, en la pelea por las medallas en esta gran final. Señoras y señores, llega un momento importante para los locales. Se va a presentar el nacional, el chileno Martín Tincho Labra, finalísima de figuras. En la eliminatoria marcó 11.130 unidades y va a cerrar esta gran final que la vamos a presenciar aquí en el Lago Los Morros y que les vamos a transmitir para todos ustedes, para todo el mundo, a través de esta transmisión que estamos desarrollando en vivo. Lancha en movimiento, 11 en la espalda, en el peto, el chileno Martín Tincho Labra.
All right, so Martin Labra on the water right now, getting ready to take to the water, and in the U17 boys tricking event. Now, still under 17, of course, which means he could be eligible for attacking the junior world tricking record already. Already had an attempt at that from Matias Gonzalez in the U14s. Now in the U17s, here we go. That's the toe 5 back, toe wake back to backs. Here we go, toe back to backs. There we go, 5 front, in and out. Good high tempo stuff here. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. Now spinning in, toe wake line back to back reverse. Toe wake line 5 back. Does he have anything more at the end? No, he does not recover out of that. Will lose some points as a result of that fall, but good high-tempo stuff there, courtesy of Martin Labra on pass number 1. And you know, Christian, he's a skier that we're keeping an eye on, not only so far as this competition is concerned, but also the potential of getting another world record in the junior overall category.
En las postrimerías de su pasada, en la parte final, ya cuando expiraban los 20 segundos, perdió el control Martín Labra, pero yo calculo unos 18 segundos que tuvo para meter figuras y sumar puntaje y estar en la pelea. Pasada de pie casi completa del chileno. Vamos a ver ahora tomado de mano para sumar otros puntajes y meterse en la pelea por las medallas en este campeonato panamericano. Ahí lo vemos en imagen reiterada en su lucida pasada y ahí vemos cuando hace el giro. Tiene un problema en la pasada de la cuerda y ahí termina cayendo Martín Labra, el chileno en el agua, gran final. Ahí vemos la imagen de Rodrigo Miranda haciendo todos los ajustes necesarios para que venga en su pasada complementaria. Se va a trasladar la lancha ahora a la isla sur y va a viajar de sur a norte para terminar la pasada del Nacional. Martín Tincho Labra en el agua, finalísima de figuras, categoría sub-17. Ya se escuchan, ya suenan los tradicionales CHI, el grito característico para apoyar a los chilenos en todos los deportes. Estamos aquí en el Lago Los Morros, segunda jornada del Campeonato Panamericano, primer día de finales. Ya tuvimos las finales en la categoría sub-14, siempre en figuras. Ya terminaron las finales de damas en la categoría sub-17 y Martín Labra es el último esquiador y con él se va a definir las medallas, se va a conocer el podio en esta categoría. El relato es del maestro del esquí náutico mundial, el gran Tony Lightfoot.
All right, getting ready for his pass, his second and final 20-second pass. This is Martin Labra. Fell on the toe-wake line 5 back, which would have given him another 600 points on top of what he'd already scored up to that point. So losing out on some points there. Now let's see if he can recover and maybe do 1 or 2 more tricks beyond what he did yesterday to at least put him over 11,000 points and keep this round attempt at the junior world record holder very much intact. Here we go. Here comes Martin Labra coming in for pass number 2. Here's his first trick. It should be a twist to the back. Here comes the mode back-to-back. Nicely landed. Here's the second one. Beautifully landed too. Half jack to the front. Excellent stuff. There we go. Flip twist to the back. Here's the reverse. He's got one more flip that he can do. Brilliantly executed there. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. Does he have anything more? Ski line twist to the back, ski line back to back. Fantastic skiing from Martin Labra, absolutely dominating there. And I think for the second time, for the second male event in succession, I think we can call the winner here. And that winner is going to be Martin Labra from Chile. So in 2 male events so far, Chile has the winning skier.
Cumpliendo con todas las expectativas, Martín Labra nos regaló una pasada de ensueño, gran actuación, muy sólida pasada de mano, borró todas las posibilidades de que se pudiese dudar de que tenía la medalla de oro y ahí lo vemos, ustedes ven la imagen reiterada, todos los tipos de flip nos regaló Martín en esta pasada cuando a Krapkovic le entregaron un puntaje de 5.900 y fracción, tiene la mesa servida, Martín Labra es el nuevo campeón panamericano de figuras.
All right, absolutely fantastic skiing there, courtesy of Martin Labra, and we got a score that just came through, and if this is true, it's a new personal best for Gage Kaprovic, 59.90, 5,990 points for the United States at Gage Kaprovic, but I doubt whether that score is going to be enough to overhaul the score of Martin Labra. We're still waiting on that total. It'll take a little bit of a while because any score that's over 10,000 points is subject to an immediate video review. And the time right now, currently 10:33. I think the scores from our previous event that took place, the under-17 girls, is official, but there's where we stand so far as our leaderboard, our provisional leaderboard in the U17 boys tricks. We've got Jacob Chambers in a 30-point lead ahead of Gage Kaprovic with 59.90, Lucas Panett with 59.30. So, I mean, how close is that towards the top? It's absolutely remarkable. Then we got Eric Gisler with 54.10 and George Malinowski with 48.20. So some very, very close tricking towards the top. But then that leaderboard is missing one more competitor. That's Martin Labra, who we anticipate to trick at the very least over 10,000 points and maybe over 11,000 points, Christian.
Ahí vemos exactamente la clasificación momentánea, entonces tenemos como meta a alcanzar para Martín Labra son los 6.000 puntos de Chambers. Se ve muy factible que él haya tenido una presentación por sobre ese puntaje y lo vamos a tener dentro de muy poquito la confirmación de los jueces. Va a seguir el campeonato panamericano, tenemos una programación muy extensa. Se han terminado, sí, las finales de figuras con grandes actuaciones. Reitero esto, aquí estamos viendo los próximos esquiadores que van a estar en la pelea en los campeonatos mundiales del esquí náutico, no solamente en la serie sub-17, sobre todo en figuras. Son muy jóvenes los esquiadores que brillan en los campeonatos mundiales adultos, así que lo que ha pasado aquí está muy relacionado con lo que va a pasar en el futuro muy cercano. Ya vamos a tener puntaje para ratificar la información de la medalla, para saber cuál es la medalla que va a tener Martín Labra. Todo apunta que es medalla de oro, pero esperamos la palabra oficial de los jueces que están en este momento sumando los puntajes para establecer ya el score final en lo que ha sido la gran final de la categoría sub-17 en la modalidad de figuras.
All right, then. So our next events are going to be the elimination round of the under-14 girls jump, followed by the under-14 boys jump, and then we're going to go into the under-17s and then two series of under-17 boys jumps in the elimination round. The finals for those events, incidentally, will actually take place tomorrow. And then after we get done with the elimination round of those jump events, then we go into the slalom finals in the under-14 and under-17. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, coming to you from Lagos, Los Moros, right outside in Santiago de Chile. And when we return, we will have the first sight of our competitors hitting that jump in competition in the under-14s, first of all in the girls category, and we'll have that coming up right after these.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
then, as we get ready for the jump events here at the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. Just updating you on the latest and final score in the under 17 boys stricken final, 10,980, courtesy of Martin Labro. He is your winner of the event, so congratulations to him. And we'll take a look at the leaderboard one last time to show that first of all, let's have a look at the podium. Martin Labro in first, second Jacob Chambers from Canada, and in third place Cage Gabrovic. So congratulations to all three concerned. The leaderboard up on your screen right now showing Martin Labro with 10,980, followed by Jacob Chambers with 6,020 points. Cage Gabrovic with 59.90. Lucas Panett with 59.30. Eric Gisler with 54.10. And George Malinowski with 48.20. Those are your final scores. So good skiing there all the way through from our competitors there in the U17 boys stricken final. We've got the jump event to come in the U14 girls jumping event, and we'll have a coverage of that coming to you as our next event. This is the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Lago Los Moros outside of Santiago, and we'll return right after these.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. Our boat is making its simulation up and down the course, and we'll pick up our jumper very, very soon. We'll take a look at the running order, and all four of these competitors will be a feature in the the U14 girls jumping final, namely Ella Gay, Sophia Pelkey, Tia Byrne, and Cameron Davis. That'll be our first jump event, and then we'll continue on with the U14 boys here at Lago Los Maros outside of Santiago de Chile. So it looks like it's shaping up to be a beautiful day here in South America. Glad that all of y'all are here to enjoy the festivities alongside us here live on TWBC. We'll have a look at the current temperature and conditions here in Santiago. The weather is definitely picking up temperature-wise. 17 degrees Celsius. 17 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit is approximately, it's about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about as warm as it got yesterday for a while. Sunrise here in Santiago, 6:25 in the morning. A sunset at 8:30 in the evening, so that gives us about a 14-hour length of daylight from start to finish. We are in a Chilean summertime, although for the last day or so it felt anything other than summertime, but it is what it is. Just in case you're keeping track of the time right now is 10:54 in the morning. And for those of you keeping track of what's going on in the FIFA World Cup, there are some matches going on today to determine the remaining places in the two groups that are being contested, Group C and Group D. All right, then. Looks like we're about to take our first jumper just to end off on what I was about to say with events happening in Doha today with the FIFA World Cup. The first matches that will take place in Group D will find Tunisia up against France and Australia versus Denmark. But obviously the major games that will be of immense interest to some of our fans here in Santiago consists of Saudi Arabia going up against Mexico and Poland going up against Argentina to round off Group C action over there in Doha in Qatar. Keep an eye on those games as they progress. First competitor out here in the U14 girls jumping event will be Ella Gay. Okay, here we go with Ella Gay, the first jumper in this Pan-American Water Ski Championships. Here she comes, jump number one. Up and over will land, and we'll ride that one out. It's a decent looking jump there from Ella Gay. We'll get the jump distance posted for you any moment now, as she makes her way around the turn and gets set for the second of 3 attempts. And Legay, whose best jump of the season has been a 48-foot jump, or 14.5 meters. So waiting on the distance to be posted up on the screen, and it should be around the range in which she's been jumping right now. Legay, who's been conjuring up some really good performances in the tricks event. 12.4 or 41 feet, 12.4 meters or 41 feet. So that was jump number 1. Let's see what she can come up with on jump number 2. Not too sure what the speed is, but I would very much doubt whether it's anywhere close to 30 miles an hour. Probably in the mid to high 20s. And here she comes on jump number 2. Oh, good dose of speed there, but unfortunately unable to land and ride that one out, so she won't get a score for that. She's working off her 12.4 meters, and she should take some comfort in the fact that she's already got 1 jump under her belt for starters, but she'll have an additional 4 jumps because of 1 more jump in this round and the 3 jumps that she'll have in the final. All 4 competitors in the U14 jump elimination round immediately go through to the next round of the competition, so they've got skiing to come tomorrow as well in the jumping final. The hive of activity around the dock area. We see Tia Byrne out there just getting situated, and we'll be getting ready with her jump skis in just a few moments. Sophia Pelkey will be next up from Canada, and one other person around that dockside area is going to be Cameron Davis, and that will round off the U14 girls jump elimination round. Although it's actually probably fair to say that it's not an elimination round, it just happens to be the first round of 2, because no one's been eliminated. Matter of fact, on jump number 2 for Legay, it showed up as a slow time, but it results as a 4, so I believe that that 0 will be allocated to that jump, and she'll be coming in on jump number 3. Legay making the turn and making her approach towards the jump. Skiing on relatively short jumpers. Now, at this stage of the game, the longer the jump ski, the more dangerous things become. But with those jump skis, which I believe are probably maybe about 71, 72 inches long, they're certainly more than enough for someone like Legay to stay in control with. Good straight up and over, letting the boat pull her over the top, although that left ski was getting a little bit squirrely. She does land the jump, and I think that one could be a little bit further than 12.4 meters. She'll return to the dock. We'll see how things play out from here. Legay from the United States, from Winter Garden in the United States. Currently age 13. So she's got Probably got this season left in the U14s so far as eligibility is concerned before she goes up into the realm of the U17s so far as these Pan American Championships are concerned. Back at the dock, we wait on the distance, should be posted very, very soon, and it's 13.5 meters, 13.5 or 44 feet. All right, so Ella's back at the dockside, and Sophia Pelkey is next up, representing Canada. All right, here we go. We've got Sarah Pelkey, Sophia Pelkey, I beg your pardon. Two more members of the Pelkey family that ski. There's Megan and there is Sarah, but we're focusing on Sophia right now, whose results coming into these championships have been a beacon of improvement from start to finish. Has competed in a couple of events this season. In July, she was able to get about 11.8 meters in the under 12 jumping category there in that tournament, that Canada Day free event tournament in Predator Bay. And also at the same venue, a month or so later, she was able to put in a jump of 17.3 meters. So that's the kind of distance we could be expecting from Sophia Pelkey. Oh, good, aggressive stance there. Taking a little bit of a squat into the jump and not rising much above it, but maybe the speed alone would be enough to give her enough distance to put her ahead of Ella Gay at this point. Distance will be coming through any moment now for Sophia Pelkey. A good, solid opening jump, exactly what the doctor ordered. Distance should be revealed momentarily. Whilst we wait on the distance to come in for Sophia Pelkey. Just a quick opportunity to tell you about some of our sponsors. Okay, so if my reckoning is correct, it's a 14.2 meter opening jump, 14.2 meter opening jump, or 47 feet. Her best jump. Oh, here she comes with the three-quarter cut and into the base. She's trying to go over 20 meters. Look at her go. Good. Solid effort there. Lands and rides that one out. Backing that jump like a skier possessed, I can tell you. Turns away from the boat and then just directs those skis towards the jump. And a good solid position off the second wake. Nice rise, and whenever you have that much angle and that much speed, you do tend to rise up as you go across the ramp surface. That's definitely more than 14.2 meters. That much I know. The question is by how much? What is that distance? We're all intrigued as to what that one is going to be. What is the distance, we all ask ourselves, for Sophia Pelkey of Canada? As I mentioned, her personal best is 17.3 meters coming into this event from the Canadian National Water Ski Championships that took place in the first full week of August. All right, still waiting on that second jump distance. We'll try and get that to you as quickly as we possibly can, but here we go. This is Megan Pelkey. This is Sophia Pelkey, I do beg your pardon, coming in, turning away. Oh my word, she's going later with this one. Up and over, and slaps the skis down. A beautiful landing. Showing absolutely no fear out there. And certainly having that fearless streak is ideal for the jump event. As we take a look at the instant replay in just a moment for Sophia Pelkey. All right, so we're looking again the remaining distances, and these will be of immense delight. The second jump distance is 60 feet or 18.2 meters. The last jump was further. The question is by how much further. We're going to get the distance up on your screen. It's going to be 18.9 meters, 18.9 or 62 feet. So well done to Sophia Pelkey. Those two jumps actually, I believe, are close to personal best, if not exceeding them. Indeed they are. 18.2 meters is a 1 meter personal best there for Sophia Pelkey. And obviously that 18.9 extends it out a little bit further, so well done to her. Now we're down to our final two jumpers in the U14 girls jump in first round. It's going to be Tia Byrne coming up next. All right, here we go, folks. This is Tia Byrne with 3 jumps at her disposal, starting with number 1. Let's see if she takes either straight up single or a 3/4 cut. It looks like she's going to go for the single just to feel out the ramp and the conditions. It's been a few days since she last practiced on the jumping ramp, so naturally just wants to get the feel of the ramp and the conditions surrounding it under her feet, and the single cut is certainly a good way to go about it, using those rather older EP jump skis, and doing a good job with them up and over the jump, and no worries there for Tia Byrne. Good direction, but squatting down a little bit as she hit the ramp surface and not getting much in the way of lift. But she does ride out that distance. Should be around about 14 feet, maybe 14 and a half, possibly. At least in comparison to the likes of Sophia Pelkey and Ella Gay. The distance will be posted up very, very soon. Distance coming up, it's 12.9 meters, 12.9. And that is about 6 meters away from the lead at this time, which if she puts in a three-quarter cut, she might be able to claw some of that deficit back. So with a distance marginally over the 40-foot mark with 12.9 meters, this is Tia Byrne approaching the jumping course again. She's going to go, I think she is going to go for the three-quarter cut, you know. I just kind of get that sense. But however, she's switched it and is going with a single cut again for jump number 2. Let's see if she can bring down the cut and retain a little bit more speed into the bottom of the jump. Maybe that will increase the distance. And there we go. Yes, she does bring it down later. She is up. A little back with the shoulders. That kind of restricted her up with movement off the ramp. But managing to ride that jump out. And we'll see what the distance is going to be. All right, pushing out a distance, 14 meters. 14 meters or 46 feet. 14 meters. .46 feet. That puts her about 4.9 meters away from the lead. Jump number 3. Let's see how she approaches this one, whether she decides to go with the single cut again. Yep, it's going to be a third single cut attempt on the trot. Probably not all that used to kind of the jump from the other side of the wake. Something that she probably needs to learn from scratch. Here comes Tia Byrne. Coming to us out of the eastern region of the United States, leaning in a little bit with her shoulders, but managing to take the jump ramp anyhow. She'll ski back to the dock, having landed her all 3 jumps, and hardly getting a hair on her head wet in the process. Up and over. And there you go, decently landed, very, very consistent in that regard. So 12.9 on the first jump, 14 meters on the second, and on the third and last jump, the distance will be revealed shortly. And it is exactly the same distance, 14 meters, which means that the foot distance is 46. Again. All right, now, last jumper to take to the water will be Cameron Davis, and she'll be on the water next. So last jumper to come in the under 14 girls jump in first round. It's going to be Cameron Davis. All right, 3 jumps at Cameron Davis's disposal. Currently in the lead, Sophia Pelkey with 18.9 meters. Tia Byrne is in second place with 14 meters. Ella Gay with 13.5 meters, currently in third spot after 3 competitors. And here we go. This now is Cameron Davis. Up and over, will land and ride that one out. So a secure jump distance landed on those jump skis, which appear to be late 90s, early 2000s icon jumpers. So a very, very rare pair of jump skis indeed. Distance coming through, 15.3 meters, 15.3. So a jump of over 50 feet. And putting her about 3.6 meters away from the lead distance. All right, here we go, folks. Second jump. It looks like this is going to be a 3/4 cut. Yeah, there you go. Really working the boat cruise control system. The zero off now. There you go, and I think she's taken the lead with that distance. Of that, I'm pretty much certain. That is Cameron Davis. Yep, I was confident enough that she took the lead, and she does with 22.1 meters or 73 feet. That's Cameron Davis, 22.1 or 73 feet. So coming to us out of Milford, Virginia, this is Cameron Davis, and she's coming in on her last attempt. 73 feet, as a matter of fact, is a new personal best according to the information that I have in front of me. Previous personal best was 20.7. She's now at 22.1. Here she comes. Up and over, and that could be close to about 23 or 24 meters. Wow, good jump in there. Good hard impact on that surface. With 22.1 meters, a second jump, a new best jump ever. Certainly attacking that ramp with full force. Just look at the form off the top of the jump, and absolutely exquisite to see. And Cameron Davis, certainly the top competitor coming in, and she confirms it once again with 21.9, a little bit less than the jump before, but it's still 72 feet. But that jump distance of 22.1 on the middle jump is her best jump ever, so we congratulate her on her lead distance. And Cameron Davis, there it is, with 22.1, 73 feet. Sophia Pelkey with 18.9 or 62. Tia Byrne with 46 feet or 14 meters. And Ella Gay rounding things off in the U14 jump with a 13.5 meter leap. All right, U14 boys coming up next to start off with Lorenzo Nelson, then Noe Osorio, then Freddie Davis, Samuel Brown, Luis Quilere, then Lyndon Pinette, Dylan Anderson, B.G. Bickley, Jarrett Grillo, and Jarrett Gula, I beg your pardon, and the last jumper to come, Francisco Georges. We'll return to more action on the water momentarily. This is the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Lago Los Moros outside of Santiago de Chile. We'll return after these.
Fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right then, so our next event up and running right now, Lorenzo Nelson. We have first competitor out. Making the turn round the dockside end of the lake. Lorenzo Nelson out of Mexico. All right, let's see what he's got on the opening attempt. Up and over. Whoa. Ooh, very nice there with the landing. Very, very forceful. Lorenzo Nelson out of Mexico. We're going to get the distance for him very, very soon. We'll try and give you a little bit of an indication of where he is jumping-wise. All right, the distance is going to flash up in a moment. And it's going to be 16.5 meters, which is a new personal best for him. 16.5 meters. Or 54 feet. Hasn't had that many jumping competitions under his belt. The only competition I've been able to pull up for him was a round of the Mexican National Championship Series that took place on the 5th of November, which was less than 4 weeks ago now. And he jumped 15.6 there, so he's already outstripped that distance. And it looks like he's going to try his luck with a three-quarter cut. Let's see how things shape up with him in this regard. He's not using a jump sling or anything of that kind, but the handle comes up a little high off the turn. Almost hugging the bottom right-hand corner and barely skiing that one away. He's playing with fire right now. Oh, that could have been nasty. And we're going to take a look at it from the reverse angle as well, and you can see where my cause for concern was. He came off the wakes, transitioned with his position. Ooh. Barely about 6 inches to spare. But still managing to ride it out. Distance coming through 20.4. Or 67 feet. So another personal best. Only this time he's added about 6 meters on top of his previous jump, which in itself was a personal best. Some of these competitors leaving it very, very late into the calendar year to conjure up performances which would be personal bests. All right, here we go. Coming in, Lorenzo Nelson, who has jumped over 20 meters for the first time on the just the previous jump. Here he comes, jump number 3, giving himself a little bit more room to work with, and I think he got the advice from the shoreline that yeah, he just needed to back it up just a little bit, and just make sure that you hit the ramp safely this time. Lorenzo Nelson, he should be happy with his performance on the previous jump. I don't think his third and last jump is going to be anywhere close to being 21 or even 22 meters. Or might not even be close to the previous jump distance, as a matter of fact. But he certainly had more room, and I'm impressed by the landings, though. He's certainly got those down. And it is 19.4 meters, so losing a bit of distance on that one. 19.4 or 64 feet. So good solid effort there. No two ways about it there for Lorenzo Nelson as he returns dockside, and he'll drop the handle and pass it on to our next competitor, who should be Noe Osorio. Continuing on with action in the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. We got Noe Osorio. Now he's someone looks like he's hit a ramp or two or several, and he's going with the arm sling, but taking a single cut on the opener. Just trying out the jump, and like everyone else that is jumping right now, he hasn't hit the ramp in a couple of days, so he wants to get a feel for this one, even though he's practiced here before. That's Noe Osorio from Colombia. Good, solid position, lands and rides it out, and now that he's got a landing under his belt, he can get to work. Yeah, working those D3 jumpers, not the longish D3 and Nightmare jumpers, but the ones used for more subtle beginning types of competitors in this event. But there we go. We got a jump distance to work with, and it's 15.5 meters, 15.5 or 51 feet. 4.9 meters shy of the lead. Here we go. This is Noe Osorio really getting to work now with the three-quarter cut. A little early coming into the base, but still managing to get plenty out of that jump, and unfortunately unable to land and ride that one out. So a 0 score on that one. So Noe Osorio on his second jump. Unable to land, but the position looked fairly decent. Just as he came across the wakes, he kind of eased up going into the base, and things started to twist towards the boat. But actually, I think a lot of the reason why he failed to land that jump is because he took his left hand off the handle. Now, taking your hand off the handle is fine if in midair. If you have to do it, then do it. But Unfortunately for him, he not jumping far enough up on the boat to really make full effect of that technical feature. Noe Osorio has a 15.5 meter opening jump. Let's have a look at some of the form that he brings into this event, using some information courtesy of the IWWF EMS, which is the event management system, which has been deployed now effectively over the last season or so. Noe Osorio out of Colombia. Best jump distance, as far as I can see, is a 16.8 meter jump. So he's a little behind the 8 ball, and he's actually had jumps of over 17 meters, as a matter of fact. So that's his PB, 17.5 meters. Let's see if he can bust out something a little bit more substantial than that. Up and over. Does he land? Yes, he does. Good effort there for Noe Osorio in what is effectively only his third or fourth competitive outing on the jump ramp. Just looking at some of the other distances he brings into this event. Distances of 13, 14 meters, and see one distance there from past endeavors of 18.9 in the Latin American Championships early on in April this season. And it's 19.5 meters, 19.5. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a personal best there for Noe Osorio. 19.5 meters, or 64 feet. And incidentally, that puts him 1.1 of a meter in the lead, or at least a 1.1 of a meter back, I believe ahead of one of Lorenzo Nelson's previous jump, but still in the lead as Lorenzo Nelson with 20.4 meters. We'll take a quick look at that leaderboard after two competitors are ever so early leaderboard, which shows that Lorenzo Nelson with 20.4 meters is in the lead. And then currently in second place is Noe Osorio with 19.5. And we will return right after this. All right, still on with continuing coverage of the 2022 IWWF Pan-American Water Ski Championships live here from Lago Los Moros. There's your leaderboard. Lorenzo Nelson, 20.4 meters or 67 feet, and Noe Osorio with 19.5 meters or 64 feet. In each instance, those jumps, those best jumps from each competitor, personal best for each. So well done to those two competitors, Lorenzo Nelson and Noe Osorio. Skier on the water now, Freddie Davis. All right, here he comes, Freddie Davis. His best jump is 23.9 meters or 78 feet. Let's see what he can open up with. Oh, at the back a little bit, and handle coming up a little bit high, and helmet has come off as well. struggling a little bit in the water to stabilize his jump skis, and I think he'll use the black back platform to get that left ski back on. The turn looked good, but then he started getting twisted away from the boat, and then he just couldn't really rise up with the jump because the position of the handle was so high up in his body. Helmet bucketing a little bit. It's taken off his head. But I think he's able to get that jump ski on, surprisingly, or maybe not at this point. So a 0 score on jump number 1. The boat official, Joanne Mora, assessing his condition. All of the officials that ride in the boat these days, or even those that are along the shoreline, are well practiced in concussion protocols right now. There is that one sheet that is in the rule book right now of questions and procedures that go along with that each of our officials are well versed in, and in this instance making sure that even that relatively minor hit from Freddie Davis doesn't go unexamined. All right, here we go. Freddie Davis has got 2 jumps remaining. Certainly going after it with the first jump, but will be no doubt be wanting to try and re-examine his position out there. Continuing right along. Sure, some of you have an eye on what's going on here and what's going on elsewhere. And elsewhere, Tunisia will take on France, and Australia will take on Denmark in a concluding action in Group D in the FIFA World Cup group stage. Here we go. This is Freddie Davis. Jump number 2. That's better. Stops the landing. Absolutely. Stark contrast to the attempt that he took on the first attempt. A lot of speed, and he held his direction well enough to where the line was tight upon his landing, and he was able to stand up straight away and get the distance associated with that jump. Just absolutely wonderful. Ooh, yeah, just look at that landing. It was certainly a good landing, but certainly takes a shock to the lower back riding a jump out that way. 23 meters. That's only 0.9 of a meter shy of his PB. 23 meters or 75 feet. "23 meters. That's exactly the distance that he produced at the Holy Cow Cup in the first round. That too being a 75-footer. So he's jumping pretty consistently around that level. Let's see if he can put a distance in excess of 24 meters. He's already in the lead with that distance, don't forget. Outstripping the lead that was currently held by Lorenzo Nelson at 20.4. Let's see what he's got in the under-14 boys jump elimination round. 5 competitors out of the total 10 will make it through. Up and over. Oh, and landing almost the same again. The question is, what is the distance going to be? And I'll tell you what, with Freddie Davis, butt check be darned. Looking at this jump, just turning away from the boat and then just bringing the tips of the skis all the way through off the second wake. Good extension off the top. And he just lands, just shunts the landing on the instant replay. Great jump distance. Is it going to be over 24 meters for the first time? We're going to wait for the distance to make its way known to us here. What is that distance going to be? We're all wondering here. It's taken a while to be revealed to us as he makes his way into the dock. 22.8 meters, a little bit short of what he produced on jump number 2, but it's still consistent stuff there from Freddie Davis. So 22.8, and that by itself is also 75 feet. But his best jump distance is 23 meters, also at 75 feet. All right, next competitor up is going to be Samuel Brown from Chile. Don't forget, you guys along the shoreline, you can watch this online via YouTube as well. You can go to the YouTube app and go and type in TWBC. And it will take you right to the coverage of the event. So for those of you along the shore side watching this live and wanting to see an instant replay of each jump, then there's no better place to go than TWBC, who are covering this event exclusively live for our audience around the world. Here we go, Sam Brown in the U14 boys jumping competition. He's deciding to go straight to work with the 3/4 cut. Subtly lifting that right ski to try and get a little bit more width. And here he comes, Sam Brown from Chile. Skis a little close together and not much to work with off the second wake as a result. But a decent effort there on jump number 1 despite all of that. So looking at the instant replay. So good, solid opener on jump number 1. The distance should be revealed to itself. Looking at some of his tournaments that have been scored. It's a 24.4 meter jump that takes the lead. 24.4 or 80 feet.
Yeah, donated in France.
So 24.4, but that's nowhere near his personal best. His personal best is 26.6 meters from a competition that took place about a week and a half ago. Right here at Lago Los Moros, the national tournament, the Miranda Record Capability event. Here we go. This is coming in Sam Brown. Little early coming into the base, but he's still able to control that jump effectively enough. Hitting the jump and getting a good dose off that one. Just up and over and a beautifully landed jump. There we go, 26.8 meters, wonderful stuff. That's a new personal best, 26.8 for Samuel Brown out of Chile. 26.8, that's 0.2 of a meter more than what he did in that record capability tournament about a week and a half ago. So he should have that indication by now. Yeah, he's pleased with that. And now let's see what he can do by way of a third and last attempt. Tantalizingly close to the 30-meter range. Let's see if how close he can get to it with his third and final attempt. Using the three-quarter cut to gain as much width away from the boat and enough distance to accelerate up to speed. Not getting much height on that jump, but still able to successfully land and ride that one away. Good, solid skiing there from Sam Brown out of Chile. So waiting on that distance, handle up a little high off the jump there, which would have restricted the amount of height would have gotten off the lip of that jump. Distance for Sam Brown, it's going to be 25.5 meters, 25.5. So 25.5 or 84 feet. But 26.8 is 88 feet, and that represents the lead distance.
Tournaments every once in a while. None of the guys anymore.
So here's the remaining skiers on the start list. Louis Quilleret will take to the water next, followed by Lyndon Panett, Dylan Anderson, B.G. Bickley, Jarrett Goulart, and Francisco Georges, and we'll return right after this. All right, returning directly back to action, we've got Louis Quilleret from Canada. Looks like he's going to go with a... he's going to go for the full double. Watch out, folks. First time we've seen the full double cut right here for our competitor. On the water at this time, Louis Quilleret. Coming in, first attempt, smacking his way into the jump, explosive height, and good opening distance. Although I would probably feel that I was a little bit early into the jump there with that first attempt. So I'm sure that he's either going to slow down his turn or bring the cut a little further down. One of those two methods will definitely help him hit the ramp in the optimal spot. And I would be safe to say that that first jump for Louis Quilleret out of Canada is probably enough to take the lead, probably well in excess of 30 meters. Distance coming through any moment now for Louis Quilleret. Distance, 32.1 or 105 feet. And he has taken the lead with that distance, no worries there. Louis Quilleret. Let's try and give you an indication of what he's done in the past, courtesy of the IWWF EMS system that I'm using for a few of our competitors. I'm using anywhere up to three databases to conjure up the distances from our competitors. One of them, the IWWF EMS system. Louis Quilleret, 32.1 meters, opening attempt. Let's see what he's got by way of an encore. Coming in. Good dig. Still a little bit early coming into the jump. Oh my word, good speed, good dig into the bottom, and not using the entirety of the ramp, almost seemingly going off the left-hand edge of that surface. So just looking at this, just bringing the handle in, just handle up a little bit high. Certainly the control needs to be worked on. And there you go, the left ski hitting the left edge of the jump, exiting off that edge. Louis Quilleray, 32.1 meters opening jump. Second jump distance should be brought to us in just a moment or so. Looking at some of his previous jumps. Oh yes, it's 33.2. 33.2 or 109, 109 feet. And if I am not mistaken, with 33.2 meters, that is a personal best. 33.2 meters. The personal bests are coming out left, right, and center. Absolutely insane here. Louis Quilleray with 33.2, 109 feet. Here he comes, one last attempt. Let's see if he can bring this cut down just a little bit further. It all starts with the 5 and 600, and he brings that cut down marginally as well. Does he turn any slower? Yes, he does. Coming off the turn into the jump. Oh, and he still does not use every inch of that ramp surface. That left ski coming off the left edge of the jump once again, only worse this time. And I don't know whether to tell you what was communicated into my ear right now from our technical director, Vincent Stadelbauer, but for a lot of our tournaments broadcasted on TWBC, we do use a ramp camera. We don't use it this time around, and probably for good reason, because had a Louis Quilleray been jumping, he would probably have smoked that camera. And there you see that left ski coming off the left edge of the jump. One wonders what advice is being communicated to him and to his general direction. Maybe have the boat out a little bit wider of the jump, or just plainly just cut a little bit later. There we go, 31.5 or 103, 31.5 or 103 feet. So there we go. That is Louis Quilleray. His best jump distance, 33.2 or 109 feet. We'll continue on with our next jumper, Lyndon Pinette, and all that to come right after this.
Damn, dude.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Okay, returning to action, we're looking at the imagery for, I believe, Louis Quilleray, who's just returned from jumping 33.2 meters or 109 feet. So well done to him. And he'll take a look at Lyndon Pinette with the first of his 3 attempts, also out of Canada. Here he comes, Lyndon Panett. Turning at around the 600-foot area, just a little closer towards 500 as a matter of fact. Here comes Lyndon Panett. Handle up a little bit high off the turn. Let's see if he can put this one through. There you go. Good looking jump distance there. That is a Lyndon Panett. Opening jump distance in the U14, the boys, and they're certainly going at this ramp hard. No quarter given. None taken. So Lyndon Panett, the opening jump looking highly impressive. We're going to get the jump distance in any moment now. Getting a little bit twisted off the top of the jump. We're going to get the jump distance in 33.7. So 33.7, 111 feet, and if what I'm looking at is correct, that's another personal best. 33.7 meters, and he's still got 2 jumps remaining. Personal best coming left, right, and center, but let's see if he can change up the timing. He's a little bit later. He's closer to the 500 this time. Let's see if he can get that handle a little bit lower, try to control the slack off the turn. Here he comes, Lyndon Panett, up and over. A better looking jump, and I think that one is going to be closer to about a 34-meter jump. Good, solid effort. All right, so continuing on, Lyndon Panett almost getting pushed towards the back of his left ski, coming off the second wake into the jump, but still able to have some measure of control into the base. Sure, his elder brother, Conley Panett, is looking on and seeing that he's produced another personal best jump of 34.4 meters or 113 feet. 34.4 meters. 113. And there we go. Lyndon Panett has taken the lead away from Louis Quilleret with his jump of 33.2, a personal best for him as well. Sam Brown with a jump distance of 26.8, also another PB. So 2 Canadians at the top, Chilean in 3rd place right now. We've still got a whole chockload of jumping yet to come. Here we go. Here we go. Coming in, jump number 3, up and over. Woo, and taking a little bit of heat on that one, but not an awful lot of control off the top there. Distance coming through any moment now. Lyndon Panett already has a personal best jump of 34.4. But I tell you what, that jump might actually have the legs to be a little bit further just on speed alone. Not too much of height coming off the jump. We're going to get the jump distance coming. Oh my word, it's 36.8 meters. It's 121 feet. He's happy coming into the dock, and for good reason. He's jumped over 120 feet for the first time. It's a 36.8 meter jump, and it's a new personal best from what I can gather with the information that is in front of me. So good stuff. 36.8 meters for Lyndon Panett. All right, so that's the tale of the tape so far. We still got 4 jumpers to come: Dylan Anderson, B.G. Bickley, Jarrett Goulart, and Francisco Georges to come. And we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
So, next competitor up, Dylan Anderson. Coming in on jump number 1. Coming to us out of Mays in Kansas, the home of the Good Water Ski National Championships for this season. And again, and he's hit the bottom right-hand corner. Wow, taking in a lot of speed. Might need to check his fin to see if it's intact, but we're going to take a look at the instant replay and see how close he was to the bottom right-hand corner. Dylan Anderson, indeed from Mays, Kansas, age 14. Taking in a lot of heat on jump number 1. Personal best jump distance, 112 feet, which is 34.1 meters, and would need about that kind of distance. Just getting a little bit unsettled off the wakes, and oh my word, looked like an unmade bed coming off the top of the jump there. Needs to find some control within the next 2 jumps to get anywhere close to our jumping competitors that have been so far. 33 meters or 108, 33 meters or 108 feet.
Bobble to the wakes.
All right, so top 5 advance out of this round of elimination. Boys jumping in the U14s. Let's see if Dylan Anderson can put his himself among that number. We've got 3 competitors to go after him, so whoever's in the lead right now is currently through to the elimination, to the final. Let's see what Dylan Anderson can do. Oh my word! Trying to get onto the bottom, try and get into a safer place compared to the bottom right-hand corner and going right out the back. Is he indicating that he wants to go back into the shore? Not too sure at this point. But the boat back to the skier very, very quickly. And Dylan Anderson not looking in the best of shapes, unfortunately. Looking at the instant replay coming off the handle into the turn. And then as he made his turn, probably looked at the jump and said, this is a little bit too late for my liking, but decided instead of letting go at the handle, trying to redirect his skis so that he doesn't hit the bottom right-hand corner or the side curtain, And going down in a ball of spray right there. That is Dylan Anderson. No score on jump number 2. His first jump of 33 meters. We'll try and assess the condition going forwards. And whilst we do that, we'll step aside. And once we get more information on Dylan Anderson, we will return with more action here at the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Right then, returning to action and drama unfolding right here with Dylan Anderson taking a fall on jump number 2. He's got 33 meters under his belt, which would keep him in second place at this point. Let's have a look and see what he's got on jump number 3. Coming in. And still not finding his legs fully off the top of the jump, but it was a heck of a lot safer than the previous one. First jump was 33 meters. A second jump, that crash that we saw a few minutes ago. And here he is on his third and last attempt, just trying to get a jump under his belt that was safe and could be easily ridden out. A little flat-footed off the second wake, and that resulted in him not getting much in the way of height or distance, for that matter. We'll get the last jump distance. I don't think he'll make too much in the way of odds. It's a 25.3 meter distance, or 83 feet. But I think he's probably more grateful that he's able to land that last jump compared to the one before. But he still has a 33 meter distance on the first jump, which could be enough to see him through to the next round. There's 3 more jumpers to come. There you see we've got B.G. Bickley, Jarrett Goulart, and Francisco Georges to come. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard and all that to come. Right there we go. That's our leaderboard. Actually, Dylan Anderson with 33 meters is 0.2 of a meter behind Louis Quilleret, who's got 33.2. And still in the lead is Lyndon Panett with a personal best of 36.8.
I'm not looking patriotic today.
So B.G. Bickley now, realizing that I'm sure that he knows, and everyone else that's associated with him knows, that anything over 33 meters will be enough to see him through to the next round of the competition. He would vault ahead of Dylan Anderson, who jumped 33 meters on jump number 1, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short on the remaining 2. This is the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships 2022. We continue with action with B.G. Bickley. So here comes B.G. Bickley sporting that Waters wetsuit. Big shout out to those guys from the crew here at TWBC. They help with their support all season long. And here comes B.G. Bickley. See what he has. Up, handle up a little bit high. Good dose of speed. Oh, beautiful height. That one should be enough to send him through. If not, it'll be pretty darn close. Coming to us out of Macon in Georgia, this is B.G. Bickley. We await the distance to come through any moment now. Yeah, waves off that jump a little bit. I'm sure that it's not among his best jump distances indeed. 0.8 of a meter shy of the lead. It's 36 meters or 118 feet, 118. Its personal best jump is 40.5 meters or 133 feet, so he's still got a long ways to go before he gets to that echelon. B.G. Bickley right now into the next round of the competition with a 36-meter jump, and he's got 2 more attempts remaining. Here he comes, B.G. Bickley. Gets a good turn closer to the 500 now. Now he's going to bring this car up a little bit later. Up on the boat, turns. Oh, a little bit of a delay off the turn. and he knew that jump wasn't able to get much height off that that particular effort. Dug himself a huge hole in the turn before he hit the ramp, and that right ski getting caught up underneath him. And from that point, it was basically survival mode. Just get the jump underneath him and hope everything is okay on the other side. You see, digging in hard off that turn. Gets 35.1 meters, 35.1 or 115 feet as a result of that attempt. But it could have been so much worse. .1, 115 feet on jump number 2. Let's see what he can post up on the third and last attempt. Still there with 36 meters on jump number 1. Lyndon Panett still in the lead with a personal best distance of 36.8. Here he comes out of the Peach State of Georgia, specifically from the city of Macon. This is B.G. Bickley. He's later on his setup. Let's see if he can get a little bit more out of this one. The turn looks great. Let's see if he can pound this jump. Beautiful effort there. That's closer to 40 meters. Whether it is over that particular mark or not may be irrelevant in terms of whether he's made it through to the next round of the competition. He's already done that on jump number 1. But certainly if he can conjure up something more in the terms of distance, the later he'll be off the dock in the jumping final, which will take place later on. We're waiting on the jump distance. It's 38.3 meters, 38.8 meters, I beg your pardon. It's a 127, 127, and that should put him in the lead with that distance. 38.8 meters, over 120 feet. The leaderboard is now being flipped on its head with 38.8 meters or a 127. There we go. Lyndon Panett has been relegated down to second spot with 36.8. So B.G. Bickley comes into the dock. He's through to the next round of the competition. 2 competitors remain. Jarrett Goulart will be our next competitor, and after him, Francisco Georges. And those 2 competitors will take to the water momentarily. We'll return with continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships live from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
This rope's probably not in a good spot.
Here we go. Jarrett Goulart from Canada. Looks like he's going to come in with a 3/4 cut for his opener. Oh, and taking in a good dose of speed there, but the control was lacking there off the turn. That's why he couldn't get too much in the way of height. and has to make do with the jump that he's just produced. Jarrett Goulart from Canada. Best jump distance that we've seen so far from him this season goes all the way back to August at the Canadian National Championships. His jump distance of 35.7. Unable to land that opening jump, so scoring a 0 on that. All right then, so we'll return with more from Jarrett Goulart right after these.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
I can't complain.
All right, then. Welcome back to action here at the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. Tony Lightfoot here with continuing coverage. If you're just joining us, BG Bickley in the lead with 38.8 meters. The lead distance, or 127 feet. Lyndon Panett in second place with his distance of a little over 36 meters, which is still a personal best for him, so well done. Jarrett Goulart on jump number 2, having failed to score on his opening attempt. Let's see what he can come up with. Once again, he will hit the jump from a 3/4 cut. Not going with the full double cuts that we've seen for the last few competitors. Sets himself up well. Good transition off the second wake. Oh, nicely done, getting a good pull off the top of the jump, and lands that one very stoutly indeed. Rides that one away, and we will see what the distance is going to be. I would imagine it's going to be around about the mid-30s, and could even be towards the 37-meter mark. Could well have put himself through to the next round of the competition on the basis of that jump. Jarrett Goulart. Distance coming through any moment, 34.6, 34.6. Or 114 feet, 114. 34.6, is that enough to send him through with one competitor to go? If that puts him in the top 4, it should. Okay, so on the water right now, we've got Jarrett Goulart in third place right now, so he's through to the next round of the competition with one competitor left. Let's see if he can ascend himself a little bit higher with this 3/4 cut. Everyone that has made it through to the final round has utilized the the full double cut at this time, so that's something to bear in mind, of course, when you look at Jarrett Goulart jump on that third and last attempt. So waiting on the jump distance to come through. I believe it is going to be in about the mid-30s and popping up the distance. 35 meters exactly, or 115 feet. 115 for Jarrett Goulart. That is about 3.8 meters away from the lead, but it doesn't matter to him in the slightest. He's through to the next round of the competition as one of the top 5. So good, solid effort there from him. Although the return to the dock could have used some work. All right, so Jarrett Goulart. He's through to the next round, and we'll see if Francesco Georges can do likewise, and we'll return to him in just a couple of moments. Stick around. More jumping to come from the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
You get in the boat and you just spread the feet for a little bit so they don't work and they get to that number.
All right, then, here we go, folks. Last jumper on the water at this time, Francisco Georges. Full double cut right from the get-go. Turning somewhere midway between the 6 and the 500-foot cut buoys. Somewhere between the 150 and 180 meter buoys. Here he comes, jump number 1. A little bit early into the base of the ramp, but still able to make an impact. And doing a fine job with jump number 1, and jumping with a gigantic-looking jump skis. And they look relatively new as well from this perspective. Bringing up the handle a little bit off the turn, drives it on through, getting plenty of traction off that right ski and getting good lift as well. Don't forget, these are under 14 boys jumpers. We're going to get the distance, and it is enough to send him through. 37.7. 37.7 or 124 feet. Let's see what that looks like on the leaderboard as we bring him in for jump number 2. BG Bickley still in the lead with 38.8 with 127. Francisco Georges slotting up there in the second with 37.7. Lyndon Burnett in third with 36.8. So here we go. This is jump number 2. Going in for the full double cut once again. And he's actually taking this one a little bit earlier, closer to the 180-meter buoy than he was to the 150. Here he comes, turns away, brings the handle in a little bit lower this time, coming off the second wake. And there we go, a slower turn enabled him to get to the ramp in the right spot. And unfortunately for him, unable to ride out that jump, just getting bogged down a little bit on the landing. But the setup was good, but the landing could have used some work. So a 0 score on that second jump for Francisco Georges of Argentina. He's still about 1.1 meters away from taking the lead away from B.G. Bickley, but he's got one more jump at his disposal. Good edge, not fully utilizing the ramp surface. Certainly getting to the ramp area a little bit earlier than he really truly wanted to be. But we'll bring him in and we'll return to see him on his third and last attempt after this quick break.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
Welcome back. Here we go. We've got Francisco Georges. One more attempt. Here it is. Setting himself up, pulling out towards the cut buoys. Yes, and a little closer to the 150 this time. Times it to where it was on jump number 1. And here he comes, a little slack off the turn. Let's see if he can drive this one through. Yes, he can. That should be his best distance out of the 3. Good, solid effort there on jump number 3, comparable to the one that he produced on jump number 1. Jumping 37.7 on jump number 1. I imagine this one is going to be very, very closer to the again, a little bit more height off that jump there this time around. So we're going to get the jump distance coming through, and it will round off what has been a brilliant U14 jump event. Yes, it's 41.3. He is your leader. 41.3 or 135 feet. 41.3. So that concludes the jump event, and Francisco Georges in the lead after the opening round of competition in the jump event in the under 14 boys. Francisco Georges with 41.3 meters, taking the lead away from B.G. Bickley, who's in second spot, and the remaining positions, as you briefly saw them, were right there. So congratulations to those top 5 jumpers on making it through to the next round of the competition. All right, we're going to go to the U17 girls jump elimination round, followed by 2 series of under 17 boys jumps, and all that to come in the next few moments. Stick around. The continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships here from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. We will return momentarily.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right. So we've got the running order. I'm going to punch it up on the screen for the U17 jump elimination round for the U17 girls. Francesca Pigozzi will take to water first, followed by Solly Stenger, then Emma Davis, Martina Pedrita, then Megan Pelkey, and finally Elizabeth Hall. And first jumper is on the water right now, Francesca Pigozzi. Quick driver change, and we're on to our first competitor, Francesca Pigozzi. Single cut opening jump. Flattens off a little bit before hitting the ramp, and able to ride that one out safely. So Francesca Pigozzi looking strong.
Okay.
But it gets you to Porto Natales, and it's very cool.
Okay.
And then you go.
All right, so good, solid skiing there from Francesca Pigozzi. We'll get the distance momentarily. It should be anywhere close to 20 meters, probably in the mid-teens. All right then, so looks like we're going to take a brief pause, and when we return we'll have more jumping from our under-17 women. We'll be back in a moment.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Kuya, mata kita kami pa yan.
All right then, folks, welcome back. We got Francesca Pigozzi coming in for a first official jump. Let's see what she's got for us here.
The breadwinner.
Up and over, no worries there for Francesca. She rides that one out and looks okay in that respect. So good lift off the top and a decent looking opening jump. We'll get the distance for her in just a moment. And here we are, the Pan American War Ski Championships for 2022. Francesca should get a distance on that opener. Won't be especially long, mind you, but it's going to be 19.6 meters, 19.6 or 64 feet. Here we go, folks. Under 17 girls jumpers up and over. We'll land that one out, and hopefully it'll be a little bit better than 19.6 meters or 64 feet. 6 competitors in this elimination round. 4 of them will advance. So we're going to get the distance any moment now. Distance coming through, 19.8 meters, 19.8 or a 65 footer, 65 feet. So Francesca Pagozzi. See how close that is to some of her previous attempts, previous jumping exploits in other tournaments up until this time this season. Francesca Pagozzi, who trains over at the Catalina's ski school over in Santo Domingo. So 19.9 meters, 19.8 meters on the previous jump, which if it's to compare against the other jump distances that she's produced over the last few seasons, including this one, that would actually be a personal best. Let's see if it's enough to be over 20 for the first time in her skiing life. Waiting on the distance to pop up. It is, wow, 19.8 meters, 19.8, very consistent towards the end. And it is a new personal best, by the way, so she should be happy with that. 65 feet or 19.8 meters for Francesca Pagozzi. Solly Stanger is our next competitor to go. She will take to the water next, and all that action will take place right after this.
Bravo.
19-8.
Sí. Diferencia de
All right, now our next competitor is Solly Stenger. All right, skier on the water now is Solly Stenger, coming to us out of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania in the United States. Therefore, a skier in the eastern region, and she's jumped a distance of over 71 feet or 21.5 meters in the past. The best jump distance was achieved at the Eastern Regional Championships. Let's have a look and see. Up and over and getting a little twist. Oh, and getting pulled over her skis upon the landing. A little bit untidy there as she came in to land on that one, but the jump itself didn't look too shabby. Squares up her shoulders, starts to edge, and then that left arm just getting a little bit twisted towards the boat. And once that starts to happen, then things really complicate. So there we go. That's Solly Stenger on jump number 1. And we'll return to her momentarily as we continue action here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships.
Fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF.
All right, so Solly Stenger in for jump number 2. Fall on jump number 1 means that she has a 0 score at this time. We'll see if she can do better with the second attempt here in the U17 girls jump elimination round. Out of the 6 skiers that are present in this elimination round, only 4 will advance. Taking a 3/4 cut, although she is edging out towards the right-hand side very early indeed, letting the boat pull her back in towards the center.
What happened? Just like a cultural change?
Oh, and oh my word, how on earth is she going to recover from that?
Like from Venezuela, yeah.
That... I don't know what happened there, but I knew that she pulled out a little bit early on this three-quarter cut, and as soon as she made her turn towards the jump, she started to flatten off and kept a little bit of a speed going. Up and over, lands and pulls up on the line and just allows the boat to, there you go, get on her back. And she tries to pull the skis underneath her and ride that one out. And she was about 1 or 2 steps away from actually making that happen. So Solly Stenger has got one more jump to come. And she's not only got to land this final jump, but it's got to be a substantive enough distance to at least keep her in the game so far as advancing through to the next round. We'll be back right after this.
fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, returning to action, and for Solly Stenger, not in the best of positions right now. 2 attempts, 2 falls at this time, and now having back against the wall here. Let's see if she can come through in the clutch. Not only has she got to land the next jump, but she's also got to land it with a distance that would surpass any of the upcoming distances to come for the remaining 4 competitors. Let's have a look and see. Here comes Solly Stenger. Let's see what she's got up and over. Does she land and ride this one out? Yeah, there you go. Solly Stenger there for the United States. A little bit on the back of the skis, not really getting much traction off the right ski closest to the boat, but managing to get a good flight off the top, good solid effort, and lands it and rides it out. So get that arm out the sling as quickly as possible as well. Solly Stenger will wait for the distance to be revealed. 21.5 meters is her personal best, by the way. Or 71 feet. All right, 20.7, remarkably enough, 20.7. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard, shall we? After two competitors, Solly Stengel with 68 feet. 68 feet or 20.7. That currently puts her in the lead at this time. Next competitor up is going to be Emma Davis, coming to us out of Milford in Virginia in the United States. Our next competitor up is Emma Davis, and we will see her attack the jump in a very, very short while. This is the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships for 2022. We'll return very, very shortly.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then. We have Emma Davis on the water at this time. If she can take the lead, right here and now, she'll put herself through to the next round of the competition. We have 6 competitors and only 4 will advance. So if she can jump more than 20.7 meters, then she will be in the jumping final. Here she comes, jump number 1. And I think that will do it. Oh, no! And she catches that left ski and absolutely catapults her out of the right. And no distance recorded on jump number 1. That distance by itself would have been enough to send her through to the next round, but you need to be able to land and ride it out. And I thought she would have had that jump completely all the way in that respect. But she came off the jump, good extension. And she, wow, that was a vicious, vicious fall. Hopefully she's okay. But it's going to take a little bit of time to get her skis on. And whilst all that happens, we'll take a quick break. We'll return with more action here from Lago Los Moros, the home of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right. There you see directly behind me there, Emma Davis getting ready for jump number 2, falling on jump number 1. Solly Stenger in the lead with 20.7 or 68 feet. Still got a little bit of time before we go on to U17 boys jumping. All right, here we go. Here comes Emma Davis, edging out towards the right-hand side of that towboat. Now getting ready and getting set to make her mark on the jump. Getting a little rolled over with the left shoulder, but this time she lands and rides it out, and that jump should be enough to send her through to the next round, provided that it's more than 20.7 meters. Squatting down a little bit just before the first wake and just keeping her direction through. And that amount of squat doesn't help her in terms of extending off the top of the jump. So the distance coming through any moment now. It is 27.7 or 91 feet. That is a done deal. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in on jump number 3 for Emma Davis. Already assured herself of future participation in the U17 girls jump final. Here she comes. Up and over, will land, should ride that out this time. All right, so here we go, 28.1 meters or 92 feet, 28.1 or 92 feet on the jump number 3, which could end up being one of her better jumps going into the U17 girls jump final. We'll soon see. All right, so 28.1, there is your leaderboard. Davis, Stenger, and Pagozzi in that order. Actually 3 more jumpers to come. We will continue on with Martina Pedrita from Colombia next.
On jump number 1.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right, returning to action, we've got Martina Pedrita from Colombia. Third skier from last out in the U17 girls jump elimination round. Preliminary and final of this event. 6 skiers on the list, 4 are advanced. One of those competitors is going to be Emma Davis, as she is in the lead with 3 competitors remaining. Each of those competitors now know that they've got to jump at least 20.8 meters to advance through to the next round. But of course, as we get further down this list, we'll have competitors that are definitely capable of jumping in excess of that distance. Starting off with Martina Pedrita. Up and over, we'll land and we'll ride it out. No two ways about that. That's a good looking jump there for
But that area where
for
the
Martina
restaurant is,
Pedrita.
that's where we were going like almost every night and trying to find a different restaurant or something through there.
So, looking in good shape. Martina Pedrita, as long as this is over 20.7, we'll see her ski later on in the U17 girls jump final. A little bit sat back on the jump and not getting all of the height that she could have been capable of producing. Martina Pedrita. What is the distance? Should be revealed to us in just a moment or so. Still working on getting the jump distance to you, it looks like. Okay, so 88 feet on jump number 1, or 26.9.
Sick.
So what does Martina have? It's obviously her first jump is enough to send her through to the next round, so she is a finalist. Let's see if she can drive on a little bit more and get close to 30 meters, and I think she definitely certainly held her cause with that jump, no two ways about that.
But yeah, you would say it's like $300 ahead is pretty much what it is. Okay, good to know. Yeah.
There you go, good solid looking jump there from Martina Pedrita. All right, 29.1, 29.1, closer to 30 meters this time, 29.1 meters or 95 feet. So does she have anything left in the tank for one last jump? That question will be answered within the next few seconds. Coming in on jump number 3 for Martin. Oh, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, almost clouted that one. So our skier, who's native to Medellin in Colombia. So just looking at this with a third and last attempt, a jump at 29.1 incidentally might actually turn out to be a personal best, which isn't an unusual occurrence during these championships. Nearest jump she's been able to produce before that was a 28.9 in the Latin American Water Ski Championships. Oh my word! Is that distance 30.1? It looks like on the scoring graphic it may have been a little bit mistyped, but I believe it's 30.1 meters. So 30.1 meters or 99 feet, so well done to her. First time that she's been over 30 meters and a new personal best for her. That is Martina Pedrita. She's into the 30-meter club. And a good, solid effort there from her. She's through to the next round of the competition. All right, then, we will continue on to our next competitor, our penultimate skier, Megan Pelkey. That we'll see her on the water right after these. Take a quick look at the leaderboard before we take a quick break. And there we go. We'll be back right after this. All right, as we continue to work our way towards the end of this list in the U17 girls jumping elimination round, Megan Pelkey out of Canada. Here she comes, opening shot at the jump. Oh, nicely done, like her effort there on the first attempt. It's a good looking jump in there from Megan Pelkey. Looking very, very solid indeed. All right, then, so we're getting the distance coming through in just a moment, and the distance is 32 meters or 105 feet, and that is only 0.8 of a meter behind her personal best that she set at this season's Canadian National Water Ski Championships this past August over at the Lakes of Casting Stone. So already rocking out towards her best jump. 0.8 of a meter behind her personal best, and we've seen plenty of those during the course of these championships so far. Beautiful setup here at Lago Los Moros. Nice weather, conducive wind conditions. And a brand new ramp to boot as well. Let's have a look and see what Megan Pelkey can do with jump number 2. Up and over. I believe that one might actually be a little bit further as well. Closer to 33 meters. If that is the case, then we could be seeing another personal best. But we'll wait on the distance for her. So just waiting on the distance to come through. I believe it's going to be about the... Oh, it's going to be 34 meters. It is a brand new PB. 34 meters, a 112, 112 feet. The distances are coming out. And they're coming out big for some of our competitors. 34 meters, her best jump of the season. Outstrips her best jump of 32.8 meters, which she set at the National Championships in Canada. We're looking to see if she has anything left in the tank. All right, let's see what she's got. Coming in, jump number 3. Driving it in home. Oh, yeah, getting better height on that one. And that could be closer to 35 meters. Good progression of jumps there from 32 to 34. And if she can... get just as much a distance differential again, she could be very, very close to about a 36-meter jump. A little bit of a lean off the top of the jump, which didn't exactly help so far as her height was concerned. Distance should pop up on your screen momentarily for our competitor making her way back to the dock. It is 33.2 meters. Not a bad backup jump by all accounts. And there, 34 meters there on the middle jump, which is her best attempt out of the 3 and gives her the lead with 1 competitor remaining. And I did say erroneously that jump was a personal best. As a matter of fact, her PB is 35 meters. Looking at other information in front of me from AWSA, they trying to pull resources from a number of different databases so far as personal bests are concerned. This one I'm looking at is from the IWWF Manu scoring program that has been around for quite a while, and suggests that her best jump is 35 meters, which took place in the Sunset Fall Classic earlier on this season. All right, then, we've got one more skier to go. It's going to be Elizabeth Hall, and we get to see her jump next. Skier on the water at this time, coming to us from the United States of America, it is Elizabeth Hall. Right, hailing out of Newman in Georgia. This is Elizabeth Hall. Her best jump of the season is around a 38-meter jump. Let's see what she's got. Bringing in the handle rather awkwardly off the turn and a little bit early coming into the jump. Not getting a full extension, but a decent amount of speed, looking very, very strong. So Elizabeth Hall, who jumped 39.3 meters at the Junior U.S. Open Water Ski Championships over in California not too long ago, backed that up with a 38.4 at the Southern Regionals and 36.4 over at the Good Water Ski Nationals. That kind of gives you an idea of what she's capable of distance-wise. Should have enough to take the lead on the strength of jump number 1. Okay, it looks like we've had some technical issues related to that jump, and we'll see if we can resolve them in time to take her back for her first official jump. Right, looks like she's going to sit down for a moment, and we'll take a break with her.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, here she comes, Elizabeth Hall on jump number 1. Turns in, gets set. Good drive off the end of that jump. Coming to us out at Newman in Georgia. That is Elizabeth Hall. Turning around the 600-foot cut buoy, so a little bit earlier with her approach on this one. And just turns away from the boat and trying to keep a good tight line here to ensure that she isn't disrupted too much off the turn. A little bit on the back of the skis as she comes up the ramp. Loses a bit of distance as a result of that. So we should find the jump distance coming through any moment now. Looks like she's coming back into the shore. She's probably safe in the knowledge that she's already jumped enough to make it through to the next round.
Something with the camera.
And they're still apparently not getting any kind of computed distance with that jump either. It looks like the situation calls for a little bit of a delay whilst we take some time out to solve that problem. But we will be back shortly with the continuing action here at Lago Los Moros, here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, back in a few moments.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, just getting word that Elizabeth Hall will essentially have to start again with jump number 1 due to some technical snafus in regarding to our distance measurement. But she is taking advantage of that by conjuring up a full double cut here on jump number 1, re-ride. Sets herself up well off the second wake, up and over. Should land and should be able to make her way through to the next round of the competition on the strength of that jump distance, if we can actually get an officially verified score for her. And the distance coming through of 32.4 meters, a 106-foot leap. Hitting the ramp a little bit early, not getting much out of the ramp, but enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. That is a 32.2, 106 feet. All right, let's have a look and see. Elizabeth Hall, second attempt. She's jumped close to 40 meters before in competition. Let's see if she can get that close this time around. certainly a lot later coming off the turn into the ramp that time. Elizabeth Hall out of Newman in Georgia. Jump distance being posted up as 33.8 meters or 111 feet. 33.8. $111 all the ones for Elizabeth Hall. All right, here we go. This is Elizabeth Hall coming in on her third and final attempt. All right, jump number 3. Oh, good impact on the third and last attempt. But still very, very close to the bottom left-hand corner compared to some of our other jumpers hitting the middle. So the distance coming through as 35 meters exactly. Or 115 feet, and that concludes Elizabeth Hall's outing out there on the water. And she will join Megan Pelkey, Martina Pedrita, and also Emma Davis through to the next round of the jump competition in the under-17 girls category. So Davis, Pedrita, Pelkey, and Hall all advance to that section of the competition. All right, we've got 2 more series of jumps, both of them in under-17 boys. We've got Series 2 to take place momentarily, and then we'll go on to Series 1. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships from Lago Los Maros in Santiago de Chile. And we will return right after these.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships here in Santiago de Chile. And we've got the U17 Men's Series 2. We've got Andrea and Paolo Pagozzi going one after the other. Then we've got a trio of Colombians, starting off with Daniel Botero, followed by Santiago Escobar and Sebastian Martinez. Eric Gisler will be next, followed by George Malinowski. And rounding off for Series 2 will be Santiago Barrianos. Okay, top 8 advance, and our first competitor up is Andrea Pagozzi. And for all but 2 of the competitors, they'll all be jumping at the 1.5 meter ramp height, the 5-foot ramp height. The last 2 competitors, George Malinowski and Santiago Barrientos, will jump at 1.65 meters high. Andrea Pagozzi, jump number 1. Oh, decent looking jump there, lands in, and does he ride it out? Yes, he does. Gets the distance under his belt. Looks a very, very tidy looking opening jump. The jump distance should be made available very, very soon. All right, distance 39.2 or 129 feet. So a decent looking opening jump. Certainly at this stage of the game, with the competitors that we have at this stage, probably safe to assume that that we're going to see the majority of our personal bests recorded at this early stage of the jump event. And here we go. We've got Andrea Pagozzi. Ah, good, solid looking jump there. Got a lot of speed. Great lift there for Andrea Pagozzi. Just absolutely just pummeled that ramp on the that opening jump. So the jump distance coming through. Whoa, look at this, 41.2 meters, 41.2 meters. Little over 130 feet, all said and told. Andrea Pagozzi. I believe that that one will have been in personal best territory. Haven't had an awful lot of, don't see an awful lot of scores and results associated with his name. In fact, the only jump that I've seen on any of the scores is as high as 21.7, and I know that was produced a long while ago, back in 2019. So we'll see what he's got. Andrea Pagozzi, 41.2 meters on the second jump. What has he got on jump number 3? Getting rocked out towards the side a little bit, towards the boat, putting a little bit more pressure on the zero off system, and kind of spiked it a little bit as he made his turn towards the jump. And then, because that was the case, that would have powered him up just a little bit too soon, and probably didn't have enough in reserve by the time he got to the ramp area to really take full effect of that additional power. Good extension off the top, though, and it is 42.4. .4 meters, 42.4, certainly one of his better jumps. And we'll now hand off from Andrea to Paolo Pagozzi, and he'll be taken to the water next.
La misma cuerda, la misma cuerda. La misma cuerda. Ok, gracias.
Gracias, Diego. Gracias.
There you go, a little bit of an equipment share going on there between Andrea and Paolo. Andrea has set the bar up pretty high with 42.4.
Wow.
Let's see what Paolo can do.
Myself, but then
magari non presto ancora prestissimo, però sai da qua che non vedo.
Ci sono fuori da trampolino lì. Sono fuori,
sì, ma devi fidarti, Andrea.
Sì, già. Mi piaceva perché andavo, passava anche qua e c'era dopo. Però non avevo ancora paura che la barca mi tirasse. Molto buona quella.
Ti sei divertito? È quello che volevi fare?
Volevo fare di più, ma buono.
Vabbè, voi volete sempre fare di più. Dai.
All right, here we are now. We got Paolo Pagozzi. Paolo Pagozzi, not much on him either so far as his jumping ability is concerned, but oh, whoa. And actually the first pass that we've seen in the entirety of this tournament, and it's taken a while before we've seen one of those. Turns in, drives in towards the area of the jump, and then realized it was way, way too early. And he just skied around the jump and expended that opening attempt. He's got 2 more to go, and we'll return right after this. Okay, returning to live action. We've got Andrea Pagozzi with 42.4 meters, 139 feet to set the pace. Paolo Pagozzi currently in second, having passed up on the first jump, and he's got 2 more remaining. All right, here we go. Paolo Pagozzi. Whoa, and passing up on jump number 2 as well. So that puts him in a very, very uncomfortable situation as he gets ready for jump number 3. And that is the only instance where you can actually pass on the right-hand side of the jumping ramp. As long as you do not cross either of the 2 wakes coming in towards the jump, as long as you stay on the right-hand side of the wake, then the officials would have no problem in registering that as a refusal, because if the skier did manage to cross the wakes, then it would have been a refusal on the right-hand side of the jump and would therefore be open to disqualification. So now he's got one more jump to come, and he's got no distance registered yet. All right, here we go. Coming in. Jump number 3. Oh, huge bit of slack off the turn. That forces him later onto the surface. But he does get a good leap. Does he ride it out? Oh, man alive. Certainly pressure-packed. Last jump there for Paolo Pagozzi. Didn't exactly have the best of preparation by way of his first 2 jumps. But I tell you what, he came through in the clutch with his 3rd and last attempt. And that jump should be in excess of 40 meters. Good flight off the top. Distance should be known in momentarily for Paolo Pagozzi. We'll find out what that is in a moment so far as his distance. 39 meters exactly. So 39 meters exactly on the 3rd and last attempt. That's the equivalent of 128 feet. Next competitor up is going to be Daniel Patero. Daniel Patero, the first of our trio of Colombian jumpers. We will return in just a moment. You're watching the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships live here from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. Right then, folks, returning to action. You see our leaderboard a little confusing, but it is showing that Andrea Pagozzi is on top there with 42.4, and Paolo Pagozzi there with 39 meters. Your only two competitors at this point. This is Daniel Botero. Let's see what he's got. Very, very high into the bottom of the jump and lands and rides that one out. No real gauge on his previous performances to boot. At least on one database I was able to access. Let's see if I can find out a little bit more about him. Daniel Botero, he's certainly shaking his fist. He's certainly delighted with what he's done so far. Daniel Botero coming to us out of Colombia. So the jump distance for Daniel Botero be coming through. It should be in excess of 20 meters, I would say. Hasn't jumped all that much in recent times, and the best jump that I've seen him produced from a national championship event was 11.6 meters. $19.1 or 63 feet. Here we go, folks. Coming in. This is Daniel Botero. Go now. Turn away from the wake and push hard in towards the jump. Oh, getting a little bit crossed up on the landing. Won't be able to ride out that jump. But leaving his right ski behind him a little bit as he made his turn towards the jump and almost hit the bottom right-hand corner, as a matter of fact. That might have been enough to destabilize him and cause him to fall on jump number 2. All right, that's Daniel Botero. His best jump so far is 19.1, and we'll return to more action right after this.
Hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Okay, so continuing right along. We got Daniel Botero. A fall on a jump number 2. But he already has a distance of 19.1 to work with on jump number 1. Let's see if he's got anything left in the tank. Hopefully he'll time this single cut a little bit better. He's got more room to play with now. Up and over. But unfortunately falling upon the landing. That will result in his one and only jump of 19.1 being the best of the 3 in terms of distance. Just leaning away a little bit there and not pushing so much on his right ski. Then just collapsing into the water there, and he'll be forced to swim in. So there we go. That's Daniel Patero.
I know.
We're going to get ready for Santiago Escobar, and keeping one eye on what's going on here, another eye on the other sporting action that's going on around the world, especially in Doha in Qatar, where Tunisia defeat France to the tune of 1-0, and Australia beating Denmark 1-0, which means that France, because of earlier results, advances through to the round of 16 alongside Australia. So well done to France and to Australia in Group D. They will meet up against the top two teams out of Group C, and those teams will be determined by the matches. Poland versus Mexico, Poland versus Saudi Arabia, and Argentina versus Mexico. And we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the Pan American Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and to keeping an eye on what's going on here, and we've got Santiago Escobar from Colombia, a second of our Colombian jumpers in this section of the competition. Here we go, folks. Santiago Escobar. Set himself up well on jump number one. Decent flight, decent landing, and the score should be okay as well. So good to skiing, a good stable looking opening jump. Only 8 skiers from the U17 boys section advanced through to a final, and there are actually 7 competitors in Series 1. So, who actually comes out of this Series 2 as the top jumper would automatically make it through to the next round of the competition, and the jump distance of 26.9 meters or 88 feet, 26.9 or 88 feet for Santiago Escobar. Certainly needs a lot more than that to be in that conversation I just mentioned, but certainly landing the opening jump, which is encouraging. Andrea Pagozzi still in the lead with 42.4 meters. Pushing out nice and wide there on jump number 2. Little flat coming into the surface, and not really getting much direction across the surface of the jump, which would have enabled him to get a little bit more in the way of distance. Turns in a little bit of slack in the line. That's why it was a little unstable off the turn. Up and over, will land and ride it. Should be a little bit further, mind you, maybe about 27.5 meters, maybe closer to 29. We'll find that out in just a moment. Santiago Escobar. And it is 28.8 meters, or 94 feet. So for Santiago Escobar, just looking at some of the performances that he's produced in recent seasons. He's jumped as much as 30.1 meters. So let's see if he can get over the 30-meter mark. It would certainly put some pressure on some of our other competitors going forward. Here he comes, a native of Bogota in Colombia. And a good solid effort there. Jump number 3, riding that one out. So 3 jumps there, and looking around about the same, if not a little bit further with each successive attempt. Just keeps his shoulders over his skis and getting some good traction off that ramp. The distance should be a little bit longer than 28.8, could well be into the 30-meter range. What is the distance, we ask ourselves? All right, 29.9, 29.9 or 98 feet. 98 feet, 29.9 meters. All right, that settles it there for Sebastian, for Santiago Escobar. Next competitor up is going to be Sebastian Martinez. He too is from Colombia. He's the last of our Colombian jumpers in this U17 Boys Series 2. And we'll get our first sight of him in just a few moments. Do not go away.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, here we go. Coming in, Sebastian Martinez. Sebastian Martinez, whose best jump this season is about a 36.9 meter jump distance. That he produced in the Latin American Water Ski Championships in Medellin in Colombia. His home nation, of course. And certainly a good effort there, a very well constructed looking jump. Good pressure off his right ski coming through the base of the ramp, giving him ultimate stability heading up the ramp. without too much in the way of slippage. Distance should be coming through momentarily for Sebastian Martinez, and it is 34.3. 34.3, 113 feet. Okay, so chasing down distances which for all intents and purposes constitutes his personal best. Looking at his distances, they range into the 30 meters range. His best jump is 34.3 meters. It was set about a week or so ago. Here he comes, Sebastian Martinez, up and over. And a good effort there on jump number 2. Definitely a lot more distance on top of what he produced on his opening jump of 34.3. So equaling his best jump of the season with 34.3 meters on the opening jump. I reckon that one is definitely closer to 35 meters. And a good head nod there, and acknowledging that jump was one of his better attempts. And the jump distance, oh, never mind being 35 meters. What about 36 and a half? 36.5 meters, 120 feet. Significant distance, being over 120 feet. And there is your leaderboard right now. Andrea Pagozzi still in the lead. Paolo Pagozzi in second. And Sebastian Martinez currently in third with 36.5 meters. Wind still very much a present here at Lago Los Moros, although it really doesn't do much to unsettle the water conditions on the surface. Here he comes, Sebastian Martinez. Oh, leaning up over his skis and unfortunately not getting too much height on jump number 3. If that jump does happen to be further, it would have been produced with speed and almost speed alone. Getting set into a good position off the turn, but leaning away a little bit as he comes into the ramp and off it. Distance will be known shortly, and it is 35.4, 35.4. So, he concludes his jumping. We're going to go to our next competitor in just a moment. That is Eric Gisler. He'll be our final competitor on the 1.5 meter ramp height, and he'll be taken to the water next.
Mandando mensajes que había un objeto volador ahí que no sabía de dónde venía. Muy bien. ¿La pasaste bien? Solo un poco.
All right then, so our next competitor up is going to be Eric Gisler, our final competitor at the 1.5 meter ramp height in the U17 boys elimination round. And unless something dramatically happens between now and at least the first couple of competitors in the next series, it might be the last time that we see a competitor jump at 1.5 meters high between now and the end of the junior competition.
Yeah.
But Eric Gisler certainly producing a wonderful looking opening jump, very well constructed, extremely tidy off the turn, and even tidier off the jump. Good transition. All right, distance should be popping up on your screen any moment right now, and it is 38.4, 38.4. 38.4 or 126 feet. 38.4 meters. Puts him in the, that should put him in the top 8 as it stands right now, but we still got 7 more competitors to come after this series, of course. 2 more competitors round off this series too, and they both will be hitting the ramp when it's elevated up from 1.50 meter to 1.65 meters high. It won't take too long for us to do that, of course. So Eric Gisler, whose best jump so far of the season is 39.9 meters, so how he would love to be over 40 meters. There you go, a good looking second jump, and tidy as you like as well. No wasted motion out there whatsoever there for Eric Gisler. So waiting on the distance. I'm not too sure whether this will be closer to 40. Whoa, actually it is. It's 38.6. 38.6 or 127. .6, 127 feet. Eric Gisler coming to us out of Argentina. And actually currently resides here in San Bernardo in Chile. His best jump distance so far this season, 39.9 meters at the record tournament that took place here about a week or so ago. A little over a week ago, as a matter of fact. And he's had distances registered in the mid-30s and high 30s, but he has not been able to jump over 40 meters quite yet. Let's see if he can bring something to the table here that will take him over the 40-meter ramp. Oh, nicely done. Does he land this distance? Yes, he does. Is that going to be enough? He had the speed, he had the height. But does the distance come through for him? Dramatic scenes here for Eric Gisler as he comes off the turn and drives his way through the ramp. Good height. That's definitely his trump card. What is the distance coming through? It's 38.8 meters again. 38.8. 0.2 of a meter differential between the first and second and third. So there we go. That represents his best effort. He'll ski into the dock. Our boat will be making its way in the opposite direction so that it can go to the ramp and change it from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. Actually, it's the other boat that's going over to the ramp with the homologator, who is Martin Coleman, and he'll be making sure that ramp is set at the proper height so that the ramp ratio is exactly where it needs to be. All right, we will rejoin the action with the final two competitors in Series 2 boys jump in the under-17s, and then the remaining 7 competitors that represent Series 1 in the under-17 boys jump elimination round. All that to come right after this with continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. Fácil, con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just going to make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will.
Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, and good afternoon once again. Some great action out on the water as we continue to go right along to the wire with the elimination rounds of skiing in the under-17 section of the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships right here in Lago Los Maros in Santiago de Chile. All right then, folks, here we go. Next competitor up from Canada, this is George Malinowski. Turning somewhere between the 700 and 600 foot cut buoys, between the 180 and 210 foot, 210 meter cut buoys.
Popular in America for sure.
Nicely done up over the ramp. Good skiing. On jump number 1, looking very, very confident there. That jump should be in excess of 40 meters, I would say. So a good stout opening jump there for George Malinowski. We'll wait on the distance. Taking an early approach somewhere between the 180 and 210 meter jump buoys, or right, 40.5, 40.5 meters. .5 meters. Let's have a look at that in comparison to the other jumps on the leaderboard, if we can show that. There we go. Malinowski with 133 feet. 139 feet belongs to Andrea Pagozzi. So Malinowski has split the Pagozzis wide open with their respective jumps. All right, here we go, folks. He's got his second attempt coming up right now. Is he going to decide to bring this initial cut down a little bit later? Oh, yes, sir, he is. He's going to turn at about the 180-meter buoy, or 600-foot cut buoy. Now, turns away from the boat, sets himself up well. Whoa, and almost getting pulled completely onto his right edges before hitting the jump. Thankfully, the ramp turned up exactly when it did for him. But there you go. That is George Malinowski. I believe that that second jump is a lot further than his opening attempt. Yeah, getting a lot of lift on that one. George Malinowski there. So 41.4, 136 feet, 41.4. Let's have a look at some of the scores that he has put in, if I can find some from George Malinowski. I'm sure he's very, very capable of jumping in the mid-40s. So George Malinowski out of Canada. And he's turning at around about the same place this time around. 42 meters is his best jumper from the Canadian Nationals this past August. Let's see if he can conjure up something of a similar vein. Now, unfortunately, it's not going to quite happen this time around. So he's going to have to keep that jump of 41.4 meters as his best jump. 41.4 meters for George Malinowski will represent his best jump out of the three. Now here's our situation. We got one more competitor to go, and then there are 7 more to go after him. The one more competitor in Series 2 jump elimination round, that is going to be Santiago Branches of Chile. And if he takes the lead at this stage of the competition, then he will find himself among the top 8 competitors who will advance on to the junior jump final in the U17s. Because there are 7 competitors left in Series 1, we're going to pick up Santiago Branches in just a moment with continuing action of the Pan American Water Ski Championships for 2022.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine-tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all-encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Okay, continuing right on with this competition, we've got George Malinowski offered a re-jump on jump number 3, on which he passed on. There was a fast boat time associated with that effort. He's going to be taken to the other end of the lake, and joining him in here in the announcing section here, we've got Valentina Gonzalez. How are you doing?
I'm good, Tony. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. So looking forward to the tournament to come for you as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be competing at home. It's always good to be here with family and friends watching, so I'm excited for Friday.
Excellent stuff. We look forward to that as well, and hopefully you'll assist me here a little bit so far as translating into Spanish is concerned, because your English is better than my Spanish, and my Spanish is non-existent, so there you go.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here helping you guys. You guys do a great job all year round, so thank you guys for coming, and welcome to Chile.
Why, thank you. Okay, George Malinowski coming in on jump number 3. Getting himself set up, and he's going to be a little bit closer to the 180-meter buoy. All right, here we go. Coming in on jump number 3 on a re-ride. Coming in, dropping in hard. Up and over, we'll land, we'll ride out that distance. We'll get the distance very, very soon. And Valentina, an impressive looking distance.
Yeah, that was a good jump for George. He's a great skier. He skis with Scott Ellis every single day. So good to have him here. I hope it's a good distance. We don't know yet.
Okay, so what basically stands out for you so far as George Malinowski is concerned? Obviously, he has his own style out there in more ways than one, but how do you rate his jumping?
Yeah, I think he has a good technique. It will be a little better if he go a little bit more lift of the ramp, but it's a good jump, I think, for him.
Yeah, crushing a little bit on that jump there, and he's gotten 41.4 meters on his previous jump. That one should be around about the same distance. Then we're pushing out a distance. It's going to be 43.4 meters, and it's also with a fast time associated with it as well. So he's going to be pulled out to the right-hand side now. Now 2 consecutive jumps with fast boat side. I don't know whether they've communicated that information to him as yet, but it is another fast time on the 3rd and last attempt now. Now, whenever you have something like that, a lot of ears and a lot of eyes point towards the zero-off system, because you give them a letter before you leave the dock, and that letter basically reacts to you. Now, if it reacts too much, then you've probably set the letter up a little bit too high in a lot of cases. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes the letter is a little high and the times are fast, so George will have to make an adjustment there, and hopefully the next time he goes in the water, it's a good time and he can get a good jump.
All right, then we await that, and whilst all that situation resolves itself on dockside, we can step to one side. Another opportunity for you to grab your favorite beverage and grab your favorite chair. And if you are in Chile watching this, grab your favorite entree, courtesy of Pepe as well, as we get ready to return to action here at the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. Back in a moment.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right then, so getting ready for George Malinowski again. Okay, in the fullness of time, we're able to ascertain the nature of the technical difficulties. The 41.4 meters he's re-riding against. He passed on jump number 3, and now he's re-riding against that 41.4 meter jump on jump number 2. If you're a little confused, so am I. Here we go, coming in on jump. A re-ride on jump number 2. Good push into the jump, but kind of get the feeling that that George Malinowski has basically shot his best bolt on one of the previous jumps there, Valentina.
There we go. Yeah, Tony, I think that was a good jump. Still a little early there. The wind's switching a little bit. It's tailwind at 600 and then cross dead calm. So I hope this jump was good and the times were good with the boat.
Okay, and I have to ask you, so far as the weather is concerned, and we're going to get a distance coming through, and I'll ask you the question in regards to the weather. Up and over, a good-looking jump distance. We'll get the certified distance in a moment, but the weather here in Chile, this is rather unusual, where the wind is blowing, and it's blowing cold for a lot of people, whilst we still have glorious sunshine at this time of year, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting in the shade, it's a little bit cold, and then you go in the sun, and it's really hot. So it's hard to decide what to wear. The wind is pretty cold, and then the sun is really hot. So it's weird to have it during this time of the year, but once in a while it happens.
All right, then, and we just saw on the leaderboard that George Baranowski's best jump is actually 40.5 meters on the strength of that rewrite on jump number 2. We'll try and get to the bottom of all of that situation in a little bit, but we continue on with Santiago Baranchias of Chile. Hopefully I pronounced that right, or somewhere of a close approximation to how his name is pronounced. Maybe you can help me out there a little bit there, Val.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We call him Pepe. That's his nickname, Pepe Barrientos.
Okay, Pepe.
Pepe.
Pepe. Okay, yeah. There you go.
He's a great skier. He works really hard, so I hope it pays off today.
All right then, and let's see what he's got with the 3 jumps at his disposal. If he can take the lead at this point, in other words, if he can beat out that 42.4 meter jump, courtesy of Andrea Pagozzi, then he will be through to next round of the competition, because we take 8 through, and there are 7 competitors to go after him in Series 1. So let's see what Pepe can produce with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. He's going to go straight in with the full double cut. Let's see what his setup is like.
That's a better spot there.
Yes, indeed. Turning it around the 180-meter cut buoy there. A very not as close to the 150-meter cut buoy at this stage. Here he comes, jump number 1. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1 there. You obviously saw something there, maybe a little bit early there, Val.
Yeah, first jumps, first set of the tournament. He's probably nervous too. I think that was a good spot. I don't know why he passed, but a good spot in the 600, and he passed to the ramp.
All right then, so turning around the 180-meter buoy, that was the buoy that you just saw him go round on this instant replay. And nice and wide, and just trying to stay with a little bit of loose line and keeping up the water speed. However, he did sink in a little bit prior to that turn, and probably killed a lot of his position and a lot of the prep up to that point. So, yes, Diego Hernandez, and certainly a popular driver around these parts, so wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, Diego is a great driver. He's been around for the last couple of years, and it's good to have him here driving at Pan-Ams.
All right, then I certainly would agree with you there.
He just smiled to the camera when he passed us in the back.
There you go, nice nod and a wink. It's almost as if he knew he was on camera. All right, so good skiing so far. Where we got a pass on jump number 1 for Santiago Baranchias, or Pepe. Pepe.
Yeah.
There you go. I think I got that right. And there is our current leaderboard. And we just saw a brief look at the leaderboard with 42.4 meters. Andrea Pagozzi still in the lead. And if he keeps that lead beyond these 2 jumps, then he'll be through to the next round. Otherwise, it'll be Santiago. Coming in, jump number 2. Let's see how much at this speed he can hold into the turn. Starting to sink in, and thankfully he can get the turn situated. Ah, look at that! Jump number 2, yeah, exactly. And I think that might be enough to send him through for Chile.
Yeah, that was a beautiful jump for Pepe. He definitely went earlier, the 600. Maybe he thought he was later in the jump that he passed. He cut right before the 600 buoy on this jump.
And always the risk that whenever you take an earlier approach off the 180-meter buoy, that you're actually sinking in even deeper, because it's a little bit more difficult to hold your water speed up. But and in this instance, the opposite seemed to be the case, and he was able to get more speed off that turn and carry it all the way through the jump there, Val.
Yeah, here in this jump, we could just see the replay. He fell a little bit on the wakes. He moved a little bit, so if he can keep his chest up and have his legs strong before the ramp, that will be a huge jump for him. We see the distance, 43.4 meters.
43.4 meters, and that's a done deal so far as Santiago is concerned. He moves into the lead, and with 7 competitors remaining, he has advanced himself through to the jump final. So I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. I'm not too sure what his personal best is.
I think his personal best he did last weekend at the tournament here, around 47 meters, I would say around there.
We'll take a look at that and see the information I'm able to glean. Yes, indeed, it is a 47-meter personal best. And so he's still got a little bit of work to do if he's to get anywhere close to that. 47.3 meters is PB. So looking for about 3.9 meters to get to around about that level. Here he comes. Oh, this is later. This is a lot later. Let's see if he can pressure this one in. Up and over, and a good, solid effort. He's through to the next round, and he could well be starting not first off the dock, but a little bit later than that.
That was a way better spot there. He had more speed in the turn. That was a better cut and a good jump for him.
Yes, indeed. We wait the distance, and turning away, keeping a good tight line. Seems to have really good line and handle management. Not quite as peppy as he typically was on the previous 2 jumps so far as the lift is concerned. But he still gets enough in terms of distance, and it is 44 meters, actually more than he did on the previous jump distance of 144 feet, 144. So he is through to the next round of the competition, Santiago Branchias, which...
Yeah. That was a better jump for him. I'm sure he wanted a little bit more, but he'll have to have that good jump for in the next round in the finals. So that was a good jump for him and a good warm-up for the finals.
All right, then. The ramp stays at 1.65 meters high for our remaining 7 competitors in the U17 Series 1 jump competition. The remaining 7 consist of Jacob Chambers, Sebastian Tizar, Vittorio Bloya, Chase Sparks, Lucas Panett, Gage Kaprovic, and Martin Labra. There is our running order. Chambers, Tizar, Bloya, Sparks, Panett, Kaprovic, and Labra. Some tense moments here. These competitors know what it needs, what it takes to make it through to the next round. Anything more than 42.4 meters will ensure that they make it through to the next round of the competition. Jacob Chambers from Canada. Now, how much do you know about Jacob Chambers there, Valley?
I don't really know him. I know he's Canadian. I saw him at the PanAms last year, but I haven't met him yet.
Okie dokie. All right, so Jacob Chambers, let's have a look and see what his recent form has been like. About 46.2 meter jump in the Holy Cow Cup recently in Polk City. 46.2 meters his best jump this season. Let's see if he can conjure up something a little bit closer to that. Oh, and pass it up on jump number 1, and you know what? The zero off really drove into him a little bit coming off the turn. He engaged the switch, and he wasn't quite ready to take that much power into the bottom of the jump, it seems. Just looking at the instant replay, anything you see out in the ordinary there, Val?
I think that was a good start at the 600. He had some speed. I don't know if he was a little bit late for him or early, and he ended up passing in the jump. Shoulders a little low.
Yeah, a little bit tilted towards the left a little bit as he came in and brought the handle down. It wasn't keeping his chest up off the turn, which is the most desirable position. He just rotated it down and just exposed himself to the boat way too much.
Yeah, exactly. When you're coming at that speed, the last thing you want is to have your shoulders down and your chest down. It's a big ramp. You're coming fast, and you got to have a good position before the ramp.
All right, then, certainly an experienced jumper, Valentina Gonzalez, certainly knows the ins and outs of tournament water ski jumping, many-time Chilean national champion and Latin American, Pan-American champion as well. And drawing upon that experience right here, helping me out with the announcing for the remaining jumpers in the U17 boys competition. Now, what kind of training do you do basically in off season? Because well, actually, is there even an off season for you being Chilean and skiing here in the Chilean summer and then skiing the summer season in Florida? I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a little bit of off season. Right now, I'm gonna go back to Florida, finish school, graduate from college, and then come back here at the end of December to keep skiing and start a new year with a new season.
All right, then. We look forward to that. And here we go. Jacob Chambers passing on jump number 1. And we'll see what he can do on pass on jump number 2. Better with his shoulders this time. Oh, whoa! Ooh. Wow. Don't know what to say about that jump there, Val. Anything you saw?
Yeah, I thought that was a better cut. His shoulders, his chest is a little bit higher, but... still, as soon as he went in the ramp, his skis like split apart, and he was lucky.
Yeah, extremely fortunate to be able to ride out that jump. But now it come a little bit of a pressure situation here because he needs to jump 42.4 meters in excess of in order to make it through to the next round. And he only has one jump left. So, I mean, you've obviously been in one or two of those. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, ow. Oh, I felt that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Feeling my back and my legs.
I felt it in certain other places as well, but the less spoken about that, the better. But there you go. That was Jacob Chambers. He's got one attempt going now. You've obviously been in situations where you've fallen on the first 2 jumps and are reliant upon the 3rd jump to score, and probably at the same time needing a certain distance in order to advance. So how do you deal with that kind of situation?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that situation before. It's probably the one situation you don't want to be in at that time because you have the stress about having to put a score in there to make the final. So normally if that happens, you just got to go for it in your last jump and see what happens.
Yes, indeed. Just throw everything in the kitchen sink into the last jump and hope everything turns out for the best. All right, so Jacob Chambers, one last attempt. More than 42.4 meters he needs on jump number 3 in order to advance. We've already advanced one competitor. That's Santiago Branches of Chile. And a competitor from the Dominican Republic is in the wings here, waiting to see.
He pulled out a little bit too early. And
yeah, he did actually.
There.
And that engaged the switch way too early as well. He's got to take this jump. If he harbors any ambitions of making it through to the next round, this jump has got to be more than 42.4 meters up and over. And is that going to be enough, Ali?
I think it's going to be close. I think that jump was definitely over 40 meters, maybe around 42, 43 meters. We'll see in a couple seconds.
But what the heck happened with his setup?
I don't know if he thought the 700 buoy was a 600 or not, but he was about to turn the 700. So he had to wait and then turn with like no speed, no angle, and try to make it on the ramp.
Now, the only instance where you turn around the 700 as if the wind was behind you, huh?
Yeah, there's a tailwind at the 600, so...
Maybe he saw something that required him to go a little bit earlier off the second. Whoa, there we go. He had to take that last jump, and by golly, did he have to. It's a 43.1 meter jump. He advances through to the next round. Barely. So 43.1 meters slots him in second place. 6 competitors remaining. And 141 feet for Jacob Chambers. A rather fortuitous circumstance there with the last jump.
Not figure out the 6.
As we just heard him, he just said I couldn't figure out the 6, the mic and the dog.
Yeah, indeed. It's very telling hearing some of the conversations on dockside as the skiers conclude their rounds. And we've got Sebastian Tiza of Chile about to take to the water in just a moment or so. And we're going to step to one side and get ready for the 3 jumps that he has in store for us. You're watching continuing coverage of the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. Here we go, returning to action. We've got Sebastian Tiza from Chile. What's the word on him, Vale?
Yeah, again, he's a great athlete, great family, and he's been training hard this year. He skis with Scott Ellis and Marion in Florida, so I hope it pays off and he skis good today.
All right, let's see what he's got coming in on jump number 1. His best jump is around the 47-meter mark. Let's see what he has on jump number 1. All very close to the bottom right-hand corner, but he's able to get that jump away, and as long as it's more than 42.4 meters, he will rest easy knowing that he's through to the next round. But obviously looking to try and put some pressure on the remaining competitors. He would like to be able to start off the dock, not first, but a little bit later down the line there, Val.
Yeah, definitely. I honestly don't like being the first one out of the water. I'd like to have 3-4 skiers before me to know when to get ready, actually. So I think that was a decent jump, maybe around 43 meters. I think it's around the cut.
Okay, yes, because that's actually a good point, you know, wanting to try and be a little bit later off the dock.
Ooh.
Whoa, 40 meters. He's got a bit of work to do, Val.
Yeah, I think I didn't watch the jump good enough. It's 40 meters, 40.0 actually.
Which is about 131 feet, and that puts him currently on the outside looking in. He is in 5th place right now, and he needs to send a couple more spots to put himself through to the next round of the competition. Now, you do raise a good point in starting off a little bit later than first. And it's a fast second segment on the first jump, so we'll continue on to the second jump, and we'll find out if we need to rewrite the first jump contingent upon the distances on jump number 2 and number 3. So here we go, Sebastian Tiza. Coming in, jump number 2. Getting a good rotation off that wake and into the glide for jump number 2. That one looks a lot better.
That was a better jump for sure.
Now, I wonder if the distance is going to be anywhere close to where he needs. Now, if you are a skier that's a little bit starting a little bit later off the dock, you kind of have the advantage of seeing the skiers out there a little bit and seeing where their timing is. I mean, is that something that you do on the dock if you start later than first?
No, I mean, I always try to focus on myself and not really look at the skiers that go before me. I try to focus on what my coaches tell me and what my normally tournament routine is. So if I have 4 skiers before me, I'll just start getting ready, warming up, and be ready to go.
Absolutely. So we wait on the distance, 41.3. He's leaving it very, very late indeed.
That was a better jump, better cut, more speed. He's just missing it a little bit.
All right then, so Sebastian Tiza with 41.3 meters. All right then, so 135 feet on jump number 2. He needs more than 42.4 meters to advance, needing more than 139 feet. with this one last jump. If he can do that, then he'll ascend above Andrea Pagozzi. Coming in, splitting on the jump, and I don't think he's done it, Val.
No, I don't think.
And he knows it as well.
Yeah, he missed the kick there. Didn't have enough speed there, and I don't think that's gonna be enough.
Well, we'll find out the distance for absolute certain, and yeah, just getting a little bit crushed into his turn a little bit. Just really having to work hard to keep his shoulders and everything going level there, even into the setup.
Yeah, as you can see, his left shoulder is almost touching his knee. He's pretty low there, and he's missing the kick a little bit too.
Yes, indeed, missing the kick a whole lot. I would say there for Sebastian Tizza. He's back into the shore. Visibly annoyed with himself with that jump, and it's 40.5 meters. 40.5 meters, which is 133 feet, and that means that Andrea Pagozzi, with his jump of 42.4, he is through to next round of the competition, and additionally, he will be first off the dock no matter what happens because he jumps at 5 foot.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if he's second seed or what seed he is, he's going to be the first off the dock because of the ramp.
Yes, indeed. So even if his jump distance isn't exceeded by at least maybe 1 or 2 or 3 more competitors, he will still be the first off the dock, which is, it's a little rough, but, if you can jump over 42 meters off a 5-foot ramp, then why not,
Yeah, sometimes some skiers like to be first out of the dock. If you're nervous, you get done with it, and then you can just go watch the rest of the skiers. But
yeah. And I mean, there have been situations in other levels of jump. I mean, take Danila Filchenko, for example. I mean, the guy up until about this season, or maybe the season before, has probably never jumped at 1 meter 80 before, but yet he's been able to produce jump distances of 1.65 meters high that have been very, very comparable to the very best jumpers in the world who have jumped on a higher ramp height of 1 meter 80, and yet in those instances where he qualified to go into the final, he would still be among the first competitors to leave the dock before the remainder of the field that jumps at the 1 meter 80 ramp height. All right, so let's focus in on our next competitor. This is Vittorio Bloia from the United States. He's going to go with the 3/4 cut to set his effort off. Hasn't had the best of tournaments thus far in either the slalom or the tricks event. So looking to fully redeem himself a little bit with the jump, up and over. Decent looking opening attempt, and if this is more than 42.4, then he will make his way to the final round of the competition. That is Vito Bloia.
I think that was a good opening jump for Vito. I know he's from up north in the U.S. He was telling me last week his leg was completely frozen. It's been snowing a lot. So he had to take some time off, skied last week, and then go for it at the tournament.
Yeah, and getting a lot of height off that jump, not too much speed, and, some jumpers do get quite a little bit of height and don't have enough speed to carry, and sometimes that presents 1 or 2 challenges so far as being able to land and ride out a particular jump. In extreme cases, if you get too much height, then it kind of rolls you over the tip of the jump skis, and then it makes it extremely hard to land and ride out the jump. That's in the first instance, but it also complicates 1 or 2 other matters as well. We're going to wait on the jump distance to come through for Vittorio Bloia, who this season has jumped to upwards of about 48 meters and did that in the Holy Cow Cup, and jumping 40.3 meters, a carbon copy of the previous jump distance we saw from Sebastian Tizza. Now, if you were Vittorio Bloia at this stage, using a 3/4 cut to go 40.3 meters and needing 42.4, what would you do?
I think he needs to get a little bit wider. Sometimes it's hard to get wide when you're doing a 3/4. It's hard to get speed. So he definitely needs more speed, and go a little bit later too.
Here he comes. Let's see if he can take all of that advice on board. And yeah, get him. Oh, beautiful looking jump there. Beautiful pull coming into the landing. And it was that additional tension on the rope and handle that could well have made the difference between 40.3 and the distance he would have needed, which is in excess of 42.4 meters there, Val.
Yeah, I think that was a way better jump. I would say around 43 meters, 44.
Did you see the left ski? It almost went completely down.
Yeah, he was going for it.
Yes, certainly. Absolutely no two ways about it. Distance coming through any moment now for Vito Bloyer. And just at this stage, as you work your way back, 41.4.
I thought that was harder. It looked a little bit better spot. It's just not the speed that I thought the jump was going to be.
Yeah, I thought that distance was going to be more as well. I mean, absolutely. 134 feet or 41.4 meters. Now he needs 1.1 meters more. Needs the 1 meter to cover the distance between 41 to 42.4, and then needs an additional 0.1 of a meter to set him up over that distance to overtake the distance needed to make it through to the next round.
Pressure's on too.
Absolutely, pressure is absolutely on. What does he have? Coming in, jump number 3. There you go. He's very, very adept at getting height off the jump there,
yeah,
but just needs more speed.
Yeah, he definitely needs more speed. He's losing it a little bit there. He's a really tall guy too.
Yes, he is. That's certainly what strikes me about him. But being that tall, you really need to make some serious adjustments on being able to handle more speed going into the base of the jumps, because for taller competitors it's very, very difficult to achieve. I mean, take Igor Morozov, for example.
Yeah, Igor is a really tall guy. His style is completely different as the other skiers. Every skier has different style, and some work for some and some works for the others. So I don't know if you saw there how in the air he even moved the rope. He was like doing circles with the rope there. I don't know if it's a little tailwind there or what's going on in the air.
Doing cartwheels in the air. That's 42.2 meters. Actually, that jump might actually have sent him through to the next round, because I was basing that target on the jump from Andrea Pagozzi. And obviously, because Andrea Pagozzi has made it through, that has reset the target to the next lowest jump. And if we can take a quick look at that leaderboard, if possible, the next lowest jump after Andrea Pagozzi is 42.4 meters, belongs to actually Vito Bloyer now, 42.2 meters. I believe that puts him through to the next round of the competition. If my math is correct, yes, it does. Vito Bloyer is skier number 4. 4 competitors remaining. There you go.
8 skiers going to the finals, right?
8 skiers going through to the final, so your top 4 on that leaderboard that we just shown you there shows Vito Bloyer currently in 4th spot. And just above him is Andrea Pagozzi and Santiago Branches, and also as well Jacob Chambers.
Yeah, so Sebatis is in the bubble there with 41.3 meters.
Absolutely, you're
0.1 to make it to the final.
All right, so 41.3 meters, you said, right? Okay, we'll get clarification on that particular distance. But now we're on to Chase Sparks from the United States of America, whose personal best is just a skosh under 50 meters, 49.9. Let's see what he can do with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Little bit of a tailwind is starting to creep up here, and a good, sharp and quick turn. Oh, and that might have been a little bit too quick. He spiked the boat a little bit too soon.
Yeah, Yeah, all these last couple skiers have been passing in their first jumps.
Yeah,
I don't know if
exactly.
it's because in the dog you see the wind blowing one way and then in the ramp it's a different way, but it's definitely a little bit challenging because it's hard to see where the wind is going.
Anyway, but what's basically your read on this site? Because I mean, you've skied at plenty of sites. I mean, you trained over with Scott Ellis' place. You compete over at Lake Grew and various other locales in Central Florida, Sunset Lakes, quite a number of places that you ski at in tournament more than once during the course of the season. When you come here, what adjustments do you have to make in order to maximize your opportunity to perform out here?
Yeah, I mean, every lake is different. The boat, the water, everything is a little bit different, every lake in the world. I think this is a great lake. Normally it's a headwind or dead calm. The conditions are never really challenging. It's always the same conditions. Today is a little bit of a tailwind out of the 600, but it's not that much. It's a pretty good site.
Do you feel that you have to kind of just adjust your setup to start your turn maybe a little bit sooner or a little bit later to accommodate some of the features here at this lake, or does it really change with the situation on the same venue?
Yeah, definitely. I practice here a little bit this week, and I normally cut a lot after the 600 buoy, and all this past week I had to turn before the buoy, so it's a little bit of a change there.
All right then. Okay, so coming in, this is Chase Sparks passing up on jump number 1. Turns away from the boat, getting a little bit strung out into the bottom of the jump, but managing to pull this one together and brings it in home for the landing. Hearing some cheers and some support from the United States fans along the shoreline and the jump zone. And Chase Sparks, we're waiting on the distance, but anything that strikes you out the ordinary here, Val?
Yeah, I think that's a good jump, good place. I'll bring it a little bit down lake. I think that was an early cut, but he got a good lift. I think that's a jump around 44 meters.
All right, we wait on the distance and... kind of...
maybe a little bit less.
Maybe a little bit less because he didn't use all of the jump there. He actually came off the left-hand side a little bit, indicating how early he was into that approach.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit early in the ramp.
All right, so... we wait on the distance. It should be coming through any moment now. So 47.9. That equals is a jump that he produced in Lyman Land not too long ago with a 47.9, but he is through to the next round of the competition, and he actually takes the lead with that distance.
Wow, I was completely off there. I thought it was going to be around 44 meters, and that was a 47.9.
47.9. Wow. And here he comes, one last attempt. Now, you know that you're through to the next round of the competition. What goes on in your mind with that?
Yeah, I think he's got to look for his spot. He was early in the last jump, and he got to look for a good spot for the finals, and so he can start from that jump.
Okay, here he comes. Jump number 3, up and over. And I think he's found his spot.
Yeah, that was definitely a better cut. Still a little bit early in the ramp, but I think that was farther than the jump before.
Yeah, not looking bad at all, Chase Sparks. Seems to have found a little bit of rhythm here, and on that last jump, he used more of the ramp effectively on this attempt than he did on the previous one, even though the previous distance was 47.9. But turning away from the boat and just bringing it in home off the second wake. A little bit squatted towards the back there, but using the boat to bring him up over the tips of his skis and then put him into a good flight. All right, 49.3, 49.3, only 0.6 of a meter behind his personal best. So 157 and 162.
That's a really good distance to put some pressure on the next guys in the dock. I think the last guys are great skiers, and they definitely needed a big jump to pump them up.
All right, absolutely. So So obviously, as we continue going on, we talk about timing, we talk about your approaches into the jump. Now, with a lot of our competitors, a lot of their timing, some of them actually come off the jump and actually go off the left edge of the jump. Now, in my mind, one or two things you can do to actually rectify that. Well, you can either bring the cut a little bit later and or turn slower, but also there's another thing that you could possibly do, and I don't know whether you agree with this or not. Maybe move the boat out wider away from the jump that brings your cut in towards the bottom right-hand corner. Is that something that you've entertained in the past?
No, I mean, I go split. I try to go at the same place all the time. I think every skier has their different styles, different techniques, and sometimes something works for someone and then doesn't work for the other. I try to go really standard, go normal in every single side, and try to just focus on what I'm working on, my technique and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of styles, plenty of techniques, and plenty of approaches. You know, there was one jumper from Louisiana back in the day. You might even know of him just by his description, but he would always have the boat bumping the inner jump buoy of the jump course so that he could cut incredibly late and getting incredible distances. You probably have an idea of who that competitor is in mind, but we'll discuss that a little bit later. Here we go. This is right now Lucas Panette of Canada. Turns away, gets set up, turns in. And I think that one might be enough to send him through to the next round, although it probably won't even begin to challenge Chase Sparks' lead distance of 49.3 meters.
Yeah, that was a good opening jump. I think that definitely made him go to the finals. He's a good jumper. His brother is a great skier, great jumper. He actually skied the Masters this year in Open. So he competed at Lafayette for collegiate nationals for 4 years, and they're a great family, great athletes, and really good jumpers.
Yes, the competitor that you were referring to is obviously Conley Panette, who recently graduated from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and certainly that college would welcome Lucas Panette with open arms if the opportunity presents itself. We'll get the opening jump distance for him very, very soon. Competing for Canada, this is Lucas Panette. The opening jump distance coming through to him both in metric and in feet. 50.5, 166. Extraordinarily long for that opening jump distance there, Val.
Yeah, I think he's the first skier of the tournament to go over 50 meters. That's great. That's a good jump. I know he can go farther. He's a great athlete, as I said before. I think the Panette family probably likes this place. I remember Conley won the Junior Worlds here back in 2017, so in jump too.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Lucas Panette, so trying to utilize some recent family fortunes here at this site. Found success here in the Panette family in the past. Oh, look at that. Good looking distance there, taking in a lot of speed. Does he ride it out? No. Oh, and he does not. And I had the feeling that jump distance was going to be a little bit longer than the original one. But let's pay attention to his setup, returning just before the 600-foot cut buoy, or 180 meters away from the jump.
That was a way better cut, better spot. He just missed there the rope and the landing. I think the tailwind pushed him a little bit too.
Yes, and look at his left ski. Comes off the turn, totally lifts it to get more speed off it. Arrives at the jump in exactly the right spot, getting a good pull off the jump. And then as he came down, getting a little bit of tension from the line that pulled him into the landing zone a little bit sooner. And then he was just completely disorientated and unable to ride that jump out there, Val.
Yeah, he was kind of waiting for the boat to stand up there, and it's a hard place to stand up when you have so much speed, you land and the boat is not there yet. So I think that was a better jump though.
All right, and we see Diego Hernandez doing a fine job out there with with our competitors. Bring in Lucas Panett in for one last attempt.
That's a Latin American boat crew there. We see Diego driving and Gerson Delgado being the boat judge. He's a Colombian judge.
There you go. Absolutely. So we got two more competitors to come. We got Gage Kaprovic from the United States and Martin Labra from Chile. Both extremely capable jumping competitors, and there is another element to the Martin Labra story, and more details will emerge about that as we get closer to him taking to the water. On the water at this time, it's Lucas Panett working off 50.5 meters. He is currently in the lead, the only competitor to jump over 50 meters in the U17 Boys Series 1. He's through to the next round of the competition with that lead distance. And here he comes. Here comes Lucas Panett. Up and over. Should be able to ride this one out. I say should, but unfortunately does not. A little cause for concern. All right, so what does that kind of tell you a little bit there, Val?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been watching a little bit the wind in the last couple minutes. It's definitely blowing a tailwind. I think in the landing he's just waiting, and he's having a hard time there.
And does that stem from his approach into the jump? Kind of like lifts off a little bit and then comes off the handle, then into the landing, and then throws his weight back on the ski and just loses control of his forward momentum. Actually just kills everything to do with his forward momentum, because if he kept more of that speed into the landing, at least kept the tension in the line, then that would have made life a little bit easy for him to ride out that jump.
Yeah, I'm actually happy. Like, he went out in the first jump. He went for it from the first one, and he made it through the first.
Yeah,
jump.
I think you're not the only person that's happy that he did that.
I know, like, for next round tomorrow for the finals, he knows where to go. He knows what's the spot, and he knows the conditions. And I'm sure he's gonna go for it, and he's gonna have a good round tomorrow.
All right, so now we come down to our final two competitors. We got Gage Kaprovic about to take to the water next. We're going to step aside for just a moment or two, and when we return, we'll have the United States with Gage Kaprovic coming up next. This is the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. We'll return right after these. All right, and we've got the remaining two competitors in the elimination rounds of jump. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and here's Valentina Gonzalez. How are you doing?
I'm good, Tony. It's good to be here, home, as I said before.
Yes, indeed.
Finish the season here, last tournament of the year for me.
Nice. Gage Kaprovic. Let's see what he's got by way of form coming into this event. His best jump is 49, actually 52.3 meters. He did that at the Fluid Record tournament to end off his season in the Northern Hemisphere, along with the Tri-Lakes Record competition. Here he comes, Gage Kaprovic, up and over. And I think I don't know about that jump there, Val. There just appeared to be something missing on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's enough for the finals. That's the first goal out of first round. Yeah, he had speed. I think he was still a little bit early. it was not a really big jump. I know that's enough, but not big enough for the lead.
No, certainly, but not big enough for the lead, but enough to send him through to the next round. And nearing the distance of, I think, more than 41.3 meters.
He had a little bit of a body crash there on the counter cut, and then he was a little bit low there.
Yeah, exactly.
Jumps the wakes. That's a unique style too.
There you go. That is 45.4 meters, 45.4. I want to ask you a question about that because there are definitely schools of thought so far as techniques are concerned. I mean, whenever you look at someone like Ryan Dodd or anyone that has basically been taught how to jump in Canada, they really keep the skis in the water off the turn all the way through the jump. And then you compare it against someone like Freddie Krueger, who takes a lot of air off the wakes going in. What's your take on that?
I don't think I do. I just try to go through the wakes on my right ski, like as Scott said all the time, like 80% of my right ski, 20 in the other one, or try not to jump the wakes, but like just have, I don't know, like it's hard to explain it.
Even pressure, I would
We can see that
say.
Gage has a style like Freddie. He jumps the wakes, and then we can see Lucas Pinet crossing the wakes, like Ryan and Jared Llewellyn.
Yeah, and he especially jumped the wakes right off the setup into the turning zone. Here he comes, Gage Gaprovic. There you go, gets a good speed, but almost as soon as he comes off the ramp, he's almost on his way down as well.
Yeah, he has speed. I think he's still a little bit early coming out of the ramp, and his skis he's not kicking that good. I think he's missing a little bit the lift there.
Yeah,
As you say, he's going with his skis like up and then down. He needs to like float a little bit more.
And seems to be scrunching a little bit down with his shoulders as well, almost as if he's just trying to resist the pull from the boat a little bit too much rather than utilize it. Coming in. Just trying to hold his position off the turn and then leans at that point. And it's almost as soon as he leans before the jump, it's like telling his body, I want to go up, but now I want to go down.
Yeah, it looks like when he's flying, he's putting his chest forward a little bit too soon, and he's missing a little bit that float in the air.
All right, I'm sure he'll be looking at this video and maybe taking on one or two nuggets of advice from his coaches going forward. We're waiting on the distance for Gage Gaprovic on jump number 2.
World record, the setup that you got with Slalom and tricks.
We can see in the dock Martin getting ready. He looks focused and ready to go.
Okay, 45.3, 45.3, 45.3 on that previous jump. Both of those jumps enough to send him through to the next round of the competition. Let's see if he can get closer to 50. Gage Gaprovic, his personal best jump is 49.8 meters. And I don't think he's going to get anywhere close to it with that.
I think that was a little bit farther, not 50 meters, but I think probably a little more than the previous jump.
Yes, indeed. Actually, his personal best is 52.3, so he has been over 50 meters in the past, but the majority of the jumps that he's produced have been in the high 40s, maybe 49, 48, 47 once or twice, and the extraordinary jump being 52.3 from the full from the fluid record, and getting a lot of height off the wakes, and that time he got more of his kick and more distance on that jump there, Valentina, but I don't think anywhere close to 50 meters, although I have been surprised once or twice in the past. Not this time, however, 47.5 or 156.
Yeah, that was definitely a better jump. He got more lift out of the ramp. I'm sure, I mean, that's a good jump. He made it through the next round. Now he's probably going to go home, watch these videos from the webcast, which is like one of the best videos you can watch. It's better than watching them from the short, actually. So I'm sure he's going to go home, watch the video, and see what he did wrong, where he can improve, and see what to do tomorrow better.
All right, then. So as we continue on, we'll transition over to our next competitor, our last competitor in the jump elimination round in the U17 boys, Martin Labra. All that to come as we continue on the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships next. All right, so our next competitor on the water, our last one in this elimination round, is Martin Labra. All right, let's talk about the World Junior Boys overall record. The jump distance that he needs to set a new world overall record mark is 55.5 meters. Notwithstanding the fact that he needs to jump over a certain distance to get into the next round for starters, ultimately, if he can jump more than 55.5, then that will reset his world overall mark that he currently holds. Let's see what he's got on jump number 1. Driving it in home, and a good, solid-looking first jump there. That should be touching 50 meters, and that would ultimately put him through to next round of the competition, no matter what there, Val.
Yeah, that was a good jump, good style, good technique. Martin is an overall skier, so when you're competing in overall, you're gonna make sure in your first jump you have a score. That way you can secure your overall. I'm sure that's good enough for probably a gold medal standard. 55.5 is the score that he needs to break the world overall record for juniors. He's jumped around there before, and he has great technique, great style. This is his home side, and he has a great support too.
Indeed, indeed. So, waiting on the jump distance to come through. 50.4 meters. And he is 0.1 of a meter shy of the lead, which is currently held by one of our previous competitors at this time, Lucas Pinet. And Martin Labra through to the jump final to join 7 other competitors: Cage Kaprovic, Lucas Pinet, Chase Sparks, Vittorio Bloya, Jacob Chambers, and 2 others from the previous series, Andrea Pagozzi and Santiago Branchios. Okay, so he's through to the next round. Let's put that on the back burner. He's already through. Let's work on the world overall record with the remaining 2 jumps, needing a jump of 55.5. Now, what's the difference? What is going to constitute more of the difference to make it 55.5 from 50.4? Let's see what he's got. Jump number 2. Up and over, and missing something there, Val.
Yeah, I think the cut was definitely better. The cut before the ramp was better. I think he missed the ramp a little bit there. That's still a great jump, great score. I think that's probably going to be around the same distance, around 50, 51 meters.
Okay, so that previous jump of 50.4 meters currently gives him an overall total of 25.19.33, and that puts him about 130 points adrift from his own world overall record. We await the distance on jump number 2. Getting good extension off the top, but you know, I've heard that he's been able to jump distances of 55, 56 meters in practice, but it's one thing to do it in practice. It's quite another to actually put it together in a tournament setting and come away with the goods when it really, really counts.
Yeah, for sure. In the tournament, you add the nerves, you add a little bit of pressure, you have the overall, you have to make the finals. Everything adds up, and the tournament's a little bit harder, but sometimes that adrenaline makes you ski better. I think in that jump, he missed a little bit the ramp. His left ski came a little bit up instead of like floating next to the other one. That was a great cut though. I think that's a spot he needs to go, and he's gonna be a good jump the next one.
I'm sure he's taken on some advice from his coach Totti Miranda along the shore side to to make some certain adjustments out there. Here he comes. He's turning closer to around the 600-foot cut buoy, 180 meters away. This here is Martin Labra. One last crack at the World Junior Boys overall record, at least for the time being. Up and over. And I think that one is longer, but how much longer is it going to be?
Yeah, I thought that was a better cut again, better kick. I think that's a better jump. I don't know if it's going to be around 55 meters, but it's definitely farther than 50 meters.
Yeah, exactly. And the distance he's looking for to take the lead in the jump event and assure that he'll be the last off the dock is 50.5. Anything more than that, and that situation will play out tomorrow. But let's have a look and see. Martin Labra. We await the distance.
He's waving at his family on shore of the lake.
Yes, indeed. And family, very, very important here in this part of the world, especially in Chile. As Martin Labra makes his way back to the dock, we await the distance. It is going to be shown up as jump number 3 in just a moment or so. Just going to plug in the numbers and beam that distance to you very soon as Martin Labra makes his way back to the dock. We wonder if his distance is... Yes, it's 51.4 meters. 51.4. 51.4 meters. Let me go onto my spreadsheet and give you the final total for Martin Labra. And there is your leaderboard for the boys jump under 17. Martin Labra, your leader, ahead of Lucas Panett with 50.4, Chase Sparks with 49.3, Gage Gabravic in 4th with 47.5, Santiago Branches with 44 meters, Jacob Chambers with 43.1, and Andrea Pagosi there with 42.4, and the last person in 42.2 is Vito Bloy from the United States with 138 feet. And for those of you watching on the world overall challenge there for Martin Labra, the overall total that he produced after scoring 3 at 11.25 meters, 11,130 in tricks and 51.4 meters in jump is 25.44.9. That puts him about 103 points adrift from resetting his World Junior Boys overall record. All right. Okay, let's take a little bit of a breath there before we go into our slalom finals. Under 14 girls and boys, under 17 girls and boys. And thanks a lot for Valentina Gonzalez doing a fine job. You're more than welcome to come back and give us the benefit of your expertise here on the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. It was fun to share a couple minutes here with you watching the boys jump. It's great to have you here. I hope your Spanish is getting better too.
Muy bien.
Yeah, and thank you guys for watching. Thank you to everyone for the support, and thank you to TWBC for coming and streaming this live.
Thank you very much indeed, and we'll go into our next event in the next few minutes, the under 14 girls, under 14 boys in slalom. And following on with the under 17 girls, under 17 boys, you're watching continuing coverage of the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Lago Los Moros, right outside of Santiago de Chile. And those next events will be coming to you right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF. Fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF. fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF. Fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? Place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. Place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, then, with continuing coverage of the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships right here at Lago Los Maras. Here we are, Tony Live video announcer here, and we've got the next event, the U14 Girls Slalom Final. Here is our running order. Milagros Varas from Chile, then Luciana Rodriguez, then Eligay from the United States, Juliana Cobo of Mexico, Augustina Martinez of Chile, Cameron Davis of the United States, and Tia Byrne also from the United States. And we have 7 competitors in the U14 Girls Slalom Final. Our boat's going to make its phantom pass up and down. And then we will bring on our first competitor. Mario Pagozzi, our boat driver in this instance. All right, and we've, as I said, we've got 7 competitors in the under-14 girls slalom final. We've got 8 competitors in the under-14 boys slalom final, which will take place immediately afterwards. And then we'll have under-17 girls and then under-17 boys. Now, in respect to the World Junior overall record, which has been attempted so far in the first round by Martin Labra in the U17 overall competition. So he attempted that in the first round and got within about 103 overall points of resetting his mark. Now we go into the next phase of the world overall competition. It will be based upon the scores that he produces in the final round, because they are all in the same round. He can have another shot at it using the scores in the final round to contribute ultimately to a new overall score. He's already contributed a trick score towards that aim with 10,980 points that he produced in the U17 boys tricking final to give him 911.20 overall points. We're now just waiting on his slalom score, which will be produced as one of the last competitors in the boys slalom final, our last event of the day. And then obviously the jump final, which will take place tomorrow. But any kind of advantage that he can get after the slalom final will certainly help his cause, and it will be less reliant upon a better than average jump score to reset that world overall under 17 boys record, so far as Martin Labra is concerned. All right then. Let's move on to the U14 girls slalom final. Milagros Vara from Chile, who comes into this final round having scored 2 on 16 meters to make it this far. She'll be going into the course for her opening pass in a moment or so. Okay, going in at 18.25 meters at 43K, and 43K is 26 miles an hour. Maximum speed for under 14 girls is 52K. And after that point, the rope shortens after each complete pass. Not looking too bad on 18.25 meters. Getting round all 6 buoys there for Milagros Vara. So she will be set down the opposite end of the lake here at the Pan American Water Ski Championships, having cleared the opening pass. Little flat coming into number one, but she's able to get the ski position hard around at the end of that turn. 26 miles an hour, 43K, looking in very, very strong shape. And we'll now work our way up to 46K or 28 miles an hour. So Milagros Vara using that Maple slalom ski to great effect there with the opening pass. See how well she deals with the situation coming in at 46K at 28 miles an hour for our next run. As I said, maximum speed before the line shortens is 52K. She got to that point and then recorded a 2-buoy count on 16 meters. Milagros Vara, whose best score this season is actually that score, as a matter of fact, 2 on 16 meters. About 10 days before, she produced a score of 1 at 16 meters at a record tournament right here at Lago Los Maros. And a little bit on the tail of a ski as she approaches the entrance gates, but she is able to execute a better than average turn on the left side of the boat as she is right forward. Just holding some good pressure off the back of that towboat. The Malibu Response TXI that has been doing a wonderful job of towing all of our athletes during this tournament. Does the same thing for all the tournaments that take place here at Lago Los Maros. No worries there on that second run. We'll see what occurs on pass number 3. It's going to be 49K or 30 miles an hour. Milagros Vara. Entrance gates buoy number 1. Round number 2. Looking in good shape on number 3. She's still there at 49K. Getting pushed down course a little bit on 1 or 2 of these turns, but is fine and is good to go. Milagros Vara, age 14, coming to us out of Santiago de Chile. And doing a grand job with that effort there. She's certainly skied in a fair amount of places prior to this competition. She's gone as far as Colombia and skied in the Latin American Water Ski Championships in April of this year. Competed in the national championship in March of this year, and where she produced a score of 4 buoys at 49K. But it's within the last few weeks that we've seen her really improve leaps and bounds in the slalom event and getting through 49K. So looking very, very strong, and 52K is coming up very, very soon. Here she comes, 52 kilometers an hour, max speed for U14 girls. Our first competitor out, Milagros Vara, representing Chile. Entrance round buoy number 1. Good strong hit off number 2, a little bit twisted out there off number 2 into number 3, holding this together. Needs to stay in the fight round number... Oh, and trying to get towards number 6 a little bit too early. Could have waited for that ski just a split second longer, and it would have been sufficiently underneath the line for her to go across course. But that is Milagros Vara And she will score 4.5 at 52K, 18.25 meters. It would still be amongst one of her better scores that she's produced this season, granted, but not quite as high as her personal best that she produced in the opening round, with 2 on the 16-meter line, which would have been the next pass after this one. She certainly stayed in the fight for as long as possible, and she went for the handle with the outside part of her body way too soon, stopped the ski cold, and unfortunately sent her cartwheeling into the water. Milagros Vara with 4.5 at 52K, 18.25 meters. All right, here we go. Luciana Rodriguez scored 2.5 at 14.25 meters in the previous round yesterday. Let's see what she can conjure up right here and now. Luciana Rodriguez in the course here at 49K, 18.25 meters, going at sub-max. 49K, 18.25 meters, getting all 6 buoys for Colombia on pass number 1. Just looking at her style and looking at her technique with the instant replay. Looking in very, very good shape indeed. Looked in very, very good shape throughout the entirety of that run. And will no doubt be encouraged for the pass ahead, which is at 52, 18.25 meters. The same pass that we saw Milagros Vara go down on. Here we go, Luciana Rodriguez of Colombia getting it good to go. So far, so good on 18.25 meters at 52K, and she will run that pass and will attempt 16 meters coming up next. Looking at her recent scores, her personal best is that 2.5 buoy total from the round previous to this one. The next best score that we've seen so far this season comes out of the national championships in Colombia. And she scored 1.5 at 14.25 meters there. So already working towards that kind of territory score-wise. And just really working that ski, really working her outside hip, and just trying to stay stable and not really overturn or disrupt her technique in the course. And there we go. That is Luciana Rodriguez taking the lead with that score, as a matter of fact. So by that virtue, Luciana Rodriguez assures that she doesn't finish last in this event, with her taking the lead at this early stage of the competition. Here we go, folks. Luciana Rodriguez on 16 meters. 52K, which is max speed for under 14 girls. Little bit of an aerial edge change there into number 4. Keeping the ski down off 5 into number 6 and gets through 16 meters. Wonderful stuff. Yeah. That even on its own represents the 3rd best score that she's produced this season. Only 2 other scores are above that the 1.5 that she produced at Nationals on the next pass of 14.25 meters, and the 2.5 that she produced on the same line length yesterday in the elimination round. Let's see if she can get the start necessary to run all the way through that pass, because if she does, then she could put herself in a really, really strong position going forward and may actually see herself ascend a little bit higher on the rankings list here in the under-14 girls slalom final. For all intents and purposes, looking in superb shape here on 16 meters. Let's see if she can segue that into a great effort on the next run of 14.25 meters. On dockside, we see Ella Gay getting ready to take to the water. Here we go. 14.25 meters. Rambo, oh, gets a good start on number 1. She's there on number 2. She continues to roll here. There you go, a little bit down course now, putting the pressure behind the boat. Oh, look at this, folks. From someone who barely got a third the way through 14.25 meters a few days ago to running it now. She is going to be over the moon. Great skiing there from Luciana Rodriguez. First time that she has run through 14.25 meters, taking the lead. Extending her lead, as a matter of fact. She already had the lead after running the previous passes. And looking in fantastic shape here, going from one side to the next. Looking in full control and just absolutely got the bit between her teeth at the end of each one of these turns and was just not going to let go of the handle for anything out there on the course. There you go. Good stuff there. 6 on 14.25 meters. All right, 13 meters now. This is a totally different kettle of fish. 14 meters, running that is one thing. Here's the transition, though, that she's got to get through. From 14 to 13 meters, gets a good start. Oh, and good approach into number 1. And that is the difference from going through around the buoy on number 1 on 14 to doing the same thing on 13. The pull of the boat pulls you into your edge change a lot more forcefully, and you had to be prepared for that. Unfortunately for Luciana Rodriguez, just getting a little bit caught into that edge change, and unfortunately it cartwheels her over the front. However, that's the first time that she's run 14.25 meters. She has the lead, and we congratulate her on that endeavor. Fantastic skiing there from Luciana Rodriguez of Colombia. Half a buoy on 13 meters. All right, and there's Luciana Rodriguez as swims towards the shore. We'll get ready for Elegade to take to the water. And we will return right after this. All right, then, next competitor up is going to be Ella Gay. We'll wait to see what the line length and speed is going to be for her. Okay, 18.25 meters at 49K is what I'm hearing from our officials. And she is skiing with A1 on the 0 off. Let's see what she can produce right here and now in the U14 girls slalom final. Coming in at 49K and continuing to roll here. 49K opening pass, trying to stay aggressive, trying to stay positive out there on the course. 49K, 18.25 meters. In very, very good shape on the opener. Scored 3 at 14.25 meters in the round previous to this one, and amongst her scores, that would probably be enough for her personal best. Halfway down at 14.25 meters, has scores in the regionals and Florida States with 2 at 14.25 meters. Elected to only trick in the national championships that took place in May is in Kansas in August. But there we go. That is Ella Gay all the way through on the opening pass of 49K, 18.25 meters. She will go to max speed on 18.25 meters. That will be 52K. Looking at dockside and seeing her Juliana Rakobo getting ready, I believe. Entrance gates, number 1. Loading up after the turn and letting a little bit of that momentum up before the wakes into a 246 side turn. That contributes to more air coming off the wake into a pre-turn. There is Ella Gay all the way through on 18.25 meters at 52. The line shortens now to the 16 meters rope length. So working her way through from one side to the next. Just looking at her in the instant replay, just looking up for the buoys very, very early after the exit of the previous one. And just trying to work the angles and just work her acceleration and speed going across the back of the boat and then shut most of it down into the turn. Looking good, looking in very, very great shape there. That is Ella Gay from the United States in the U14 girls. There is the leaderboard. We have Luciana Rodriguez in the lead with 1/2 of 13 meters. Milagros Zavara, both those competitors, whether it be in the first round or the final, have recorded personal bests. And another skier that has recorded a personal best based upon the information that I have in front of me is this skier right here on the water. She's on 16 meters. She got halfway through 14 in the round previous to this one, and looking very, very strong here at this time as well. Getting through the 16-meter line with the 6 buoy count, that is Ella Gay. Quick reminder that you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and get instant notifications as to the next time we go live, including for the upcoming IWWF World Junior Water Ski Championships, which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, and we'll be coming to you live from right here at Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. So good, smart effort there from Ella Gay. 14.25 meters is coming up next. Needs to run it to be in with a shout of taking the lead. And if she does run it, it would be another personal best for her as well. So here she comes. This is Ella Gay, round buoy number 1, getting broken over into number 2. She's still there. She's still fighting this one. She's round number 3. She's going for it here. She's round number 4. Can she make it outside buoy number 5? Not quite, but it's a 4 buoy count at 14.25 meters. It slots her into second place, and it gives her a new personal best of 4 at 14.25 meters. So well done, Ella Gay. Unfortunately unable to get to the lead at this point in the proceedings, but 2 buoys more than your previous personal best coming into this event. I'll definitely take that any day of the week. So Ella Gay with 4 buoys on 14.25 meters was just maybe a better turn or 2 away from running the pass of 14.25 meters. She was really working hard, coming up short on the run, but I'm sure that she will be leaving the water with a pretty big smile, I would say. All right, skier on the water right now from Mexico. It is Juliana Cobo. Juliana Cobo coming into the course for the opening pass. That opening pass is going to be, I believe, 52.80.2. Oh, a little bit narrow on number 2. She's going to have to fight and get back into some sort of rhythm here, some positive rhythm going forwards. 52K, 80.25 meters, not the tidiest run that she's ever completed on that particular line length and speed, but it's effective enough to where she got round all 6 buoys, but only just. Okay, so going in at 52K, 18.25 meters. She could be coming back on 16 meters now. Now that she's cleared the opening pass at max speed, the line shortens from here on out with each complete run. Juliana Cobo with a score of 1 on 30 meters in the round previous to this one. And needing something around the same range to at least keep her nose out in front ahead of Luciana Rodriguez, who not only got half a buoy on 30 meters, but got a new personal best as a result. Here comes Juliana Cobo. Juliana Cobo, who in the past has scored into 30 meters on a number of occasions, including her best score, which is 2 on that line length from one of the rounds of the Mexican National Championships. She's gone through 60 meters now. Now she's gone through that struggle. She can start to work towards a complete pass on 14.25 meters, which is the next line length. So here we go. We've got Juliana Cobo, 14.25 meters. Only 3 skiers will remain after this in the U14 girls slalom final. That will be Augustina Martinez, whom you see on the dockside getting ready. Then Cameron Davis, and then Tia Byrne to round off the under 14 girls slalom action. But in the meantime, Juliana Cobo Looking good, looking strong on the first few buoys so far. Now really having to work hard with her knees. There we go, she's good to go. Round number 5, does she make it round number 6? Inside buoy number 6 on 14.25 meters. And it looks like she's going to have to leave out of this slalom course with a 5 buoy count. She certainly tried her hardest to stay in the game, but unfortunately 1 or 2 costly errors have reared their ugly heads and made life very, very difficult for her on 14.25 meters. Difficult enough to where she came up short of the run. So just looking at this, breaking at the waist seriously off number 4, just really tried to get back in on the back foot, handle up high, just couldn't make up that deficit into number 6, and definitely didn't want to throw too much of her body into that endeavor either. So there we go, that is a 5 buoy count on 14.25 meters. And still in the lead is Luciana Rodriguez with half a buoy on 13 meters. Our second skier out, and tantalizingly close to making it onto the podium if her score remains unchallenged for at least one more competitor out of the remaining 3. So next competitor out is going to be Augustina Martinez of Chile. Okay, 52K, 18.25 meters for the opening run. This is Augustina Martinez. Here she comes, Augustina Martinez out of Chile. Opening run, 52K, 18.25 meters. Taking in a lot of air into buoy number 1. Coming to us out of Santiago. And a best score this season so far of 3.5 on the 30-meter line, which she produced about 10 days ago at the record tournament that was held right here. Just rolling into the entrance gates for the opening portion of the pass. Just getting a little bit broken over into buoy number 2, but still held enough of her nerve and angle to make this pass possible. It is Augustina Martinez. 2 competitors to go after her, and I think that she probably realizes that in order for her to climb onto the free spot podium, she would need a score in excess of half a buoy on 30 meters. There you see the leaderboard. Luciana Rodriguez with half a buoy on 30 meters in the lead. Juliana Cobo from Mexico with 5 buoys on 14.25 meters, currently holding sway in second place. Augustina Martinez, 16 meters, coming up right now. Decent shape here. Try not to do too much in the turn and rely upon some really good leverage behind the boat as she gets around the 6 buoys in both of her opening passes. The 18 and 16 meters in quick succession. 14.25 meters comes up for her next run. All right, so having seen the instant replay there for Augustina Martinez, she now gets ready to attack the course on 14.25 meters. Chilean competitor on the water at this time. Let's see what she's got in store for us here and now. Augustina Martinez needs to run this pass effectively to get within a shot of the lead, which is currently held by Luciana Rodriguez. It's Chile versus Colombia right now. Chile on the attack off number 4 on 14.25 meters and gets the run to go. Fantastic skiing there on 14.25 meters for Augustina Martinez, and is within half a buoy, or actually a full buoy away from taking a spot on the podium with 2 competitors remaining. So just looking in tremendous shape there on 14.25 meters. Good line control, good extension. A little bit buffeted there off number 5 into number 6, but she had enough lead in going into that turn. Don't see too many problems there on 14.25 meters. And now here is the challenge. 1 buoy or anything more than that will secure her spot on the podium. Here comes Augustina Martinez. Getting pinched out a little bit there off buoy number 1, but she's good to go around number 2. She continues on to number 3. And yes, certainly a little bit startled there around buoy number 3, but a good solid effort there for the Chilean competitor. That is Augustina Martinez with a score of 2 1/2 on the 30-meter line. Not quite as big as the score in the previous round, but it's enough for her to occupy its spot on the podium when all is said and done. That brings us to 2 last competitors. We'll see Tia Byrne take to the water next, to last out, but before her, we're going to see Cameron Davis from the United States of America. But currently in the lead, Augustina Martinez with 2 1/2 on 30 meters, and she could end up being a little bit higher on the podium if things go well in her direction. But it's completely out of her hands now. Let's see what Cameron Davis. Coming in on her opening pass, it is going to be 49K. And I believe the line length is going to be the 60-meter line. So going in with a shorter line length than virtually everyone else. 49K, 60 meters, getting round number 4, round number 5, and in very, very good shape for buoy number 6. So Cameron Davis, who has skied extensively throughout the course of this season, across the nation. It's based out of Milford in Virginia, in the eastern part of the United States, in the northeast there somewhere, and produced a score of 1 on 12 meters in the Good Water Ski National Championships that took place in Mays, Kansas this past August. And competed actually in one of the events of the Florida Cup that took place in Lake Grew a few weeks ago, towards the end of October. Tricked in that event exclusively, so not able to improve upon her slalom performances by way of that tournament. 16 meters, 52K. Boat speed has gone up. The line length hasn't gone any shorter between pass number 1 and this one right here. Very good control into number 5, round number 6. Tidy as you like from one end of the course to the next. That is Cameron Davies. So Cameron Davies needs all 6 buoys on the next pass of 14.25 meters to get within a shot, to get a shot of taking the lead away from our skier that has the lead with 2.5 on 13 meters. That is Augustina Martinez. Currently, as the scoring continues, next target on 14.25 meters is that score from Augustina, actually from Juliana Cobo with a 5 on 14.25 meters. That's her immediate target. Anything beyond that, and she goes up a little ways on the final score leaderboard, but she needs to get round all 6 buoys in order to get that shot into 13 meters, and it looks like she's definitely earned that one. 6 buoys there for Cameron Davies. It's a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters for the United States of America, and now is on the 13 meter line and now has 2 immediate targets in her sight. The half a buoy score from Luciana Rodriguez on 13 meters, the next run, of course, and then that score of 2.5 on 30 meters, which constitutes the lead, courtesy of Augustina Martinez. So, comes down between her and 2 Latin American competitors to see her go up a little bit high on the leaderboard. Speaking of the leaderboard, we'll punch that up in just a moment, just to let you know what the score is at this time. There is your leaderboard. Augustina Martinez with 2.5 on 13. Luciana Rodriguez with half on that same line length. Juliana Cobo's score of 5 on 40.25 minutes has already been exceeded by Cameron Davies, who is still on the water and still competing and still scoring. Let's have a look and see. Cameron Davies. Entrance number 1, handle up high. Now she's really got to muscle a way out of this situation. Gets a better number 2. She's round number 3. She's taken the lead. She's round number 4. Does she go for this one? She's round number 5. Does she make it outside number 6? Yes, she does, and she will attack 12 meters next. She's taken the lead, and she is guaranteeing herself a spot on the podium by way of that score of 6 buoys on 13 meters, and takes the lead away from Augustina Martinez, who has now been relegated to 2nd place. Didn't get the best of starts at number 1, but I tell you what, that did not phase her one iota. She used the better turn on number 2, being right foot forward. She has the expertise to get that ski rotated round in an instant on the left-hand side of the course, bringing the ski underneath the line, I beg your pardon, and around buoy number 5, and she had a clear track ahead of her to get round buoy number 6, and a wonderful looking 30-meter run for Cameron Davies. And Virginia native, aged 14, her last season of eligibility in the U14s category in the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. Let's see what she has here and now. Cameron Davies, 12 meters. She scored 1 yesterday. Round buoy number 1. Oh, and gets half a buoy for that effort, and unable to slow that ski into a turn into her offside, but she's already in the lead, and that is the target score for our remaining skiers to take the win in this competition. Half a buoy on 12 meters. One of her better slalom scores of this season for Cameron Davies, and was certainly enjoyed her time here in Chile. But will this score be enough to secure the win in the U14 Girls PanAmerican Championship? We'll wait the boat to make its way back towards the dock, and then bring our final skier to the water, and that will be Tia Byrne, also from the United States of America. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, boat has returned to the dock, and our last skier in the U14 Girls Slalom Final, it is Tia Byrne. So going in at 16 meters. Our next competitor, last competitor, is Tia Byrne. Another skier out of the eastern region of the United States, from Walcott in Connecticut. Best score of this season, 2 at 11.25 meters. That is some crazy score there. But let's see if she can get through these opening passes before she has an opportunity to attack a score like that. Enough possibly for the win. There you go, that is 16 meters at 52K, no worries there for her. 14.25 meters is the next run for Tia Byrne. Tia Byrne, who ended up being runner-up in the Water Ski National Championships in Girls 2 with a score of 2.5 on 12 meters. As I say, has produced the scores into 11.25 meters, did that on 3 separate round occasions, all at the same tournament, the King of the Pond in Pangea Pond towards the end of this current season. Or at least at the very end of this calendar year, because the way the seasons work in in AWSA skiing. A season starts and ends at the National Water Ski Championships, which take place in August of each year. A season ends at the Nationals, and a brand new season begins directly afterwards. 14.25 meters. This is Tia Byrne. I like her style out there, looking in good, strong fettle. There we go, good skiing there. 14.25 meters, no worries there.
Hey, go out a little bit easier and a little earlier on this gate, okay?
All right, so we're looking at Tia Byrne now on, she's gone through 14.25 meters now. She could start to look for targets to pick off on her way to a spot on the podium. First immediate target, the score of Luciana Rodriguez. A personal best for her of half a buoy on 30 meters. The next target after that is 2.5 on that same pass. But ultimately, if she is to take the win, she would need the complete pass on 13 meters and more than half a buoy on 12 meters to secure the PanAmerican U14 girls slalom title. All right, folks, let's go. 13 meters. More than half a buoy will put her onto the podium, but she's not merely satisfied with that happening. She wants to go higher than third. Here she goes round buoy number 1. She's now in third. Now she goes round buoy number 2, round number 3. She occupies the silver medal spot at the very least now. She's round buoy number 4. She's good for 5. And ladies and gentlemen, through 30 meters, that is Tia Byrne. Through the 13-meter line and getting ready for the 12-meter line coming right up next. So the podium is set at one position at the very least. That is the bronze medal position, and that score from Augustina Martinez of 2.5 on 13 meters for Chile secures her bronze medal on the third place spot in the U14 girls slalom competition. The only unresolved spots are those for gold and for silver, first and second place. And it will be contested right here with Tia Byrne. Anything more than half a buoy on 12 meters will secure her spot on top of that podium. We see her father there, Matt Byrne, looking out towards the lake to see his daughter out there, Tia Byrne. Holding a distance away from the towboat. A little bit of a straight path into number 1. She takes the win with 1. She goes a little further down course. She gets the 2. She is your winner, Tia Byrne, the 2022 Pan-American Under-14 Girls Slalom Champion with a 2-buoy count on 12 meters. There's your podium. Tia Byrne, your winner, ahead of Cameron Davies with a half a buoy on 12 meters, and in third place Augustina Martinez with 2.5 on 13 meters. So very, very well done to each of those competitors concerned, and indeed to all of the competitors, especially those that have come through with personal bests in the midst of intense competition here at the Pan American Water Ski Championship. So well done to all concerned. We now go on to the Under-14 Boys Slalom Final. That will take place in the next few moments. We're going to bring the boat up and down for its simulation run. And once we get that done and up and running, then we will continue on to the Boys Under-14 Slalom Final. Great skiing. Tia Byrne your winner with 2 on 12 meters. We'll take a look at the leaderboard one last time. Tia Byrne right at the top with 2 on 12 meters. Ahead of Cameron Davis with half on 12. Augustina Martinez with 2.5 on 13. That's your podium. 4th spot, Luciana Rodriguez with half on 13. Juliana Cobo with 5 on 14 for 5th. Ella Gay, 6th place with 4 on 14. And Milagros Zavara with 4.5 on 18.25 meters. Currently in the final spot, which is 7th. All right, we'll return in a few minutes. Continuing action of the Pan American Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. We'll return right after these. All right, continuing on with coverage of the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. We have the under-14 boys slalom final about to take place, and here is your running order. Popping right up on the screen. We've got Dylan Anderson, then Lorenzo Garro of Mexico, then B.G. Bickley, then Luis Quillere of Canada, followed by Francisco Georges, Samuel Brown, Pablo Alviva, and Matias Gonzalez. So our first skier is going to be Dylan Anderson. 8 skiers in this under-14 boys slalom final. The boat is going to make its run up and down. A simulation pass to make sure everything is in order, and also to create equal conditions for all of the competitors to come afterwards. So good skiing there from the under-14 girls slalom final. You can go to the IWWF scoring portal to check out the final scores and any other information that you want in regards to the performances, especially the trick sheets. Those of you that are into examining the trick sheets, there's a link to the right-hand side of each name on any given order in the tricks event, and you can pull up the PDF version of the trick scoring sheet and see where the points occurred and where some of the points were dropped. And you can do that to your heart's content. All right, so under 14 boys slalom final right here, right now.
O sea, hay otro que está más barato, ese sí vale la pena. Es el SE y vale, cuesta como 4.000. En cambio, otro que cuesta 10.000 y cuesta, bueno, ese sí.
All right, so continuing right along. Dylan Anderson, our first competitor, is going to leave the dock in just a moment or so. During this competition, having one eye on the competition here and another eye on what's going on in Doha and the FIFA World Cup. Earlier matches today, Tunisia won, France 0. Both of those nations advanced through to the round of 16. And the other match, actually, Australia actually made it through to the round of 16 alongside France. Tunisia out of the competition. So those two nations, France and Australia, waiting their opponents as a result of the games that will be taking place tonight. Poland versus Argentina and Saudi Arabia versus Mexico. Very unusual circumstances to have the FIFA World Cup around about this time of year, but it is what it is. Here we go. We've got Dylan Anderson. 14.25 meters at 52K. Skiing a little bit long into number 2 and into number 3. Now he's really going to work this one hard here. Trying to stay light on the boat. Not put too much pressure, and there we go. That is 14.25 meters at 52K. He'll be coming back at 55K. The only change from this pass and that one is the increase in boat speed to maximum for the under 14 competition. Certainly one of our taller skiers as well from the United States. This is Dylan Anderson. Handle up high and nicely into his power stance off each turn. Keeping everything going in the right direction and getting ready for 55K on the same line length coming back. $55K, 14.25 meters. Next pass for Dylan Anderson. Slalomed 4.5 on 13 meter yesterday. He's at the pass prior to that. Now really having to rock number 5 to get round buoy number 6. There you go, good skiing there. Round all 6 buoys there on 14.25 meters at max speed for this division. Dylan Anderson, fine skiing there from him at this point. Taking a look at some of the slalom scores that he's produced this season, has skied the likes of 4.5 on 13 meters, and every other time aside from that, and the score yesterday, he's gone into 12 meters almost every time this season. So he'll be looking for something of around about that range in terms of his slalom capability to really put a cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. So Dylan Anderson, who came into this final round with 4.5 on 13, eager to conjure up a performance in excess of that, to really put some pressure upon the podium, the possible podium occupants. Maybe put himself in that position. Here we go, folks, coming in on this third pass, pass number 3, 13 meters. Entrance round buoy number 1, a little bit tail heavy there with that turn, getting round number 2, continuing on to number 3. He's there on number 4, trying to stay loose on number 4. It gets around number 4. Oh, almost overloads it on number 5, and handle up high, and just had to re-stabilize himself. Otherwise, that would have been probably one of the more hellacious crashes that I've seen in slalom skiing. Brought the handle down really, really quick off number 1 and got into a really nice position into number 2, and it looked very, very stable for the first portion of the run, the first third. Then he got broken over off number 3 into number 4, and then things started to get a little bit sideways on him, especially with that turn on number 5. Just pushed on the ski way too soon. And that is all she wrote there for Dylan Anderson. It is a 5 buoy count on 13 meters. Half a buoy more than what he did yesterday. But we'll see if that's enough to see him ascend towards the podium based upon the next results that we will see in the boys under 14 slalom final. So coming into the dock representing the United States of America, it is Dylan Anderson. All right, Dylan Anderson gets things started. And Lorenzo Giro, our next competitor out from Mexico. Lorenzo Giro. Latin first name, French last name. Who would have thought? So 52 kilometers now on the 16-meter line. This is Lorenzo Giro. All right, here we go. Lorenzo Giro. Opening run, 16 meters. I believe this is at 52K. Getting real early into number 4, round number 5 and 6 as well. So the next change up from this pass to the next is going to be via a boat speed, and that will be from 52K to 55. All right, so looking at the tail end of that opening pass, that is 52K on the 16-meter line. Now he's going to bump up the boat speed up to maximum now for the under 14 boys slalom, 55K. Line length stays the same for the time being. Won't change unless he runs this pass. Gets it to go. Wonderful skiing there. Very, very much in control. That is Lorenzo Giro of Mexico.
Venga, Lorenzo!
So great skiing all the way through on that that second pass, getting pushed a little bit towards the tip of the ski, but managing to stay relaxed and stay composed long enough to make it round number 2 and 3. And then once he got his confidence back to its fullest extent, he was looking good from start to finish. So that is Lorenzo Giro. 55K, 14.25 meters now. Now that we've gone for a clear pass at max speed. Now we start shortening the line upon successful completions of passes. Lorenzo Giro. This now is 14.25 meters. He scored 4.5 on 13 yesterday. So he's still a little ways away from matching that feat at this time. But managing to stay hanging tough here around number 4. Bringing the handle down rather early on one or two of those turns on his offside, which could be a cause for concern going later on down the line. But we will see what he can produce on 13 meters, which is going to be the next run. 14 meters didn't look too bad, but there are some line control issues, at least on his offside, which may rear their ugly head as he gets into deeper line length shortening, such as 30 meters, which is going to be next. All right, coming into the course equipped with 400 brake horsepower of thrust from the Malibu Response TXI. This is Lorenzo Giro, 30 meters. Good start on number 1. He's round. Oh, and he tries to push on the ski a little bit too early on number 2. Happy feet coming into effect and a little bit too soon for his liking. That is Lorenzo Giro, with a pass with 1.5 on 13 meters. And 1.5 on 13 meters will see him relegate a spot to occupy that behind Dylan Anderson, who scored 5 on that pass, our previous performer. So 1 and 1.5 on 13 meters is the score for Lorenzo Giro. As we look towards our next competitor from the United States of America, it is going to be B.G. Bingley. Here we go, B.G. Bingley on the water right here, right now. He's had a whole smattering of scores during this summer season. His best score, 1 buoy on 12 meters. Has only run the 30-meter pass once in tournament this season. So there we go, B.G. Bingley up until this tournament, and as I mentioned, only ran into the 12-meter line once, but then yesterday in the elimination round he came through and produced a score of also 1 on 12 meters, representing the second time this season that he got into that line length. And he certainly would love the opportunity to come through with a similar score this time around. Not only would that represent a tie for his personal best, but also put him in the lead at this time as well, and will put some serious heat on the remaining skiers to come. B.G. Bickley. All right, looking in good shape out of Macon in Georgia. Looking in good shape indeed. There we go, that is a 6 buoy count. Opening 2 passes under his belt, no worries at all. And continues to impress once again with some great turns and some great acceleration behind the boat. B.G. Bickley, who's gone through 16 and 14.25 meters in successive passes, both of those at 55 kilometers an hour. So very, very adept to starting on a short line at max speed in the under 14 boys. So now he's got those passes locked away. Let's see what he does on 13 meters. Pass that he has run on a couple of occasions this season, according to the scores that I'm looking at, courtesy of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation's Tournament Council. Here we go. This is B.G. Bickley. This now is 30 meters. All getting broken over off number 2, forced to pull long, and is inside buoy number 3, and just a minor mistake and error there. Round number 2 has cost him the opportunity to run deep into 30 meters and put some serious heat on our skiers to come after him. Gets a decent start and was still able to ski ahead of the course, but unfortunately not able to effectively deal with the slack of the line. We'll get confirmation of whether that was indeed 3 or 2. It is going to be 2 buoys on 30 meters. And that represents the final score for B.G. Bickley. And there we go, tries to make a play on 3, but to no avail. So 2 on 13 meters. That means that still in the lead is Dylan Anderson on 5 on 13 meters. That represents the best score at this time out of all of the free skiers that have taken to the water thus far. Now we come into the section where the next 4 skiers all tie with the same score of 2 on 12 meters from the previous round. We have skiers of the caliber such as Francisco Jorge, Samuel Brown, and Pablo Alviva. But before all of those from Canada, it'll be Luis Quillere. All right, here we go. This is Louis Quilleray, who coming into this event had only scored as high as half a buoy on the 12-meter line. Produced that in the Eastern Regional Championships earlier on this season, coming out of Montreal in Quebec, and specifically the area as named San Bernardo. That is Louis Quilleray on the opening pass of 49K. I believe that was 49K or 50. It's actually 55.16, I beg your pardon. Certainly looked pretty quick from my perspective. But just wanted to make sure. So that was 55K, 16 meters for Louis Quilleray of Canada. Second pass coming up very, very soon, and we'll find out how he deals with the wind in the opposite direction. Louis Quilleray scored 2 on 12 meters for a brand new personal best in the round previous to this one. Let's see if the Canadians can come through in the clutch with their skier on the water at this time. Louis Quilleray, Canada's sole representative in this under 14 boys slalom final. Getting pitched out all kinds of directions off some of these turns, but he's still able to keep on moving forward. That's Louis Quilleray. That was on 14.25 meters. Now getting set for the next pass of 13. Louis Quilleray. All right, getting ready now for the next line length. He's gone through 16, he's gone through 14. 13 meters now. 5 buoys on this same pass, represents the lead, courtesy of Dylan Anderson. Good strike on number 1. On 13 meters, keeping everything moving here. Keep moving forward, Louis Quilleray. Round number 4. Good to go on number 5. Does he make it round number 6? Yes, he's taken the lead away. Yes, indeed. Our Canadian Louis Quilleray getting round all 6 on 13 meters. Will establish a score on 12 meters with the next run. And already approaching personal best territory once again, his second time in as many rounds. Louis Quilleray. Scored half a buoy on 12 meters in the Eastern Regional Championships in Canada. Has a smattering of other scores across several line lengths over the last season or two. And Louis Quilleray, we'll see what he has in store for us on 12 meters. He scored 2 in the round previous to this one. But he knows that if he can try and get a good play on number 2 and get a decent turn on number 3, which would be his onside turn, then he could be off to the races and put himself possibly on the podium based upon the scores that would come afterwards. Here he comes. Louis Quilleray, round buoy number 1. He's good to go round number 2. Look at him go. He's going to make a play on 3. And he gets round 3 to the wakes. And it's a new personal best once again for Louis Quilleray. And it does better than what he did in the round previous to this one with a 3 buoy count. Good skiing there from Louis. on the 12-meter line, and he's just absolutely exhausted. Can't you tell? Good start on number one, just a little bit off balance, not used to skiing on 12 meters. Getting around buoy number two, bringing the handle down and just fighting for all of his might to get round buoy number three and to the wakes. Louis Quilleray now skiing to the dock, and he should be happy with his performance, and it certainly sets a high bar now with the next three competitors who were tied with him in the round previous to this one, all realizing that they have to do better than what they did in round number one to get close to where Louis Quilleray ended up in this under 14 boys slalom final.
You got outside 3 there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not like yesterday? No. Okay. So another PB?
Yeah.
Okay. But, I know.
Have you seen my touch?
All right, here we go, rolling into the turn. Little bit of a bobble into buoy number one. This is a 60-meter opening pass for Francisco Georges at 55K. Good, strong number four. Good approach into number five, and number six, no worries there for him. He'll go on to 14.25 meters next. That is Francisco. So Francisco Georges, looking at some of the scores that he has produced this season, it's gone into 12 meters a few times over the course of this 2022 season. Gone into the 12-meter line once in Argentina, once in Colombia. So he's doing it in a number of spots. Over in Santa Rosa Beach in Florida as well. And his most recent time, aside from yesterday, was a record capability tournament in Argentina as well. So he's done it twice in his native land. Francisco Georges. And notwithstanding the fact that he did 2 at 12 meters yesterday, to put him into the spot where he is right now, where he's in a 4-way tie for second place. Looking good, in a good strong position, and gets all the way through that pass of 14.25 meters as he picks off buoy after buoy, pass after pass. So looking at our skier on the water right now, Francisco Georges, the second of our 4 competitors that all tied with 2 on 12 meters yesterday. All seen Louis Quilleray come through and exceed his score this time around with a 3 buoy total, and a new personal best there for him. Here he comes on the water, Francisco Georges. He's been on an absolute tear so far as this tournament is concerned. Good solid effort here, Francisco Georges of Argentina. There you go, that is how you run 30 meters. 16, 14, and 13 now. All behind him and all exquisitely cleaned by our skier on the water from Argentina, Francisco Georges. All right, here we go, folks. Francisco Georges, who is our fourth from last skier to take to the water. We'll see two Chilean competitors before the end of this boys under 14 slalom event. We are now on 12 meters now. Coming in, rolling that ski into its edge change into buoy number one, gets to number one, gets number two, and ties his score from yesterday. Round buoy number three, gets to the wake, and he is in a tied position with Louis Quilleret. So now we could be in with a potential of a runoff here, but we won't know that for certain until we get a little further down the line.
Thank you.
Francisco Georges with 3 on 12 meters. He is visibly annoyed with having just gotten round 3 on 12 meters, even though, having said all of that, Francisco Georges was still got round 3 on 12 meters and got a new personal best. So you shouldn't be too disappointed, right? So there you go, 3 buoys on 12 meters, the final score for Francisco Georges, just trying to confirm that score around buoy number 3. Yes, it is 3 to the wakes, and he ties it up with Louis Quilleret. Canada and Argentina all tied up with 3 on 12 meters. Here we go. Competitor on the water, we've got Sam Brown, also from Chile, and he scored 2 on 12 meters in the opening round of competition. 55-16. Just to clarify, our last 2 competitors, both of them got into 11.25 meters in the previous round to this one. So they are the top 2 competitors in the boys slalom final in the under 14s. Sam Brown, the third of our 3 competitors that are tied with 2 on 12 meters. We'll see who comes out on top amongst those 3. Of course, water skiing being unpredictable as it is, anything can happen within the last 3 competitors. Starting off with Samuel Brown, of course, from Colombia. We'll take a look at some of the scores that he's been able to produce in recent times. Samuel Brown from Chile, who's produced scores into 12 meters on a number of occasions. His best score, as a matter of fact, has been 5 on 12 meters in the recent record capability tournament that took place here about 10 or so days ago. And he did that twice, by the way. Sam Brown doing a fine job on 14.25 meters, really working that ski, working those edge changes. Getting set for 13 meters now. Keeping everything going outwards, upwards and forwards. Sam Brown Good, solid athleticism out there. No two ways about it. Oh, wow. Looks like we're getting an indication from our officials that there is a video review on one of our previous skiers. It's being confirmed that Louis Quilleray actually scored 2 on the 12-meter line instead of 3. So that throws a bit of a wrench into the works. That means in outright first at the moment is Francisco Georges with 3 on 12 meters. And currently behind him is with 2 on 12 meters, Louis Quilleray. So a bit of drama going on there, and I'm sure that the Canadian team captain's going to have something to say about that. As we look at the 13-meter attempt here for our skier on the water from Chile. This is Sam Brown through 13 meters. All right. Getting everything going in the right direction on 13.
Hey, I'm 55. 42.
Okay, so here we go, coming into the course. This is Sam Brown. 12 meters needs to start. He gets it round number 1. Keeping his chest up round buoy number 2. He's a little down course, but he's still there on... Oh, and he's down on buoy number 3. So he gets 2 1/2 for that score of Sam Brown. 2 1/2, which slots him into second place. So Samuel Brown currently in second place, and that means with 2 skiers remaining, our lead competitor, Francisco Georges, is still on top of the podium, but guarantees himself a spot on the final podium with his score of 3 on 12 meters. 2 skiers remaining. Francisco Georges in the lead as confirmed as a podium competitor, as I say, with 2 competitors remaining. And those 2 competitors remaining will consist of Matias Gonzalez to take to the water last. But before him, from Colombia, Pablo Alviva. And he'll be going in on 14.25 meters for his opening run, having scored 2 at 11.25 meters in the round previous to this one. Okay, coming in with the 0 off set at 8.2. He's coming in at 14.25 meters, 55K. Right here, right now, Pablo Alviva. Good start on buoy number 1, aggressive stance. Keeping everything on an even flow here. That's 5, that's 6, that's no worries there. 6 buoy count for our Colombian athlete, Pablo Alviva, who this season has had quite a remarkable season. He's gone into 12 meters a number of times, smattering of scores into 13 meters, 1 or 2 into 14.25 meters. Will be a little bit disappointed with that, but up until yesterday, no scores into 11.25 meters until yesterday, where he scored 2 on that particular line length. And from the best of my understanding, I suggested that the Canadian team coach may have something to say about that score from Louis Quire. And from the best of my understanding, he is on his way to the tower right now to basically ascertain why that score was changed, and in the manner in which it was changed several minutes after Louis Quire actually ended his slalom run. Coming in on 13 meters, Pablo Alviva for Colombia, 13 meters. Good power up from number 3 into number 4. Well early into number 5, and absolutely pummels number 6. Absolutely destroys that pass. Crushes it even. Crushing it hard. So there we go. That is Pablo Alviva getting through 13 meters. And now 12 meters comes up very, very soon. The target scores on 12 meters, they start at buoy number 2. That's the score from Louis Quire, whose score was originally 3. It was relegated to 2. We'll try and find out the circumstances behind that in the next few minutes. Then we saw a score of 2.5 from Samuel Brown from Chile. And then the top score from San Francisco Georges of halfway down 12 meters, that score being 3. Those are his immediate targets, starting with 2. Let's see if he can get the gate shot that will allow him to go as far as he needs to on this run. Let's not forget, up until yesterday, had not cleaned this pass before. Entrance gates, round buoy number 1, gets it to go round buoy number 2. He's still there on 2. Does he make it outside? No, and he's inside buoy number 3, so he's tied with Louis Quire with 2 on 12 meters. So our skier from Colombia, our penultimate skier from Colombia, 2 on 12 meters for Pablo Alviva. However, the tiebreaker in this instance is the better backup score. In that instance, Pablo Alviva has the better backup score with 2 at 11.25 meters, and that would put him ahead of Louis Quire, who has scores of 2 on 12 and 2 at 12 in successive rounds. So currently, as it stands right now, Francisco Georges still in the lead with 3 buoys on 12 meters with 1 skier to go. He has 1 foot on the podium and 1 foot on a rung higher than the bronze medal. Francisco Georges has at least a silver medal. And skiing into the shore, Pablo Alviva with 2 on 12 meters. And he has at least 1 foot on the podium as well, at least a 3rd spot because of his superior backup against the score of Louis Quire. The drama continues in a couple of spots
14A2.
outside of the officials' jury tower, and about to take place on the water from Chile. It is Matias Gonzalez. All right, here we go. Coming in, opening pass, 14.25 meters. Opener for Matias Gonzalez. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Nice and wide on number 2, as you'd expect. Matias Gonzalez, already a winner in the tricks event in the boys division in the under 14s, and looking to do the same in the slalom event as well. Successfully running through 14.25 meters and getting ready and set for 13 meters on the next run. Just a joy to watch Matias go out there and just absolutely crush these passes. Especially his approaches into his onside. He is right foot forward, don't forget. And just absolutely level. And just absolutely putting some great leverage behind the boat. And continuing to ski onto 13 meters. Drama on the water, drama on land. The adjustment to Luis Quila-Reyes' score from 3 buoys on 12 meters to 2 on 12 meters is still very much up in the air as we have a look at Matias Gonzalez on 13 meters. Let's see what he's got. Looking good for the first few buoys. His round buoy number 4 just absolutely slaps 4 and 5, and indeed number 6. Completely obliterates them. Gets round all 6 buoys on that particular run. Already seen some great slalom skiing today, courtesy of our under 14 girls that saw Tia Byrne come through with that title, with 2 on 12 meters ahead of Cameron Davies and ahead of Augustina Martinez. The podium was set there. The podium is almost a set right here with Matias Gonzalez. We're now onto the 12-meter line. The 2 immediate targets that are ahead of him are the likes of Pablo Alviva, whose score of 2 on 12 meters is currently in All right then, so coming in for the win now on 12 meters. Just received some interesting information here, but I will give that to you in a moment as we have a look at Matias Gonzalez on 12 meters. His round buoy number 2, first target out of the way, second target out of the way by getting round buoy number 3. He's good to go round number 4. He's good to go round number 5, and he'll get round number 6 and take the win in style. All right then, so Matias Gonzalez in great style there, running through 12 meters and will establish a score in 11.25 meters, the only competitor to get through 12 meters. Okay, so Matias Gonzalez coming into the course, 11.25 meters. He is already your champion. He's good to go around buoy number 1 to the wakes. And ladies and gentlemen, your under 14 PanAmerican boys slalom champion is Matias Gonzalez, 1 at 11.25 meters. Fantastic effort here for Matias Gonzalez, getting a good edge change into buoy number 1. Barely got the ski outside, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. 1 at 11.25 meters. Great skiing there from our Chilean competitor. 2 titles out of 2 that he's competed for, and he's gotten gold medals in each one of them. So great skiing. All right then, so continuing on, and we've got more slalom action because some late breaking news, as a matter of fact. But some great skiing. I'll try and get you that news confirmed as quickly as possible because it concerns 1 or 2 of our previous skiers. And ladies and gentlemen, we've seen some great skiing from Matias Gonzalez. We've seen some great competitive action from the girls in the under 14 section a little bit earlier on. All right then, so, and the major news, aside from Matias Gonzalez, win is also Louis Quilleret in second place. His score has been reinstated from 2 to 3, and that puts him on the podium. But the score of Francisco Georges has been downgraded from 3 to 2, and that really flips things on their heads here, because whilst Matias Gonzalez takes the win with 1 at 11.25 meters, Louis Quilleret of Canada takes the silver medal with 3 on 12. Sam Brown with 2.5 on 12 is in third for Chile. So 2 Chileans on the podium in the boys slalom in the under 14s. Pablo Alviva with 2 on 12. Francisco Georges in a tie there with 2 on 12, but the superior backup works in favor of Pablo Alviva. Dylan Anderson with 5 on 13. BG Bigley with 2 on 13. And Lorenzo Giro of Mexico with 1.5 on 13 meters. That concludes the boys under 14 slalom competition. We still have 2 more events to come. The girls under 17, the boys under 17 slalom for the 2022 PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. And we will return right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF. Fácil, con PF, te regala tiempo, te regala vida, PF.
Ugh. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will.
Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Fácil, hazla fácil. Con PF te regala tiempo, te regala vida. PF.
All right, and continuing on with the U17 women's slalom starting order, we've got Megan Pelkey starting things off in this 5-skier final, followed by Solly Stenger, Daniela Kretzmer, Trinidad Espinal, and finally Christina de Osmar. Those are the 5 competitors going on into the slalom final. All right, here we are, turning live for your announcer here at the 2022 Pan American Water Ski Championships. And just to tell you once again that the U17 boys slalom final leaderboard consisting of Matias Gonzalez with 1 at 11.25 meters, your winner. Luis Quillere of Canada with 3 at 12 meters in second spot. Sam Brown of Chile in third with 2.5 on 12. Those are your top 3. Pablo Alviva in fourth spot for Colombia. Francisco Georges, 2 on 12 meters in fifth. Dylan Anderson with 5 on 13 for sixth. Seventh place, B.G. Bickley with 2 on 13 meters. And Lorenzo Giro of Mexico with 1.5 on 13 meters. So, and as I said, during the course of the day, keeping an eye on things not only happening here, but also in Qatar as well. The 2 ladder matches in Group C have gone final. Saudi Arabia 1, Mexico 2, Poland 0, Argentina 2, which means that the 2 teams that advance will be Argentina and Poland through to the round of 16. Argentina will face Australia, and Poland will face France in the round of 16. So well done to those 2 teams, Argentina, Poland, and Mexico and Saudi Arabia eliminated at this stage of the game. So, under 17. Under 17 girls slalom final. 5 competitors. 55-16 for our first competitor out, Megan Pelkey of Canada. Entrance gates, round buoy number 1. Good hard strike there off the first turn. Keeping everything going, keeping the water speed up, and doing a fine job there. That is Megan Pelkey, our opening skier in the girls' slalom final. Megan Pelkey this season, so far as the scores are concerned, have been scores have ranged from about halfway down the 12-meter line, or at least a third the way down 12 meters, all the way up to 1 at 11.25 meters. That score was at the Swiss Fall Classic. So she comes into this competition with good form. Actually scored a 4 at 12 meters in at least 4 on 12 meters in each of the 3 rounds of slalom at the Trick Time tournament over at Lake Ledbetter in Winter Garden, Florida. So let's see if she's got what it takes to get to that point again. She got 1.5 on 12 meters in the round previous to this one, and Megan Pelkey, let's see what she has here. Running with A2, Alpha 2 on the 0-off setting. That's really been a game changer, the 0-off system, allowing skiers to be able to customize their pull behind the boat, using the letter and number system. Of course, for those of you that are not sure on how the letters and numbers work, we'll provide an illustration on your screen in just a few moments to describe the Zero WOF system. And there it is up on your screen. A takes you a little bit later, B in the middle, and C a little bit earlier, a little bit later. And looking at this performance here, looking in fantastic shape there, that's Megan Pelkey. Good skiing there for the first two passes, 16 and 14 under a belt. 13 meters comes up now. Let's see what kind of score she can throw into the mix. Certainly a lot of drama surrounding the slalom performances in the boys in the under 14. Let's see if some drama can happen on the water here in the U17 girls. This is 13 meters for Megan Pelkey. Handle up high. She's really having to work this. Round buoy number 5, bringing the handle up even higher. Round buoy number 6, gonna get through the exit. Whoa! And 6, and no continuation there because she missed the exit gate. Very, very rare occurrence there. So she'll start off the finals, the girls under 17 slalom finals, with a 6 buoy count on the 13 meters and not able to continue on to 12. And just running down course, the handle getting higher and higher each time she tried to attempt to turn on her offside. Tried to get a lean on after 5, got round number 6. Yeah, she certainly did that. Tried to slow the ski down and redirect it through the exit gates, and unfortunately unable to do so. So it's a 6 buoy count on 30 meters for Megan Pelkey.
I can't believe you got around 6 balls. That was awesome.
All right then, folks, here we go. Next skier up from the United States of America, it is Solly Stenger. 52K, 14.25 meters opening run. Here comes Solly. 52K. Opening run. Okay, so 14-meter start at 52K sub-maximum speed. She'll go up to 55K and attempt to run that pass again from the opposite direction with a higher boat speed. We're doing a grand job here. Nice edge change and good technique all the way throughout. From one side of the course to the next here at the Pan American Water Ski Championships here in Lago Los Moros. 14.25 meters. Well within our capability, and especially at 52K. All right, 55 kilometers an hour now for the return run at the same line length.
Like backed off and chilled a little too much.
Five competitor final. Won't know yet whether who will be on the podium based upon scores that have been scored thus far, just by the sheer mathematics. There you go, good skiing there for Solly Stenger, all the way through on 14.25 meters with the boat at max speed, 55K. Let's have a look at some of the scores that she has produced this season. In all but one occasion, she's gone into 30 meters, and that's the next run that she will attempt. It's gone as far as 4.5 on 30 meters over at the Nationals at Mystic Lakes. But we'll see what she has in store for us. Solly Stenger actually ventured to England a little bit earlier on this season and skied in the JB Ski Open. And scored 4.5 on 30 meters there in one of the rounds, and followed it up with a 2-buoy count on that same line length. So fairly consistent wherever she happens to ski. Oh my word, breaking news here for our skier out in the water, Solly Stenger. A missed gate on that pass coming back on 14.25 meters. So we're going to take a look at the gate coming back in on 14.25 meters at 55K. And yeah, clearly missing the entrance gates at 55K, 14.25 meters, which means that ultimately her score is going to be 6 buoys at 52K, 14.25 meters. Even though she ran that pass, as you can plainly see, unfortunately not getting the gate at the beginning. That stops her scoring cold. Okay, coming in on 16 meters for the opening pass is going to be our next competitor from Chile. It will be Daniela Kretsma. Our third from last competitor to take to the water, and she has the knowledge of what she needs to do to at least place herself on the podium. It would require her, at the very least at this time, for her to take the lead away from Megan Pelkey, whose 6 buoy count on 30 meters is currently the lead. 60 meters, 55K. Opening pass, Daniela Kretsma. So looking very, very strong there on the opening pass. No two ways about it for Daniela Kretsma.
big break today.
Okay, good.
It's still
I
a
just
lot.
started again.
It's just a lot of hours. You know.
Is this the last event?
No, we have all the boys slalom.
After that.
All right, here we go. Daniela Kretzmer now coming back on the return. She's gone through 16 now. This is 14.25 meters. Boat speed still the same at 55K. In very, very good shape round all 6 buoys and gets it to go. So now on the 13-meter line, she'll attempt that if there's no hiccups or anything else impeding her future progress onto that line. She will go on 13 meters for the next attempt at a 6-buoy count for a pass. 14.25 meters. Good skiing. Very, very stylish out there and very smooth along with it. Not moving around too much on the turn, relying upon the skis designed to execute most of that for her. And then getting behind the pole and then letting the boat do the rest of the work. All right, here we go, folks. Daniela Kretzmer on 13 meters, a 6-buoy count. Will put her in a tie with the lead. And by superior backup could put her ahead of any potential challengers that may come ahead of her. 13 meters round buoy number 5, getting round number 6, and we'll have a shot on 12 meters next. Daniela Kretzmer. So let's see how much further she can get. 12 meters comes up next, but a 13-meter pass looked very, very peachy indeed. From one buoy to the next, slingshots from one into number 2, and does likewise from that point on each side of the course. Grabbing hold of the handle, iron-like grip there from Daniela Kretzmer around buoy number 4, and our approach into number 5 looked very, very subtle and stable indeed. Round number 6. So there we go. That is Daniela Kretzmer. Okay, a piece of number 1 will ensure that she takes the lead, and with 2 skiers remaining, put her on the podium at the extreme least. Let's have a look at some of the scores that she has created for herself. Age 16, this is Daniela Kretzmer. Has gone into 11.25 meters on at least a few occasions this season. Needs to get the good start here in order to be in a position where she can try to get onto 11.25 meters again. But I tell you what, she's still there on 12. She's good to go round number 5. Does she get round buoy number 6? Oh no, it is inside number 6 there. Daniela Kretzmer, she was skiing to the shore, but she's offered up a tough target for the remaining competitors to aim for. 5 buoys on 12 meters. The final score for Daniela Kretzmer. 3 buoys more than what she did in the elimination round yesterday. Certainly started to run down course a little bit after number 2 and especially off number 3. She kind of hoped that she could maintain some good rhythm off buoy number 5, but then she pulled up on the handle. She delayed on that exit and found herself on the inside of buoy number 6 at 35 off or 12 meters. All right, we're down to our final 2 competitors. We've got one skier from Peru and one from Chile. We'll see Cristina de Osmar in a few minutes, but before her, we've got Trinidad Espinal. Coming in at 16 meters, 55 kilometers an hour. Decent skiing there from our competitor on the water, Trinidad Espinal.
We're going to go with the black rope. Yeah. I was waiting for you.
Looking at the dock side and checking in with Cristina de Osmar as she gets ready to take to the water. But at the moment, Trinidad Espinal out there, who scored a 6-buoy count at 35 off or 12 meters in the round previous to this one. Looking at some of the scores that she came into this event with, smattering of times as she got into 11.25 meters and got as far as 2 on 1 or 2 occasions this season already. In the 2022 season, Trinidad Espinal. In the record tournament this past weekend, got as far as 5 on 12 meters, which is the score that currently occupies the lead, courtesy of Daniela Kretzmer. Looking good. This is 14.25 meters, having started on 16. Trinidad Espinal. Form is looking very, very good out there, and absolutely crushing it out there with the turns on that pass of 14.25 meters. Boat speed still at 55k. All right then, so battle of two Chilean competitors. The one Chilean that currently holds the lead with 5 on 12 meters, that's Daniela Kretzmer. And the one that is currently on the water, Trinidad Espinal, who has now made her way through the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14.25 meters. Certainly happy times for our Chilean crowd, who are looking out and seeing Trinidad Espinal. It's going to be 13 meters. Here's Trinidad. Entrance, number 1. Getting a good hard start there off number 1, taking in a lot of momentum into number 2 and bleeding off the speed effectively in time for number 3 and number 4. Handle up a little high off into number 4, but good to go round 5 and number 6, and that is a 6-buoy count on 13 meters. That vaults her ahead of Megan Pelkey with that same score of 6 on 13. And now her sights are set upon the lead score that is ahead of her, the 5-buoy count on 12 meters, because that pass will be looming large for her next. So, working our way down towards the end of this list. 5 buoys on 12 meters. Here's the current lead score, courtesy of Daniela Kretzmer. 12 meters is ahead of her now. This is Trinidad Espinal. Round number 1. Good to go round number 2. She's run this pass on a smattering of occasions, so she's got that form to work with. She's round number 4. She's good to go round number 5. She's a delay off number 5. She gets round number 6 and through the exit gate. Trinidad Espinal takes the lead with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters and assures that she ascends the podium and finishes in at least the 2nd spot. In the lead now with a 6 buoy count at 35 off, and certainly stayed calm and relaxed, even though a couple of these turns rendered her a little bit down course. The season's best score has been into 38 off with a 2 buoy count. Done that on a couple of occasions more recently. She did that at Sunset Lakes in the MLCQ in May earlier this season. Replicated that with another score in another MLCQ over at Ledbetter. So she's done well in the Sunshine State, but hasn't come through with a score into 11.25 right here in her native Chile up until today. Let's see what she's got. 11.25 meters. Entrance, number 1, gets the 1. Does she go for 2? Does she even get round number 2 to the wakes? Yes, she does. She gets to the wakes, but we need to have a close examination of that number 2 to determine whether she actually made it round. We got at least a couple of good angles on this. This is going to be the most telling instant replay site from our shoreside camera operated by Jeremy Scholl. And out of number 1, round number 2, yes, she gets round number 2. No two ways about it. That view confirms it to the wakes and setting herself up with an equal to her personal best of 2 at 11.25 meters. That is Trinidad Espinal of Chile. Getting round number 2 into the wakes, 11.25 meters. One more competitor to go, and it's going to be Cristina de Osma from Peru, as Trinidad Espinal has conjured up a score that's equal to the highest that she's ever produced this season. She'll be pretty delighted with that, no doubt. But we'll see if that score holds up as the winning score, because our next competitor on the water from Peru is certainly capable of producing something along that range. Her name is Cristina de Osma.
Muy bien. Ya te por acá, descansa. Quédate acá sentado, ya te preparamos, pues ya se puede tocar la mano.
Yo estaba.
Y ya vamos a algo porque puedes recibir la
All right there. Trinidad Espinal receiving the congratulations from her fellow well-wishers on the shore side. 55K, 16 meters for our very last competitor to go in the under 17 girls slalom final. This here and now is Cristina de Osma. Shouldn't have too much in the way of problems in terms of being able to run this. round 4 and 5 and gets round number 6 without too many problems whatsoever. That is Cristina de Osma. Looking at some of her recent form, as recently as mid-November, she scored a 1 at 11.25 meters. And then backed that up with two other scores at the Swiss, the MC Skis full tournament in Claremont in Florida. We're also with 2 other scores on 11.25 meters as well. Scores of 1 and 11.25 meters seems to be a par for the course, because she's done that also at Lake Ledbetter on a couple of occasions as well. So she's getting consistency in running 12 meters. It's certainly improving the later and later she skis in this season. Cristina de Osma out on the water, making her approach towards the course. Our sole representative out of Peru in this U17 competition. Little delay down course on 14.25 meters. It's very much there, still very much in the hunt. She gets round 5 and round number 6, Cristina de Osma. Reminder once again to all of you fans out there watching on the TWBC YouTube, be sure to subscribe, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the bell icon. You'll be informed as to when our next event goes live. And our next event going live in January will be the IWWF World Junior Water Ski Championships, coming to you right from this same venue here at Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile, with coverage starting on the 5th of January and brought to you exclusively live by TWBC. And just looking at our competitor on the water, Cristina de Osma, who scored 1 buoy at 11.25 meters yesterday to make it into the slalom final. Did so very, very easily. As our under-17 boys get ready for their turn in the 8-skier final, which we will see next. This here is Cristina de Osma on the back of the ski, keeping everything going forward, keeping the water speed up. This is 13 meters. Critical that she does that and gets the job done. And because she gets more than 6 on 13 meters, that immediately puts her onto the podium. Currently in 3rd spot right now after the two skiers that are immediately ahead of her, despite buoy count of 12 meters by Daniela Kretzmer, and the current leader of 2 on 11.25 meters, that's Trinidad Espinal. So no matter what happens from here on out, Cristina de Osma is a podium-bound competitor in the U17 girls slalom final. And Trinidad Espinal around the dock area. She's staying around there because she knows all too well that Cristina de Osma could well conjure up a score that would tie hers, which would have forced the runoff. Here we go. This is 12 meters. Not quite there yet. Round number 3. Oh, and it's inside buoy number 4. 13! And that means that your champion in the Pan-American Water Ski Championships in under-17 girls is Trinidad Espinal. Okay. With 2 on 11.25 meters, your champion, Trinidad Espinal of Chile. your champion. And we'll take a look at the podium because that's shaking things up a little bit. The podium seeing Trinidad Espinal first, second place Daniela Kretsma, also Chile, and in third place Cristina de Osma of Peru with a score of 4 buoys at 12 meters. All right, so congratulations there to Trinidad Espinal. She takes the win. And we're going to pop up the leaderboard very, very soon to show you the scores in the girls' slalom final in the U17. Trinidad Espinal, your winner, with 2 at 11. Daniela Kretsma with 5 on 12. Cristina de Osma with 3 on 12 in third. Megan Pelkey with 6 on 13 for fourth. And Solly Stenger with 6 on 16, rounding off the results in 5th place. All right, now we're going to go into the boys under-17 slalom final. Looks like we're going to go straight in with our first competitor. Right now, the time is, what is it? It's 6:30. We're at 6:30 in the evening. The sunset is at 8:30, so we've got about a couple of hours to play with to bring out 8 competitors. 58, 16 meters. For our first competitor out, it is going to be Santiago Barranchios. So good skiing there for Santiago Barranchios. Opening pass, 16 meters at 58 kilometers an hour. Scored 2 on 12 meters, 2.5 on 12 meters, I beg your pardon, to make it this far in the comp. Wind started to pick up a little bit here, which could be a cause for concern for one or two of our competitors who are trying to play wind strategy. We'll take a look at the starting list for our under-17 boys, Santiago Barranchios. There are our first competitor out, then Nicholas Nelson of Mexico, then Sebastian Tiza out of Chile in third off the dock, George Mananovsky from Canada. Then we got a pair of Dominican Republic skiers featuring Andre Pagozzi and Paolo Pagozzi, then Martin Labra, our penultimate skier from Chile, and Charlie Ross from Canada, our last skier to take to the water in the U17 boys slalom final. Okay, here we go. Getting round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. Getting round all 6 buoys. All right then, so getting through the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14 and looking very, very strong out there with that pass. Looked in very, very good shape, as a matter of fact, from start to finish there with the second pass of 14.25 meters. Maximum boat speed has to be achieved before the line gets shorted in this division. 58K is it. And that's exactly the speed that our competitor is skiing at, Santiago Barranchios of Chile. 3 Chileans in this boys slalom final.
Mark Roski's the worst driver ever. Yeah, he was everywhere. They were screwing around in the boat.
Here we go, coming in. Keeping things. Oh, and going down early on 13 meters. visibly annoyed with himself, and rightly so. A skier that's capable of getting to 11.25 meters, but not in this instance, unfortunately. It's going to be 2 1/2 the score that's going to be coming his way. 2 1/2 on 13 meters for Santiago Berrencius of Chile. And that sets the standard for the remaining skiers to come. And Santiago, no doubt, will be quite disappointed with that effort. All right, so working our way to our next competitor from Mexico, it is going to be Nicholas Nelson, who scored 2 1/2, 12 meters to make it into this boys' slalom final. Nicholas Nelson. So 58K, 14.25 meters for the opener. For Nicholas Nelson. Here we go from Mexico. Divides its time between training in Mexico and training in Central Florida. This here is Nicholas Nelson. Has had 1 or 2 excursions, actually a whole bunch of excursions into 10.75 meters. His best score on that line length was 4. And gets through the opening pass with immaculate ease. We'll see what he's got. Slalom in quite a long way under par yesterday, but managing to make his way through to the slalom final. So still very much in contention, and could well be the joker in the pack here if he comes up with a score that's anywhere close to what he's truly capable of. That is Nicholas Nelson. Gone through 13. He's gone through 14. He'll return on 13 meters, and we'll see him continue to pile on the pressure. Here we go, coming in. This is Nicholas Nelson. 13 meters. Looking good though. Got to give him that. Round all 6 buoys there, and looking like someone that has a purpose out there on the slalom course, getting round all 6 buoys and just really taking out his anger from yesterday and frustration out on the course. We'll see how far he can get with that into consideration. All right, so Nicholas Nelson is on top of the water. Sure, being a soccer fan that most of Mexicans are probably quite disappointed in realizing that for the first time in 7 World Cups, they will not be able to progress through to the round of 16. Disappointment by coming through with a performance that could put a Mexican on the podium in the under-17 boys slalom competition. There you go, not bad at all. Good skiing there for Nicholas Nelson. Superb effort there through 14, 13, and now 12 meters. And that definitely puts him in the lead without a shadow of a doubt after 2 competitors. So there we go, looking at that, looking at the tail end there, giving you you folks out there an opportunity to watch and marvel at some of the great technique offered there by Nicholas Nelson, who, as I said previously, his best performance from one of the national championship rounds in Mexico is a 4 1/2 at 10.75 meters. Form as recently as November of this season. There we go, there's Nicholas Nelson on 11.25 meters. I said he could well be the joker of the pack here, and he's absolutely on fire here with a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Redemption is on offer here for him. All right now, so looking at this pass on 11.25 meters, not putting a foot wrong here from start to finish. Certainly making up for lost time after yesterday's 2.5 buoy at 12 meter performance yesterday. Tell you what, he's certainly putting a score up there for the others to chase after. Personal best of 4.5 at 10.75 meters. Here he comes. Under 17 boys, 10.75 meters, gets the start on 10.75 meters. He's round buoy number 2, delayed there off number 2, gets round number 3, almost to the wake, so it looks like it's going to be 2 1/2 there for Nicholas Nelson. So Nicholas Nelson, a little bit of a stall there on his approach through the gates into his onside, which is on his 135 side as he's left foot forward. A huge delay off number 2 on his offside, just trying to do the S-turn, but unfortunately the rope isn't quite cooperating with him, and they're calling, looks like they're calling 2 as a matter of fact. The judges are calling 2 on this performance, so there could be another mode of controversy here as we continue to look on. He's definitely down course there off number 2. Does he get outside? And clearly inside buoy number 3 there, so it is going to be a 2 buoy count. 2 buoy count there for Nicholas Nelson. And that is going to set the bar pretty high for our remaining skiers, starting off with Chile, Sebastian Tiza.
Well, I have to.
All right, so let's bring in our next competitor, 14.25 meters. Opening pass for Sebastian Tiza. Actually a 16-meter start, I beg your pardon. We're running with A1 on the zero-off mechanism. There you go, good, a solid opening run. No worries there for him. So Sebastian Tiza, who's best this season so far, is about halfway down 12 meters. And now realizing that in order for him to take anywhere close to the lead, he's not only got to run through 12 meters, he's got to run through 11.25 meters as well and get at least a third of the way down the course on 10.75 meters to put himself in any type of contention with Nicholas Nelson, who currently has the lead at this moment with that score of 2 at 10.75 meters. That is how much Nicholas Nelson has turned this competition on its head at this early stage. Here we go, Sebastian Tiza. Qualified into this final with a score of 3 on 12 meters, which is about his personal best range. Getting through that pass, that was 14.25 meters. As we work towards the end of this slalom competition. Skied at Stillwater Lakes earlier on in the season and scored 4 on 12 meters, which is essentially his personal best. Has backed it up with scores of 3 on 12 meters. And, of course, the latest rendition of that 3 at 12 meter score was in the round previous to this one. Most recent slalom performance was at the Record Capability Tournament, the Miranda Record, where he scored 1.5 on 30 meters. And guess what? The next pass coming up is 30 meters. So you'll be looking for something considerably better than that right here and now, which of course he was able to produce in qualifying to make it to this stage. All right, here we go. $13 meters. Little bit of shift in the weight in the wrong direction there, and Sebastian Tiza getting around buoy number 5. But no more than that, so it looks like it's going to be 4 1/2 on 13 meters. 4 1/2 on 30 meters, falling in a little bit on buoy number 2, but using that additional leverage to send him out a little bit early into number 3. Handle came up tight a little bit before he was ready for it, and the same applied to number 4. Round number 5 brought the handle up a little high and on the back of the ski, and it was a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. That is Sebastian Tiza from Chile. Still in the lead is Nicholas Nelson, our second skier out, with a 2-buoy count at 10.75 meters. Skier number 4 off the dock, about to take to water. From Canada, it'll be George Malinowski. All right, so George Malinowski, who's definitely been one of our more colorful athletes in this competition. Certainly shone in all of 3 events, and will certainly be one of our top contenders for the overall competition. See what he's got in the U17 boys slalom final. He qualified into this section with a score of 4 on 12 meters. And he'll be starting in on the 16-meter line. So George Malinowski. Getting through pass number 1, no worries there at all. George Malinowski. Not too much in the way of results that I can draw upon so far as finding his best score of the season. However, I did see a slalom score there, which by no means represents his true capabilities out there. But let's just not worry about the results of the past. Let's see what the present and the future holds for him going forwards, as George Malinowski gets through 60 meters and eyes up the next line length, which is going to be 14.25 meters. So a good time to extend our thanks to our sponsors, Pefe. We got the Chilean Institute of Sport as part of the Ministry of Sport, Masterline, the Chilean Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation, the Miranda Ski School, and all other entities involved in this endeavor that is the PanAmerican Championships for 2022. There we go. That is George Malinowski all the way through on 14.25 meters. Made that look like he knew what he was doing out there from start to finish. Seems to have found a good rhythm out there with the first couple of runs. We will see what he will do with 13 meters coming up next. So far in this competition, in this final round, only one competitor has gone through the 13-meter line, and that is Nicholas Nelson, who not only went through 13 meters, but also went through 12, 11, and got a third of the way down 10.75 meters. Here comes George Malinowski. Setting things up. Here he comes on 13 meters. Good push out there for the entrance gate. Excellent stuff into buoy number 1. Round number 2, waiting for the ski to work its way underneath the line. Very, very patient in that respect. Not opting not to rush the turns. And that was exemplified around buoy number 5, where he almost lost a lot of distance down course, but he was still patient enough to allow that ski to maintain its water speed and allow him to get around buoy number 6 without too much in the way of bother. George Malinowski, who scored 4 on 12 in the round previous to this. All right then, here we go. This is George Malinowski coming in on the 12-meter line. Good to go off the first few buoys. Round buoy number 2, really powering up behind the boat. He's certainly one of our more powerful skiers in the boys under 17 competition. And there you go. That is a 6-buoy count on 12 meters. Wonderful stuff there. And allows him a chance to really strike towards the lead at this time. So George Malinowski absolutely on fire here with the 12-meter line, and that certainly improves his position out there on the slalom rankings in the under 17 boys competition. Not only does it do that, but it also improves upon his overall standing as well, because the overall points are calculated not only from the elimination round, but also from the final round as well. Whichever score is better than the other goes towards the tournament overall total. So anything he can do in that regard is certainly going to be welcome so far as he is concerned. Here comes George Malinowski, 11.25 meters. Round buoy number 1 gets the start that he needs. A little bit of slack line. He's round buoy number 2, skis for the 2 and to the wakes, and he will score 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. George Malinowski and full 4 buoys ahead of what he did in the round previous to this one. Straight path into buoy number 2, managed to get the ski round and S-turned a little bit and allowed that ski to go behind the back of the boat to score the 2 buoys on 11.25 meters. So George Malinowski once again with the instant replay showing us how well he S-turned his way out of that situation. Little hop, skip and a jump afterwards. He's pleased with what he's done. That might actually be very close to his personal best, believe it or not. But there we go, George Malinowski representing Canada in the U17 boys slalom final. Certainly has fun out there. Absolutely. George Malinowski. All right, now our next competitor. Next two competitors come to us out of the Dominican Republic. We're going to see Paolo in a few minutes, but before him, it's Andrea Pigozzi, who made it into the jumping final a little bit earlier on today. We'll see him jump tomorrow, no doubt. But let's see if he is as adept on the slalom ski as he is with the jumpers. So at 14.25 meters, 58K. Skier about to take to water. All right. We've got on the water Andrea Pigozzi from Santo Domingo, the nation's capital for the Dominican Republic. And for Andrea Pigozzi, not too many scores in which to speak of. Competed in the Latin American Water Ski Championships, where he scored half a buoy on 12-meter line in the first round of that competition, made it through to the final, and unfortunately came up short on 13 meters in that same competition in round number 2. So a little redemption on offer there in comparison to that. Latin America Championships took place in April of this season, so he's had to wait quite a while before that competition and this one, the PanAmerican Water Ski Championships. All right then, folks, here we go. We've got on the water as it stands at the moment, we have got Andrea Pigozzi. We are over the halfway mark here. We are 4 skiers away from ending this competition in the U17 boys. Good strike there off number 2, and round number 3 sets himself up well for number 4 and 5 and 6, and fantastic effort all the way throughout that particular effort. All 6 buoys there, 16 and 14 in quick succession. 13 meters comes up next. Okay, just a quick correction there. He opened up on 14, and so by that stroke, this was a 13-meter run. I beg your pardon and offer my apologies there. 13 meters on pass number 2. So let's see how far he can get into 12 meters. Obviously, he's done better than the 4.5 on 13 that he produced at the Latin American Water Ski Championships. The other score in those championships was half on 12, and if he can get past number 1, things will look pretty peachy for him. On top of the fact that he scored 4.5 at 12 meters in the round previous to this one. So that might end up being a season's best if have access to no other scores produced from him within this season. Obviously difficult for skiers out of the Dominican Republic to travel with the pandemic still raging on in a number of places and restrictions still in place. By that token, This is the 12-meter run, fumbling with the handle there on buoy number 3 and crashing in on buoy number 4. It's going to be 3 1/2 on 12 meters. And yes, once again, not only visibly annoyed, but audibly annoyed as well. So, Andrea Pagozzi just bringing the handle up a little bit high and on the inside on number 3, and that basically altered his path on into number 4. And just couldn't really break that ski into a turn that would help him run this particular pass of the 12 meters. So now we've got 3 skiers remaining. We're going to see Charlie Ross, Martin Labra up in a few minutes, but before them, our second and final skier from the Dominican Republic, it's going to be Paolo Pigozzi. All right, Paolo Pagozzi, who had similar problems in terms of being able to compete this season as well, being able to travel. However, his scores about on a similar level, I would say, coming up short of a pass on 30 meters in one round and getting halfway down 12 meters on the other. Both of those scores in Medellin at the Latin American Water Ski Championships right there at Club Campestre. So our third from last out, and if this score coming up does not exceed 2 at 10.75 meters, then Nicholas Nelson will have 1 foot on that podium and could potentially go higher based upon the scores to come afterwards. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Paolo Pigozzi, 14.25 meter start, trying to use some of the aggression that we know his elder brother is famous for. The Robert Pigozzi, who is the current PanAmerican Games men's slalom champion, will hope to defend that crown come October of next year, as this site will host the water ski tournament that is part of the PanAmerican Games next season in October of 2023. Looking a little bit of ahead to the future so far as the tournaments go right here at Lago Los Maras. They've held plenty of high-level tournaments, world championships in a number of different categories. The University World Championships, Junior World Championships, of which another edition will be hosted this coming January. They hosted the Elite World Championships in 2013, which saw homegrown talent there, Felipe Miranda, come through with the world overall men's title, which he replicated 4 years later. All right, here we go. This is Paolo Pigozzi. Nicely done. Round all 6 buoys on that second pass of 13 meters. Now that puts him within the top 5 at this time, but he wants to go potentially higher, or at least give himself the opportunity to put himself in a spot where it could end up being on the podium eventually. But Paolo Pigozzi, powerful style, powerful technique. Got a little bit down course off number 2, but number 3 and number 4 got him straight back into rhythm. And much like the other skiers in the Pagozzi family, they always like to manipulate the handle and pull it in towards the end of the turn. And they are all left foot forward skiers, don't forget. All right, so all right then, so here we go. All right then, here we go. This here is Paolo Pigozzi. 12 meters. Good looking pass so far. Can't afford to make too many more errors. Takes a bit of, oh my word. And I said almost at the instant that I said that he can't afford to make too many more errors. He goes down on one round buoy number 5, tries to take the inside elbow slam and goes down and scores 5 buoys on 12 meters. It's either going to be 4.5 or 5 on 12 meters. We've yet to make that determination. But he was certainly off to a good start with the opening 2 buoys on the pass of 12 meters. As the sun continues to set here at Lago Los Moros, right here just outside San Bernardo. Gets round buoy number 4. He gets round buoy number 5. Does the handle comes away from the body and renders him in a non-skiing position before getting to the back of the boat. Therefore, it's 4.5 on 12 meters. 4.5 on 12 meters. All right then, so our next competitor, our penultimate competitor in this boys under-17 slalom event, coming to you out of Chile. His name is Martin Labra. Okay, Martin Labra. Next competitor to go 14.25 meters will be his opening pass. Sun continuing to set. The sunset time is around 8:35, so we got maybe about a little over an hour of sunlight left. Should be more than enough time for our remaining 2 competitors, the first of which is Martin Labra. So, coming into the course and chasing after the lead score, which is 2 at 10.75 meters. The current top score, courtesy of Nicholas Nelson. Good, solid effort. And some great skiing all the way through from start to finish. Now, that's Martin Labra through on 14.25 meters. Now, some of you who may be historians in the world of sports from a general point of view will probably have heard of the name of Roger Bannister, the first person ever to run the sub 4-minute mile. What a lot of people don't know is that they used the pacemakers to basically run out ahead of him to make sure that he stayed on pace to run that distance of a mile in under 4 minutes. Athletes such as Chris Brasher and Chris Chataway. The reason why I bring that story up is maybe Martin Labra could well use Nicholas Nelson as a little bit of a pacemaker, because if Martin Labra has any intentions of going towards the slalom title, then he would need to go into 10.75 meters. And from the point of view of the men of the junior boys overall record, anything into 10.75 meters will certainly lessen the reliance upon a decent trick score and a jump score to come afterwards. So there's a lot going on here, and Martin Labra getting through 13 meters. So looking at this once again, Martin Labra chasing down the top score from Nicholas Nelson, and provided that he continues to do that for as far as he can take it, it's certainly going to help matters so far as other aspects of his performance are concerned. He's already started the chase for his second shot at the junior boys world overall record in under 17s with his winning score in the tricks event of 10,980. Obviously not as much as the 11,130 points that he put on his previous attempt, but obviously if he can conjure up a score into 10.75 meters and deep into that line length, that will take the pressure off needing a huge distance in the jump event to reset the world junior boys overall record, which he currently holds at this time. 12 meters, round number 4. Good to go, round number 5. He's chasing that score down. Look at him go. He's round buoy number 6. Excellent skiing there from Martin Labra through 14, 13, and now 12. For those of you curious, it's enough to know what scores he used to gain the world overall boys record on his previous set attempt. That was during one of the MLCQs in May of this season. He used a score of 1 at 10.75 meters, 11,460, and a 51.5 meter jump to set the total of 2646.57. There we see on the dock Charlie Ross getting ready for his go. Another record holder in his own right, but more specialized so far as the boys slalom is concerned. He has a pending world U17 slalom record at 4 at 10.25 meters. Here comes 11.25 meters for Martin Labra. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good start. He's still there on number 2, keeping it going. He's round number 3, gets to 3, to the weights, and that ends that performance there. But ladies and gentlemen, Martin Labra with 3 on 11.25 meters. 3 on 11.25 meters. That currently puts him in second place right now behind Nicholas Nelson with 2 at 10.75 meters. So at this time, Martin Labra, by the sheer fact that he's in second place with 1 competitor left, he has 1 foot on that podium. He could get as high as second place. Currently in the lead is Nicholas Nelson with 2 at 10.75 meters. He is currently on top of the podium and could finish no worse than second. We've still got 1 more competitor, our last competitor of the day. It is going to be none other than Charlie Ross of Canada. All right, here we go, Charlie Ross. Coming in on 13 meters for his opening pass. First competitor in this section of the competition to start in on 13 meters. And getting through it impeccably. So to get onto the podium, he needs 3 to get onto the podium and more than 2 1/4 at 10.75 to take the victory. So just waiting on Charlie Ross to make his way back into the course. So here we go, Charlie Ross, folks, coming in on 12 meters now, already this soon into the performance. He is on 12 meters. Still clinging on to a podium spot is George Malinowski with 2 at 11.25 meters. Another Canadian looking for a spot on the podium. Right now, Charlie Ross chasing down the scores that are ahead of him. The first of which is George Malinowski's with 2 at 11.25 meters. That will put him in at least a 3rd spot at the moment, but he chases positions that are significantly higher. Martin Labra's score of 3 at 11.25 meters, currently in 2nd place at this time. And Nicholas Nelson ultimately the top score with 2 at 10.75. So those are the positions as they stand at this time. So Charlie Ross needing to run this pass, needing also to run the next pass as well. Let's see what he's got. This is Charlie Ross. This is 11.25 meters. Needing to run 11 here. Gets round number 2. He's surpassed George Malinowski. He's round number 3. He's surpassed Martin Labra. He only has one target in which to supersede because he's gone through 11.25 meters. He vaults himself onto that podium. He's in at least a 2nd spot right now. Martin Labra, the only confirmed podium spot in 3rd. So now it is a straight-up battle between the score of Nicholas Nelson with 2 at 10.75 meters, the target for the win, and anything more on 10.75 meters, which is the next pass for Charlie Ross, will give him the victory in the U17 boys competition here at the Pan American Water Ski Championships. So just, you can barely hear a pin drop. Right here as we get ready for Charlie Ross to make his way back into the course at 10.75 meters. Here he comes, Charlie Ross. Entrance gates buoy number 1, more than 2 at 10.75 meters will give him the victory here. He gets round number 2, he's there, he's got the win. Now let's see if he can get the pass. He's good to go round number 4. Number 5, he's still there, and he's round buoy number 6. Let's hear it for Charlie Ross. 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. Your winner here in the boys under 17 Pan-American Water Ski Championships. What an absolutely sensational run. The podium is set. Charlie Ross ahead of Nicholas Nelson and ahead of Martin Labra. 1, 2, and 3. So, Charlie Ross, he's won the title, but he's not going to stop there. Any opportunity that he has to try and exceed upon his personal best of 4 at 10.25 meters, he is going to take. Just looking at the end of that instant replay of the boat, getting ready to pull Charlie Ross back on top of the water, 10.25 meters. Course width 11.5 meters wide. Rope 10.25 meters in length. You do the math. Here we go. Charlie Ross, 10.25 meters, gets the start that he needs into buoy number 1, and unfortunately unable to ski more beyond that turn. But ladies and gentlemen, your champion of 2022 in the under-17 boys slalom championship, the Pan American title goes to Charlie Ross with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way back to the shore, let's give it up for him one last time. Our very last competitor and the winner of the boys slalom event, Charlie Ross, with 1 at 10.25 meters, and that will bring to a close the event scheduled for today. Tomorrow's events will be the jump finals. We've got the men's slalom leaderboard showing you right there without the score at the top there for Charlie Ross, who takes the win ahead of Nicholas Nelson with 2 at 10.75 meters. Martin Labra in 3rd place with 3 at 11.25 meters. 4th place, George Malinowski with 2 at 11. Paolo Pigozzi in 5th there with a 4.5 on 12. 6th place, Andrea Pigozzi with a 3.5 on 12. 7th place, Sebastian Tizza with 4.5 on 13. And in 8th spot, Santiago Berenches with his score that is at the bottom of the pack there. So, receiving some congratulations there from another champion himself, Matias Gonzalez, and Charlie Ross right there, graciously accepting that Cole Grant there, the coach, happy as can be. And no doubt there is one proud father right there in the form of Drew Ross on dockside. I'm sure that he is pretty pleased with what's occurred. So, that is going to be it for day 2 of action. We've got day 3 of action with the jump finals tomorrow here at the Pan American Water Ski Championships. And my name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. And until the start of tomorrow's events tomorrow morning, it is going to be ciao for now.
Fácil, hazla fácil.